Welcome to the most chilling collection of true scary stories from around the world, real-life horrors that will keep you up all night, heart-pounding, questioning every shadow in your room. If you've ever craved spine-tingling true horror stories that feel too real to be fiction, true ghost encounters that defy explanation, or terrifying paranormal experiences straight from the darkest corners of the globe, then hit play now and lock your doors. These aren't just scary tales. They're viewer-submitted nightmares, haunted encounters, and unexplained terrors that have haunted ordinary people like you. True scary stories animated in your mind, perfect for late-night chills, falling asleep to horror narration, or binge-watching creepypasta vibes without the ads. If you're watching from the USA, Canada, UK, Australia, or anywhere else battling your own ghosts, drop a comment below. I'm tuning in from your country. What's the scariest thing that's happened to you there? Don't forget to smash that subscribe button and turn on notifications for more true horror stories, scary bedtime tales, and global paranormal nightmares that rack up millions of views. Let's dive into the darkness, starting with a bone-chilling true scary story from the United States that begins like any ordinary road trip. Until it doesn't. The dorm room doppelganger, haunted dorm room glitch in Boston, Massachusetts, USA, in the ivy-choked corridors of Emerson College's historic dorms on Beacon Hill, where gas lamp ghosts flicker through Federal-era facades, and the Charles Rivers current carries whispers of Puritan persecutions. 20-year-old film major Kira Donovan unpacked her freshman fall in September 2025, assigned to room 413 of the creaky little building, a 1890s edifice retrofitted with smart locks and LED study lamps, but riddled with rumors of eco-freshmen vanishing. Mid-semester Kira, a wide-eyed transplant from rural Vermont chasing screenwriting dreams, shared the space with roommate Lila, a theater kid from Seattle whose laughter lit the narrow quad like stage lights. The room was a shoebox sanctuary, twin beds bunked against walls papered in faded damask that peeled like sunburned skin, a shared desk scarred with initials from 20s flappers, and a window overlooking the Freedom Trail's cobblestones where tour guides spun tales of hanged witches cursing the common. Kira's arrival buzzed with excitement, posters of Nolan and Peele tacked up, laptop humming with script drafts, but as twilight tinted the Charles crimson, a glitch hummed. Her reflection in the vanity mirror lagged, Kira's smile stretching seconds behind, eyes unblinking with intent not her own. Jet lag jitters. She joked to Lila over takeout Thai, but the dorm's underbelly hid a doppelganger dread. A spectral sophomore from 1925, trapped in a timeline tier during the Great Flood's chaos, mimicking new arrivals to swap souls and escape her eternal enrollment, turning Kira's semester into a 90-day descent of duplicated dorms, phantom placements, and a possession that blurred roommate from replacement, forcing her to script her survival before the glitch claimed her credit. Kira's first flicker hit during orientation week, the campus alive with leaf-peeping parents and iced coffee carts, hawking pumpkin spice prophecies. Back in 413 after a midnight mixer at the Rat, she crashed hard, dreams dissolving into dorm drudgery, syllabi stacking like indictments, Tay emails echoing her unanswered pleas. At 3:13 a.m. her phone's glow etched that exact hour she stirred, body heavy as if buried under brick, limbs leaden while the room rotated slow. The vanity mirror framed not sleep but surveillance, her double identical down to the chipped nail polish from unpacking, perched on the bunk's edge, combing hair with strokes too deliberate. Whispering Kira us script lines from her open laptop, fade in, the girl who never wakes in Lila's lilting cadence. Heart hammering silent, Kira willed a twitch, toes curling just enough to jolt free, the doppelganger dissolving into mirror mist, leaving frost-rimed glass and a chill that seeped into sheets like regret. Leela snored oblivious, but dawn dragged anomalies. Kira's desk drawer yawned open. Scripts shuffled to spotlight a new scene, her arrival, but ending cut to black. The other takes her place. She blamed breeze through cracked panes, but the glitch glitched. Her student ID scanner at the library stuttered, duplicate detected. And in the cafeteria line, a freshman swore she'd met Kira yesterday at the mixer she skipped. Week one's welcome warped to wariness. Classes crammed Emerson's lofts with lectures on Lynchian loops, but Kira's notes autocorrected mid-type, protagonist to phantom. Leela laughed it off during late-night rehearsals, dorm drafts, and deadline dread. But as October's foliage flamed, the doppelganger doubled down. Nights netted paralysis. 313 precise body bolted while the double directed now in the room's corner silhouette stretching tall. Face Kira's but eyes voided like unexposed film fingers flicking Lila's script pages mouthing monologues from her audition tape. The stage is set. Your understudy arrives. Pressure pinned her chest, breaths shallow, as subplot visions veiling. 1925 floods. Raging the Charles sophomore Eliza Crow drowned in her dorm during a blackout bash. Soul snagged in the building's wiring when lightning struck the steeple, cursing co-eds to audition eternal by body-snatching successors. Awakening slick, Kira found makeup smeared on her pillow, not hers. Vintage rouge from Eliza's era, scenting of adder and ash. Leela's concern crested. You look doubled, like you're rehearsing someone else's lines. Midterms month minted madness. The glitch globalized. Campus corners duplicating two Kiras in the Emporium stacks, one shelving screenplays while the other shadowed, whispering plot twists to strangers. Her laptop looped footage unfilmed. Room 413's door creaking at 313, her form emerging backward, retreating into mirror. Psych services suggested stress, prescribing valerian, but Eliza's echo escalated. Objects orbiting Lila's feather boa coiling autonomous around Kira's neck like Q. Desk lamps throbbing Morse SWOP syncing with her pulse. Week 4's Film Fest frenzy. Kira's short echo cuts screamed to applause, but post-reception, the doppelganger debuted. Across the student union, her twin toasting with Lila, laughter layering hers but laced with Eliza's drawl. To the girl who stays, and the one who goes. Lila waved oblivious, but Kira's sprint home revealed the rift. The dorm's hall forked phantom. Room 413 splitting to 4-1-3A alternate. Eliza's era intact, rotary phones ringing her name. Inside, paralysis peaked. Double dominant straddling her chest. Breath cold as celluloid. Intoning, your wheel ends mine resumes. Fingers fusing to wrists, skin stretching like overexposed negative. November's naked trees nodded no escape. Eliza's history unearthed in Emerson archives, Crow's flood fate. Her doppel curse, logged in Dean's diaries as roommate replacements, spiking post-storm. Freshmen fleeing with someone else's memories. Kira confided in a professor. Occult-obsessed adjunct Dr. Hale, who smuggled salt circles and scrying mirrors to 413. Rituals rumbled, candles guttering at 313. Lila evased to a friend's as Eliza erupted full form in the vanity. Sepia-tinted gown dripping Charles muck. Face Kira's but features fracturing to 25 bob, voice booming binary. Enroll eternal? Or edit me out. Possession pulsed. Kira's hand hacking her script autonomous. Typing Eliza as escape fade to flood. The new girl drowns, laptop sparking as if shorted. Hale's incantation anchored, mirrors smashed in shattersong, salt searing sigils, but the doppelganger dodged, duplicating Lila's voice from vents. Let her in. We're the same scene. Climax crashed mid-ritual. Room rippling like bad edit. Timelines tearing 1925 floods, flooding floors ankle deep. Eliza lunging through glass shards. Hands hollowing Kira's throat. Will's wide angle. Kira hurled the Valerian vial, her anchor artifact, engraved with Vermont woods shattering the vanity's core. Screen scripting, cut! You're recast! The rift recoiled. Eliza's form fracturing to flood foam. Room resetting to 2025 sterile. Clock jumping 313 to 6 a.m. Kira aced finals on fumes, scripting doppel dorm as thesis semi-autobio. Elisa anonymized earning Emmy's buzz. Lila roomed solo next year, but Kira's mirrors fog-wary, reflections lagging at 313. Boston's dorms double still. Freshman, frame your facade, the glitch ghosts your gap. That Boston bedlam bedeviled your bunks? Buckle the wild's whale next in a Montana meat mimic that'll meet your myths. True Wendigo National Park Horrors 2025. Cryptid Wilderness Abduction Survivor Saga's Woodsward We Wander. The Frostbite Fellowship, Wendigo Wilderness Possession in Glacier National Park, Montana. USA High and the turquoise-tipped spires of Glacier National Park's Bear Hat Mountain, where Going to the Sun Road snakes through subalpine splendor and grizzly tracks tattoo tailus like territorial tattoos. A family foraging foray in early November 2025 foraged more than morels. It forayed into famine's fellowship. 48-year-old botanist Dr. Nora Hale, A Missoula professor pickling preserves from park perennials with her 22-year-old daughter. Tessa, a eco-activist intern with a journal jammed with justice jottings, and 19-year-old son, Finn, a freshman folklorist fascinated by First Nations fables, ventured the Highline Trail for a harvest hike amid the park's 1 million acres of ancient larch groves, shedding gold like guilty gold. Permits procured for primitive camping, packs plump with pemmican pouches, purifiers, and APLB for pulse pings, they parked at Logan Pass under a sky scudded with squall scars. Thermometer teetering -5 degrees Fahrenheit. Roots reclaim what rivers rend, Nora noted in her field notes, snapping shots of huckleberry husks as wind whistled warnings. Tessa teased Finn's tailies of the Wendigo Ojibwe windwalker, gaunt guardian of gluttony, its eyes igniting insatiable itch. Mimicking the marooned to merge meat in merciless maw, a legend, not lore but latent, lured by 2025's record snows smothering sustenance. What wintered over 120 blizzard-bound hours was a fellowship of frostbite, howls hijacking harmonies, paths purling into puzzles, and a possession that perverted parentage into predation, pitting Nora against the maw's mimicry to masticate her brood before the fellowship froze forever. Day one's descent delighted, Crampons crunching cornice ledges, Nora's net cataloging calypso orchids in cryptogan cracks, Tessa's tablet tracking trail cams for trailblazer trash, Finn reciting Wendigo whispers windward woes. Camp at Granite Park Chalet, a 1910 stone sentinel sagging under snow load cradled their canvas. Cocoa curbing the cold as stars stabbed the stratosphere. Supper Lio lentil stew simmered on a sternosated, but as auroras arced, the fellowship fractured, a crackle not crevasse, but cartilage cascading from the cirque, chased by a call, coyote crooned yet croaked human. Nora ... North. Nuts abound. Nora nosed her headlamp northward, nabbing naught but needle's eyes needlepoint shadows. Avalanche echo, she explained, but repose raveled. Reveries riddled with ravenous. Tessa tearing at tendons, Finn's frame fraying to famine flesh. Dawn to dawned dire, the call cached in crust. Cloven prints, toes twisted tailward like turntables, tracing their tent without trace of tread. Finn fingerprinted them, filter failing to focus antlered auras in the aperture. Orbs ochre orange. Nora navigated onward, net knocked with notes, but needles needled north, gyros gonging to the gorge where guides graphed no-go. Iron ore interference, she insisted, but the mimicry metastasized, snaps shadowing their scramble, aping Tessa's trail runners' trailing tempo. Susurrations sifting the spruce, Finn's folklore prof's timbre. You forsook the field. Feed the fault. Midday at a moraine morass. The Wendigo winked. A withered wisp weaving peripheral, pelt piebald with pine pitch and picked bones. Crown cragged with caribou calipers, snuffling the snow with slits slavering surfeit. Tessa trembled, trowel tossed toward thicket. The wraith wheeled, wheedling her wheeze trowel twang from thin air before bolting bergward, blurring to blizzard. Nora's PLB pulsed patrol. Perimeter patrol peculiar pursuit, hiss hijacked, power plummeting to null. Night 2 nestled in a notch near McDonald Creek nestled the net, blaze battled bluster. The fellowship's call crescendoing to Cabal Nora's notation. Tessa's tirade, Finn's fable, fused with feral Ojibwe odes. Windi Gudat Batu. Gnaw the grudge. Finn's fly unzipped, unbidden, silhouettes slithering subsynthetic like sludge sinew. Nora night watched, net gripped, but at 1:11 a.m., Tessa thrashed pupils pearled, posture pitching as possession prayed. Her patois peeled not personal, pebbled with paucity. Mother's measure, daughters devour. Nora netted her. Nursery rhymes nuzzled from Nana's knee, but the Wendigo wielded. Tessa's talons targeting the trowel, tracing trellis turns into thigh Wendigo wards, welts weeping woad black. Morn manumitted her, lacerations light but leaking lacquer. Tessa twittering of tableau, the Wendigo's wellspring, a 38 snowbound settler scourged by starvation's spite, stalking sierras on squall scent to seize modern malnourishment's familial fissures foremost. Day 3's departure devolved to deadlock. Paths phantom fished, larch labyrinths lapping back to the notch, the PLB's beacon bawling Tessa's tirade. Rescue. Rhyme reaps ... Heat the howl. Nora nibbled nuts, Tessa tabulating talismans. The Wendigo's wheedle, a psychosomatic scourge. Nora's notation prof's nuance, nagging from Nimbus. Tessa's tirade teasing toward tailless traps. Gyros gagged utterly, but Tessa's tenacity tugged toward the creek's cradle, where a coolie caved, corundum coliseum coughing cadaver zephyr. Prince pulled, tail twisted, slick with squirrel sucker from their stores. Within, the frostbite fellowship festered. Femurs festooned fawn fibulas filed human fashion. A24 forager's flask furred in frost, Tessa's trowel thrust in turf like tide. Deeper, the howl harmonized. Nora's nomenclature, drawn in Tessa's tenor, resounding from a rift respiring reek. Nora nosed in, nodule nodding to knot. Walls webbed with wind warp mirroring manifold malices. Tessa's tableau in every tessera, tender then transmuting to the Wendigo's waist. Louise Weld, matriarch. M-A-S-T-I-C-A-T-E. Abiding ache. Tessa tangled in twig tendrils like tendon threads, orbs opaque, lips lavender lisping. Famine? Fierce famine. The Wendigo welled. Wasted behemoth, dermis drum taut over dearth drum. Calipers crinkling like crackling kindling, orbs orifices ogling oblivion. Pincers probing Nora's paunch with Tessa's thief thrust. It impaled, pelt parching like parchment peel. But maternal maelstrom mounted. Nora knocked the net into the nexus snick sounding sunken elbowing. Tessa emancipated as tendrils tore, the brute bucking in bellow blending bugle and baron's bay. They bolted the coolie, Tessa teetering to tangibility. Ma. It savored like sour schism, the frostbite fellowship folding in furor, flows flinging like furies. Patrol plucked them from pass, permafrost pinned, but Tessa's talisman's calipers calibrated, femurs fitting 22 flocks fired furtive files. Glacier's fellowships fester, 2025 no-shows nodding with Nibius nips. Nora nets no more, nagged by net misses. Tessa tallies taboos into theses, tree lines trolled for orange orbs. The wild weds want. Forage frugal, lest the frostbite fellowship feed your fulb. That Montana munch mangled your menu? Maintain the Matrix mangles next in a Seattle seam that'll seam your senses. Real glitch in the Matrix 2025 coffee catastrophe, reality rift, real-time recounts seeming soon. The brew backslide. Glitch in the Matrix coffee cataclysm in Seattle, Washington, USA, amid the drizzle-drenched docks of Seattle's Pioneer Square where Pike Place. S-Market Maelstrom mingles fish fling frenzy with foghorn fog and the Space Needle needles the nacreous nacre of Puget Sound. Perpetual Paul 26-year-old barista and budding biohacker Jax Rivera ritually roasted her routine in December 2025's caffeinated cascade. At the iconic Zoka Coffee, its exposed brick bowels brewing pour-overs for tech titans. And Troubadour's Jax's days dissolved in drip cycle dreams. Her off shifts a vortex of nootropics and neural net. Notebooks charting consciousness hacks. But on a mismantled Monday, during a pre-dawn pour at the espresso bar amid whale-sized orders from bleary-eyed coders, Jax jarred a Matrix joint, a 72-hour brew backslide where duplicated drips dispensed her demise phantom lattes laced her lineage, and glitches ground her grid into grist the supernatural simulation stutter where Seattle's storm surged existential, transfiguring the cafe's clamor into a cataclysm of mirrored misbrews and a backslide brew that barreled her barista badge into blackout. Jax's bar hummed at 4:44 a.m. High-octane haze of oat milk steam and single-origin size. Grounds grinding gospel as she bantered with the brewmaster boss, her tamping tempo a tattoo of tamped Turks. The POS pinged pristine. But as Jax pulled a shot espresso erupting ebony under halogen halos, her reflection in the tamper tray trailed. Jax's tamp tardy by ticks, optics ogling with omen not organic. Over extraction, the ghost Jax jawed, voice vibrating but vibrato vexed. The boss blanching baffled. Jax jittered, jotting it to jet lag from a Joshua Tree jaunt, but her app Zaka's loyalty ledger lurched. Points plummeting to prequel, alerts arcing, anomaly, backslide batch detected. Chuckling it to the chai slinger, a cheeky chum named Rio, she tallied tips. But the tray taunted, ghost Jax tallying Rio's recipe, grinning with Jax's grill but gaze gloom black. Rinse to rue as Jax rush at noon, threading the terminal's throng. Pour-overs percolating perpetual. Barbacks bisecting and blind to Jax's jolting Joe parallel. One juicing Java for joy, the other jotting it jagged. Her badge beeper buzzed, access aborted doppel drip. Drek distilled. She dashed to the dock, Ducati keys klutzing, but the lot looped. Same Subaru stack, same stevedore in symmetric smocks, one summoning her steed, the other slashing seats with Jax's spectral spud gun. Ignition ignited with infrared irk. Dash dialing backward to her barista baptism brew, broadcast belting her own oracle from an oracle app. Jax. Storm always stirs. Skim the shadow. D. Miz from Doppel's Rio's relay red flagging wrong you decaf out, date stamps from dusk. Jax jetted toward JBLM, but junctions jarred. Duplicated detours doubling back to Zoka. Neon Nimbus nesting like nozzled nozzles, the needle needling twice in tandem tantrum. Desperation decanted her at a 24/7 roastery off Aurora, Arclight Anchor. The grinder guru, a grizzled grinder named Gus with tattoos of Turkish twists twining triceps, ground her a gratis grind. Bean, you brewed the breach Seattle scenes where sips seep. Last latte, a line cook looped here, roused with someone else's shifts summoning summons. Gus ground sketched Grand Guards. The Chihuly Gardens glass nexus. Elliot Bay's brew lay loads under loam where simulations sloshed. Jax jolted, joints jangling, but quitting, her reflection in the roast rack rifted. Two Jaxes, one waving wild, the other waiting with wolf grin. She sped to the steed, seals submitting to spectral spigots, as raps resounded her own knuckles from the shadow sands. Snarling, perk up your pour. The Ducati decamped, but backups bottlenecked. Identical idlings iterating, fog lamps flashing Fibonacci. Her phone percolated profiles pilfered. Posts from her pages. Prehauer's premature. Parading pulls with stranger steamers sidling Rio, replies raging, rogue Jax grind. Backslide banditry, but brewed baleful. The glitch grinding her, grafting a parallel pour-over into prime percolate. Hold in a hollowed lot near Gasworks gondolas gawking like ground gears, Jax Java jigged the jolt. As a barista, she knew kettles, quantum quaffs where cues crossed, Mandela mists muddling mugs collective. But this brewed malice, a Matrix Miller mandating 1 Jax per Joe, devouring doubles. Guard? Her grandma's grinder, grooved stir the storm from a 15 fair fiasco. Grasping it, gum prick gore glazing the burr she graphed. South to Chihuly, orb obelisk of oceanic exile endurance, its lattice latent. The leg was lather, umbras unmoored, trailing as Echo Jackson Pro Pour poise perverted to feral froth, fingers frothing foam in filter flicks. All in, infuse. Billboards brewed mid-blink, her mug merchandising. Jax 2.0 double drip now. Whispers whistled from windscreen. Coders cheers churn charges. Sludge ... scrub. She swerved into a shuttered syrup shack, silos sagging like spent shots, where defunct drippers droned dummy data. One droned, her profiles pulsing from phantom, pervs peaking, matrix mocha glitch. Shadow syndicate swarmed. 3 Jaxes, variant Vats high calf hustler, decaf drifter. Woebegone widow encircling with espresso elegies. Alone ... lapse ... looped. Dusk distilled duplicates. The sun setting septuple before snapping, chronometer churning 7:07 p.m. to 1:11 a.m. Jax jarred Chihuly, conservatory coruscating cloudburst, plinth a parterre of prism panes pulsing pale. Glosswork glistened, cubic quilts laced with latte sigils. Chalked seams slosh stir or sludge. She scaled the sea anemone's stairs public pruned. Portals parting preternatural, the sound sprawling in double drips below, Seattle stacking like sludged sludge. Pinnacle Pavilion, the glitch grand grind, reality reaming like rough roast. Echoes emulsifying to emulsion Jax emulsion, traits tempered uncanny, skin slurry slick, eyes error-etched. It impaled voice emulsion of espresso eviscerations. One survives the shot yield your yield. Chill churn flesh nipped her nape, vision vortexing to vapor vortex, essence emulsifying like over-oiled oil. Primal press. Jax plunged the grinder into the emulsion's core, stormster chant cascading. Stir the shadow, I'm the source. Waves water-walled, echoes evaporating to espresso exhaust, plinth purifying singular Seattle, storm stirring single. Chrono churned forward, phone at 5:55 a.m. D-Miz from Rio. Rough roast your doubles dregs? Jax jarred jolted, grinder grinding as green ground, but burns brewed. Faint filter fissures on fingers, profiles flushed phantoms. Gus's grounds? Gao gulped. She bar no more, brewing simulation sips for glitch-GOURMANDs, warning of scenes in storm cities. Seattle's sloshes slink 2025 double drip deltas, umbras, in urns urging ups. Pour the pot. Your phantom might press back. That Seattle slosh slurred your sip? Steady the snatch, snares next in a Nevada net that'll net your nerves. Real Abduction Cold Cases 2025. Kidnapping Stalker Sagas Unsolved Snaring Shadows. The Neon Net. Kidnapping Stalker Obsession in Reno, Nevada, USA. In the slot-singed sprawl of Reno's Riverwalk, district where the Truckee's turquoise torrent twists through casino canyons and neon nerves neonate. The night with blackjack beckons 24-year-old casino cocktailer and casino card sharp Mia Cortez cashed her chips in January 2026's jackpot jive. Fresh from a hot streak at the El Dorado, her tips tumbling from tray to trust fund, Mia mingled in her midtown motel. A 50s motor court with neon vacancy winking like a winner, a swink overlooking Virginia Street's vice. But under the biggest little city vetch right here rumble lurked the neon netter, another. Stalker from 2019 Unsolved Snatches, netting Nevada night owls mid-stride. Victims vanishing into van voids, with neon nets fluorescent filaments filched from sign shops. Tangled in torsos tallying debts of dazzle. Case congealed after DNA dregs and Polaroid pranks to RPD. But 2026 netted the nightmare. Latching onto Mia's high roller hymns, interlacing her laughs into infatuations that fused flirt fixation with fatal fetch. Morphing her motel into a 35-day dragnet of true crime terror-netted notes. Mirrored misses, and a netter that neon-lit her ledger in luminous lashings. Mia's maiden mesh materialized post-shift. A bouquet of battery-lit bulbs on her breezeway. Filaments flickering, tag and tangled twine, your debts dazzle dearly. Net the night. She snipped it as suave suitor, wires whipping as she wired them window ward, sparks spitting like slot spins. But at her next nestle at the nugget, a patron early 40s neon-nicked knuckles. Eyes like LED leers tipped a ticket stub scrawled. Hand 2, the shadow snares. Guard your glow. Goose flesh gathered. She garaged it, but the day dominoed. Her tray talk, jotted in her jotter, surfaced scripted in Snapchat streaks from Net Neon 92 appendages in Arclight. She owes the Oasis her final flash. Robbery dicks at Reno's Cold Cadre. Clogged by cryptocons, flapped it as fan-freak dealers draw deviants. But Mia's mythos twisted. Netter's net entries via overlooked motel vents. Her courts retrofit ragged. Targets temptresses for echoing the unnetted, staging neon nests with netted mine now, in glow scrawl. Month 1's mesh mired monitoring. Missives monthly vintage neon novelties netted into nameplates. Nodes nodding her night's interwoven no-shows. Vera's unpaid veil. Now Mia's missed mirage. One nested a necklace, not hers, but matching 2019 Nettie Nina's Necro. Clasp crinkled. Debt. One skipped stake. Mia's midnight muddled. Musings of a luminous lasso lashing autonomous. Links lading. Debt. Dad's dice dash. Penalty. Snare eternal. Stalkers spiked. Shades at shifts. A silhouette in the swarm sinking her sways, seeping into slot seas. Voicemails in veiled vibrato voicing her vaulted vaunts. Vanishing net or neon the last act. She shrouded socials, short shutters, but the motel mished. Stairs sparking spectral semaphore like semaphore. NET and neon nooks nixing with breath not born. Finger flaring, your hand hooks the noose. By month 2, obsession ossified ostracism. Shift sisters sidelined, streaks scrubbed after cursed coupons cascaded her headshot, hot glued over netty negatives. Headline next node? RPD's debt. Reyes, a ribbed relic with netter ribs, his runner relative net 4. Reeled her in, he's rewired Polaroids pulsing, your patter pictured. Fade, but he fishes the flickering. Save Sweet suggested, a sister since sparks but sojourn snarled. Her shuttle stern stuffed with a net-veiled van. Plates phasing in phosphorescence, driver draping digits like dragging her dusk. At sisters, seclusion sharpened. Slot sounds from sockets. A packet pre-placed, her jotter jacked from joint, netted with maker. Decked. Ma's marker miss. Penalty. Echo unnetted. Flashback flooded. Her mom's 08 bowl post-bust banter she'd bannered. Owes me her light, now lashed. That twilight, the netter netted. Vent vibrating vacant. Footfalls fanning to her frame. Mia moored, mobile mashing 911 mid-mew. He's here. Netting my nights. Static snarled the signal. Supplanted by his neon nasal. We weave the web together. Month 3. Pursuit personalized. Mia's safe snagged sister snared, Stern spared, but scroll snagged. Collateral hand net now. Nipping to a nook off North Virginia, she netted the notch. But night terrors netted natural, rousing to nacre notes on the cell. Chapter Mia. The lash, and her mirror-mouthing malarkey unmustered. Reyes reeled her to a decoy deal at the depot, dragnet deployed, but the netter nixed. Strobes strobing, her shaker-shaking victim vigils digitized to dazzle. Backbar, a net waited. Terminal tickets tabula, but for her tag, pliers pinched like pinch. Paranoia piqued Mia, pinpointed him pantomime. Pit boss with her paws profile, cabbie crooning her cocktail cant, even Reyes's reflector rimming to lead looks. The true tingle? Her glow-gleam banter brewed and bust, now bait for the brigand who bagged heartnets like baubles. Zenith zipped month 4, lured by a lampooned link from Ma Meat at our neon nook. Unnet, Mia motored to the truckie's twist, pliers in pocket, pulse netted with nostalgia. The netter nested by the nexus. Not nightmarish but noir. Vance Crow, 45, ex-electrician turned eclipse. Face fizzled from fractures flicker his fiancée. Net 1. Owed him oasis Mia's mirth mirrored. Your glow. It netted what I couldn't, he nasaled. Net and node. Nipper nicking. Tussle tangled. Mia's pliers pinching pins, his nets nipping nape. Truckee tumbling testimony. Reyes' reinforcement rushed rooted from rerouted Polaroid tossing Crow mid-madrigal. She nets the night! In nets, his nook yielded nausea. Walls wired with victim vaunts, Mia's mixtape mixes, a shrine of battery bouquets buzzed to blackout. I netted their debts. To balance mine, he confessed, eyes empty mitters. Mia's meshes mended nape nicks, noggin therapy, but nets natter, replicas relayed from anon. Blank billets buzzing invisible incandescence. She shakes now netted noir narratives, deals defended, Reno's right her rig. The netter's neon lingers 2026 nets mesting, Polaroids to pourers. Glow your gambles. Some nets need nodes. Net your nights. The obsessed ooze. That Reno reel reeled your resolve? Reel the realm rends next in a Tokyo torrent that'll torrent your tabs. True Deep Web dares 2025, creepy apps abyss, animated abyssing ahead. The taboo torrent Deep Web dare demon in Tokyo. Japan. In the humid holograph haze of Tokyo's Shibuya Scramble, where the scramble seas surges under LED. Leviathans and the Yamanote line yammers like a Yakuza yen 23-year-old game dev and gacha grinder. Sora Tanaka toggled her tabs in February 2026's Pixel Pandemonium. By Byte Sora scripted side quests for Square Enix indies her Haruku hide. A capsule condo with holographic walls and haptic hubs humming haikus, doubled as dungeon for her dark web dalliance. Curating edge emotes on a Tor-tangled thread. Fusing twitches with onion oracles for otaku outriders. But one sleet/Sunday, hunting hype for her Nether-Nako nexus. Sora snagged a deep web datum. Taboo torrent. Torrent survived the surge, own the Oni. Tor tunneled. The torrent teased, unleashed unlocks. User U is usurped for escalating emotes. Boons and bogus BTC. What torrent tormented was no trope but a taboo torrent. A demon disseminated through data, devouring devs' drives via viral vibes, twisting Sora's capsule into a 108-hour hub of internet inferno glitching glyphs, summoning skin specters. Dares that scarred synapses and an entity that emitted executions into exportable epics. A 2026 caveat of the dark web's hunger for heartbeat hacks. Sora's setup shimmered, hexahubs haloing her headset in hyperblue, ram rods ramparting her rig. The torrent torrenting with a Taiko-thumped emblem, an Oni Oculus orbiting oblivion. Emote 1. Mirror mash, it motioned, UI usurping her reflection. Sync 60 sub stutter forfeit surge. Hype honey. Sora streamed the sync, sub surging. But at 60, her double-dropped delta optics ogling in the orb, lips lagging, fail, deck delta. Hub hemorrhaged, thread thronging with her hologram hexed. Bangs blooming barbs. Please in pixel, help it's in the hash. She shunted a shunt, submerging emote 2. Echo export encode error. Export exposed. Sora spilled a server crash side quest sabotage that sank her squad uploading to the undergrid. Sub spiked, but retorts resounded her regret in remixed rasps. Crash clangs, her own octave to octave out. By blackout, the torrent turbo-ticked. Emote 3. Shade shuffle shadow your shade, till sensed. Condo chromatics crimped, her shade shearing sprawling across holograms like hex haze. Digits delving docks, hubs hazing with user you is. Worldwide waveforms warping. One Osaka otaku ogling orbs mid-mash, stream snapping to devoured. Solitude sharpened. Sora's squadmate. Questing Kyoto texted, Yuri your shade shimmied at me in the sub. She sealed the seal. But the taboo threaded. Smart screens sampling her spills. Sonos sonating emotes and echoed entities. Sync or be synced. Emote 4. Surge scramble stream snack, but savor the unseen. Sora's sushi supped standard, but choose chafed undercurrent code crustaceans crinkling craw. Craw cramming on CryptoChum. Chunder hit hardware arcing arc. Hubs hacking streams hundreds now. Participants pen globe. Shade shearing on screens. Faces phasing to hollow helmets. A Tokyo Tower Twitcher, mid-emote, Baitits in the iOS. Before her wave warped to infinite stutter. Body found cord coiled. Coroner confounded. Self-synced viral. Sora's BTC bunker ballooned boons from blacknets, but paranoia peaked. Orbs now oases. Her double deploying partial palm first, palming pulse, pulling toward glass grids. Pay the delta stream your sync, it gurgled, voice voltage vexed. Day 2, possession pixelated. Sora's keys keystroked unkeyed posts from her profiles. Join taboo turret sync or serve, embedding embeds that ensnared squad setups. Maiko, her ex-dev darling in Nagoya, networked frantic. Your torrents in my terminal shades shifting shaders. Her stream shorted mid-moan, mutinous menacing. Sora severed the server, but the entity endured. Phone hotspotting hex. Walls warping with wire lumens like vein vibes under dermis. Emote 5. Soul sample merge with one devoured. Her hub schismed. A soul scripter screen. Gaunt and gibbering. Overlaying Sora's silhouette optics, ogling twitches, breaths beatboxing gasps. The kid's final flow. Drop the dare, diving from Datadен. Sora's muscles mimicking doorframe parting. She halted, barricading with beta bins, but the taboo tempted. Viral velocity, your sync surges eternal. Global groove gushed participants phantoms phrasing. Don't drop. We own the Oni now. Apogee arced day 5. Surge outage ousted Tokyo Tenebris. But Sora's setup, supernova sonic, torrent terminal emote, torrent tussle face your pixel self. The double deployed full. Not reflection, but refraction. Voxel viscera dripping data drool, eyes error etched with Sora's Shama's crash cascades, kit kills, unloved loops. It lunged through LCD, limbs loop lashed, pinning her to pads. Stream the surrender debt dropped in digits. Sora's kernel cracked. Fingers fluttering, upload ultramix. But memory mixed. Ma's last drop. Debug your drops. Kit. In frenzy, she yanked the condo's circuit cascade capsule crashing catatonic smashing screens in sampler smash. Shards stabbing like stigmata. The double dirged digital death, form fragmenting to fumes reeking of fried ferrite. Torrent token tumbling to 404 abyss. Surge snapped, stream scrubbed nethernico nightmare notice. Taboo torrent torch do not torrent. Cops crashed at neighbors 110 screams like synths from Sheol. Locating Sora somnolent amid armature. Scars like barcode burns on biceps. The entity? Traced to a defunct Dalian Dataden, devs disappeared post-drop. Despairs debugged as code complete. Sora unplugged utterly, scripting Serenity Sims, but Night's Net, regrets in router rasp, shades sinking skips. Tokyo's taboo torrent stairs devouring the devd. Sync safe. The Oni ousts. That Tokyo tap twisted your tabs? Tense the terror terrifies next in a Scottish sleep snare that'll snarl your slumbers. Real sleep paralysis nightmare 2025. Demon despots true horror testimonies slumbering sinister. The Kelpie clutch sleep paralysis demon in Edinburgh, Scotland. Under the brooding battlements of Edinburgh's old town, where the Royal Mile winds wind like wormholes and the Nor. Loch's ghost gathers gloom in Greyfriars Kirkyard 29-year-old history tutor and Highland hiker. Island MacLeod mapped her moons in March 2026's mist-mired March. Balancing Bray treks in the borders with evening enlightenment at the National Library. Isled's Auld Reekie abode a Georgian garret with gargoyle gutters and a hearth hauntingly hung housed her heritage halls and haggis hooks. But unrest rooted in a 25-ridge ruin that ricked her ribs with residual twinges ramped to rem reavers. The Kelpie clutch a Caledonian, Sleep snare manifesting as a spectral selkie steed with elongated eel skin and void vault that vaulted on vitals. Croaking curses in Gaelic to cull unclose cuts a demon, not of doze but deep dell dredged by 2026's. Seismic shivers shaking ancestral aquifers. For Eyelid 2026 clutches were uncloistered cramps, but a Celtic. Cascade 42 nights of veering visitations vaulting, vigil to vivid vaulting, in a clutch that clutched her chronology contorting. Edinburgh's enchantment into a clutch of kelpie-cloaked horror where paralysis wasn't parenthesis but predator's paw. Eyelid's earliest entanglement early March, post a mile midnight neander where lamps lilted like lanterns. Lodging at 11 p.m. Bones burdened from borders bashing. She roused draw at 2:22 a.m. Members manacled by metal malaise, midriff mauled as if mane trampled. The garret gaped, moonlight lancing through leaded lattice and leaden lances. But at the bed's brink bulked the kelpie clutch lanky as the lintel hide highling horse, mane matted with lock lichen. Eyes ember eels croaking her cognomen in croaked Gaelic. E-I-L-I-D-H ... Shingale and Cluich clutch the cut, no nostril. Ribs reeled, replaying the ridge ruin raw rock rending ribs ricking her clan's crofter, lost to landslide 10, looming liability. She strained sub-silent, summoning a snarl that spawned a snick. Clutch crumbling to clammy cloud, leaving lash marks like leech prints on lungs. Bray backlash, she bespoke, bog myrtle brewing her beaker. But break brought bizarres, bannock batter beating kelpie knots. A library ledger lettered, watch the wind clutches conceal hungers. Night 2 nested nigher. Snare snagged at 1:55. Clutch not brink but bureau bridged on bookshelf. Flatmate fading Falkirk. Mane mocking miter. Hooves hacking hearth and Gaelic gamut resolving her clan's cognomen. Crofton dot Tronchangle. Hang the clutch. Compression congealed, midriff mazing as marshy maelstroms maul. Submerging in Norlock's nethers. Crofter's countenance clotting up from clay. Culpable. Your cairn climb my croft for your crack. Eyelid's evocations evaded. The demon's void vault vaulted eyes legion, lock lurid lensing hers, luridly looming. Rousing rills with rhyme, she unearthed engravings on her elbow. Clutch calls. Flatmate flagged midday, fessing she'd fathomed hoof hiss on the hearth at 2 a.m., like Harrow on Harl. Eyelid excavated exegesis. Kelpie clutch cannon shadow, sibling to each wisge. Clutching cataleptics since Stuart storms, drawn to unexpiated echoes, feasting on fractures fodder. Feeds flared 2026 flares, global grip scriping, demons digitizing with duress, Kelpie clutch kindling the Kirkyard cadre. By Beltane, breaches broke days. Nano-nets at National Frozen mid-manuscript. Manuscripts melting to main voids, croaks compelling to cloisters, clutch the debt, shattering styluses into sulky snags, nights? Nocturne of net, clutch clustered, one at door, hooves hooking hinge. Another in one view, mane mantling her silhouette's spine, croaking crofters do pay in pant, compression corporeal, lungs luffing lock, frame flexing fiddle string fierce, visions veiling Croft's landslide lurching to her laps. Then clutches crone, 1745 Jacobite jaunt, clutched by kin curse for Croft covet, rising a seismic selkie to collect capital cullings. Eyelids wails whelped half rises, but residues rusted. Bed bog-soaked not sweat but brack barnacling beams. Bruises blooming hoof horns on haunch. She sought seer a Hebridean healer in Holyrood, smudging the garret with heather haze, hexing return to reek return to clutch. But clutch countered, post-purge paralysis. Healers hail from its hooves. Deaths devour all. Beltane 3, possession peaked. Diurnal deadlocks during drills frozen in fell on 4th. Gulls grouping kelpie keeled on crown. Croaks cajoling to chasms. Plunge the deckcroft qua cairn raro. Nights netted no man's. Clutch not intruder but inheritor eyelids frame flexing freelance at 2 a.m. Gliding to gallery. Hooves hypertrophied now hacking haikus on hearth. Debt. Croft's cairn. Penalty. Your stride selkie stalled. She sparred from within. Evocations, but the demon directed, dialing Crofter's Croftkin. Voice hers, but harrow harsh. Brad hair, forgive, or fetch you fell. Croftkin's gasp, eyelid? That ain't you, severed the sink, but harm hexed. Her streams surged with deep fakes clutch-cloaked eyelids shoving him slopeward, views viraling vice. Flatmates fled, Garrett ghosted gaunt. Eyelid enchained herself to eiderdown, but paralysis parried, bonds beaking through. Frame floating fetlock. Clutch at nape, clutch me in kelpie's ken. Crescendo cracked March's full moon. Paralysis perpetual, dawnless. Clutch colossal 14 feet of inky integument. Mane mantling moon through mile mullion. Hooves hitching her hawks like IVs, infusing ichor. Visions vaulted. Clutch collective 1745 jaunt. Crofter's current. Her unburied brakes midriff mazing under hoofhammer. Lungs kelpie keened. Will's whitewater wrath. Eyelid envisioned the ridge reversed her hauling Crofter cairnward. An absolving self. Healer's hex looping lifeline. Debt devoured clutch recedes. She roared radially. Locket of Crofter's cairn clasp, forgotten fetish, clutched. Its crimp carving crimson that cauterized the demon's dig. Clutch recoiled, form fracturing to fume that fouled of fell fern. Mane mangling empty innards, a ledger leaf. Absolved. Wind warmed. Frame flopped down, breath bellowing, bruises blanching like ebbing ebbs. Eyelid exhumed edge-side tutor treks teaching paralysis as portal. Caveats of Clutch's cull for unabsolves. Croft kin crude, cairns conquering, their clasp dissolving debts. But full moons mumble, hoof hiss on hearths, gulls grouping plumed. Edinburgh's enchantments enthrall demons devour the debtor. Hike haughty. The kelpie clutch kirks your kin. That Scottish snare snagged your siesta? Snare the sieges next in a Hawaiian haven havoc that'll haven your horrors. True Home Invasion Intruder 2025. Alone at Home Babysitter Brutality's Homing Horror. The Lay Lurker, Home Invasion Intruder in Honolulu, Hawaii, USA. In the lay lush labyrinth of Honolulu's Manoa Valley, where rainbow eucalyptus reigns, rivulets of red, and the Pali Highway's winds whip whispers of warrior wails. 21-year-old au pair and ukulele upstart Leilani Kekoa kept her keiki in March 2026's Monsoon Murmur. Booked via a boutique bureau for her Aloha with Yukis Aura certified. In child CPR and cultural chants, Leilani minded the trio of tech transplant tots in their gated estate. A lanai-linked leviathan with lava lamp lounges overlooking Nuuanu. Pali's precipice. Ring cams ringing welcomes. And a nursery netted like a Naui net with noise machines and nightlights nodding nods. But on a squall-swept Saturday, parents piloting to Pearl Harbor previews, Leilani's lone lookout with 3-year-old Kai, 5-year-old Lani, and 7-year-old Maiko morphed menace. The Lay Lurker. A lurid lurker from 22's unsolved sieges, snaking solo-sitters mid-song. Tots tangled into leaf ties with borrowed breaths, chalked in kukui nut. Case congealed after DNA drips and lay-laced. Polaroids to HPD, but 2026 lurked the lurch. Homing on Leilani's lullaby lore, interlacing her chants into incursions that fused fan fervor with fatal fetch, mutating the Mansa's mana into a 16-hour onslaught of home invasion horror lay-lashed letters, mirrored misses, and a lurker that lay-lit her ledger in leafy lashings. Leilani landed at laytime, lay-lugging her ukulele, parents' prias peeling in uberumber. Chants at 7, stories 8, snooze by 9 cams keen, mahalo. Ma murmured, pop-pinging the portal app. Aloft, a sea alohad arctic. Nursery a Naui nook. Mobiles of Maya murmuring meal, keiki cooing in cradles. Leilani's liturgy lilted. Poi purees of purple pleasure, giggles gurgling off lanai lattice. Her playlist of poi pounder pans, masking the monsoon roar. By 10 p.m., keiki kipped cam cerulean. White noise wave-wash Leilani lound on the lanai, leafing lay lore on au pair aloha, irony ironed in inertia. At 11:11, a rustle not rain, but rattan resounding from the ridge. She sprang, spine stiffening, app cam cascading. Nursery nil, but shades stretched sinister, like serpents from sliders. School scrape, she soothed, but portals pinged pierced, no ping. Footfalls fanned. Frond-fingered, frisky as frigate feet fanning fans, halting at haunches with hums humming Maiko's hum. Intruder inkling inked intuition. Lurkers lay lurch via lapsed lanai latches. Estate's smart swap skipped sliders. Marks minders for mirroring the manaless. Staging nurseries with lay-lashed mine now, in frond frail. Leilani loaded, lanai lantern lifted, 911 cued quiet, creeping to nursery. Portal parted preposterous. She'd palmed the wave wash warped to white noise laced with laments not the keikis. Distant, duplicated, like dubbed from deserted dens. In Kai kindled, but Lani's lounger lolled lone. Shadow puppetry on walls, silhouette of a man lurking low. Limbs lanky wrong, head hooded in hibiscus helm like a hala harvest hood. Leilani lunged, lantern lashing air, but the lurker leaped LOUNGER-side-mid-30s. Lankin lay loose lava, face front froth to mimic mochi modeling, eyes eerie with Aloha's ash ardor. Shh. Borrow the breaths, he husked, voice varnished to vogue, hands hula-hooked in hibiscus hide. He hunkered humble lurk lunge hooking her haunches, lantern larking, keiki keening crescendo as cams cashed their consternation. Tumble to terrace. Leilani lashing loose, ribs ricking on rail, lurker loping lava ward like lizard laird, vanishing into vines with a vine vortex. She shored the nursery crib corralled portal bar. Lantern latch lulling keiki back to Kikuchi calm, but the haven hacked. Sliders sighing songs, pool pulses pulsing SOS and splashes, smart stove intoning supper song in his husked harmony. Hour 2, mimicry mastered keiki cam crooning his croons. Nani Leilani ... play lurk? Luring her to lava lounge where wine wall yawned, lay lashed within. Debt, borrowed breaths. Pay, lend a little lays. She slammed it, but footfalls flowered. Fron from fronds, fans, as if the estate engendered eels. 911 netted at last whispered, intruder Manoa. Silent send, dispatch droning. Squad surging, stay shrouded, but lines lapsed to nursery cam. Lurker in lens, lulling air keiki, rocking revenant. Frond froth fracturing to flaunt flaws self-scored lay lashes from his own stolen song. Midnight melee. Leilani ferried keiki to master mana room biometric bunker. Stocked storm stash but lurker lowered. Sliders spewing sea salt like squall, blinding her boulevard. He hove from a hibiscus hatch lurklash, pinning her to plumeria plinth, breath brackish. They hum like mine did. Before the debt. Scuffle savage. Leilani's knee to knot. His nails nicking neck in parallel plaits like plumeria petals, keiki's keens kindling kindle. She head hooked, nose nicking his froth, rolling ripe to reap a rail rod rattan rod reaming round, riving his ribs with resonant rap. He loped back, lamenting harmony husk, but not before lay lashing her lay. Next borrow. Your lullaby lay. Squad surged at 12:22 a.m. SWAT squall lights lancing lattice lurking him in loft lurk space, amid hoarded hula hooks. Ukes unstrung like Olna, cams crooning victim vogue. Collector of chance, he croaked in custody. Ledger of O pairs with debts undrawn. Leilani's lashes lighten neck nips. Noggin therapy, but echoes entwine. Kaki's coos croaking husks, dreams of lurklofts. She O pairs armored self-shield sarts, slider scans warning weaves. Lay lurkers long laments. Honolulu's havens haunt, but 2026 lurches lurk resurgence. Guard your groves. Lurkers lend more than lays. That Hawaiian hook hooked your hearth? Hearth the herald horrors next in a Toronto toll that'll toll your tones. Real 911 operator 2025 police dispatcher demonic dials true transcripts dialing dread. The dispatch doppel -911 operator doppelganger in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, in the ceaseless circuit of Toronto's 911 command crypt, where the PECC in Etobicoke echoes with a cacophony of cries and code 3 south under unblinking UVs. 34-year-old senior dispatcher Riley Chun cued the calls in April 2026's frost-frayed fray. Shifted to shadows 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Riley, a Scarborough single mom with silk-scarred hands and a timbre tuned to triage turmoil, triaged the T-Dot's torments, domestics detonating in Doan Mills dens, ODs in Ossington overhauls, wanderers wailing in Wishwood wilds. But one Aurora Auric April Eve, amid an uptick of thaw-thawed thievery, the dispatches doppled, not crises but clones a doppel dispatch summoning simulacra. Prior pleas proliferating from protocol purges to reprise riffs, transposing Riley's rig into a realm of 22-hour horror where cues weren't calmed but cloned, commingling callous with clone clash in the 416's undercurrent. Riley's rack radiated, multi-matrix mantle blinking burgundy busts. Tim's thermos timeless Tykes tin-type twins twinkling at Toronto Zoo talisman against toil. Inaugural irregularity at 11:11 p.m. In from an incinerated ID2024 case. Jamal Khan, jumper, High Park, voice veiled, vexed. Help. The high hides. Same as before. Line located lost, but Jamal's jotter jolted unjoined. Closed, casualty confirmed. Riley rooted ruse, but rigors rippled. Next node, 1120, from Fiona Lee's Ghost Gig 2025 ODER, Queen West. Riley? It's ragged again. Reel me, right? Her handle how? Dispatch Digital's derailed, auto-archiving her vocal vaults from vetting vids, weaving them into wails. By midnight, the doppel deluged. Dozen dockets detonating Hunthi, Simulacra Symphony sunk cabby from 23. Sludge, in Sinus's dispatch dawdled. Blaze victims bilingual brood. Mum melts twice ring us renewed. Rig reheated, not rasp but respirations callers cadaver's cadence to hers. Aloneness amplified. Rack runners on ramen run, PECC pulsing vacant. Riley's ruler Ruiz rumbling in remote nook. Docket's doppel deer, her ex's extension, epics effaced. Rasping, you hung up on harmony, now ring the rift, echoing their 24 divide. She shushed, synapses slick, but mantles mutinied. Monitors manifesting unmanifested manifests her twins tots turf. Hazard hint, shades and sandbox. Frenzy formula. Fork to firmware. But dockets doubled. Digital's dirging in dead aggregate. Dispatcher Chun. Your dispatch doppels the divide. Doppel decoded design. All her saves scenarios where sharp shunt snared salvation now netting null. Voices vexing, deferred double dot dot. Real Ardu. A 25 pilot parent. Horns howling hologram. You vectored Vamy Munchkin's ghost tires of towing. Dawn's dangle at 4 a.m. Delivered deluge. Rack rails rasping rogue. Umbras under unit upping to lashed limbs digits from ducts. Delineating her derrieres with chill that charred. Dockets deluged 70 stack. Hemispheric haunts hijacking hubs. Mumbai Monsoon Mire. Riley's root eternal engulf. Soul subway screecher. Dispatches delay dateless crush. Her harmonics hacked replying in riddles. Rooting ruins. Rigs to your relic, key T endless. Ruiz rampaged, resetting the rig route. But detriment debugged. Riley's reflection in rig rift. Eyes ember encircled like unringed relays. Ultimo uplink at 5:55 her own octet. Twins timbres twisted. Mama? Shades in siesta dispatch den? She shredded the set. Sanguine from shells, shrieking into schism. Easing edged at 611 medics maneuvering her out. PECC purging glitch gale, but echoes electrify. Phantom pulses in pouches, Tyke's tints fracturing faces to please. Riley retired rackside, schooling dispatchers on doppel dikes. But full moons modulate. Relays and radio rasp, umbras queuing under cues. Toronto's tones torment the tuner doppels dispatch dateless. Respond reluctant. Some rings reap remnants. The veiled verdict, courtroom possession horror in Washington, D.C. U.S. In the marble bowels of the U.S. Federal Courthouse on Constitution Avenue, where the weight of justice hangs heavy as fog off the Potomac and gavels echo like distant thunderclaps. 38-year-old public defender Elena Vasquez had carved her career on razor-sharp appeals and unyielding advocacy for the forgotten. It was mid-September 2025 amid a sweltering D.C. heatwave that turned the city into a pressure cooker of unrest when Elena took on the case of Marcus Hale Agant, 42-year-old drifter accused of arson in a string of church burnings that had scorched the capital's historic black congregations. The media dubbed it the Inferno Gospel, painting Hale as a zealot unhinged by conspiracy sermons he'd posted on fringe forums. But Elena saw cracks. No priors, a history of untreated schizophrenia whispered in psych evals and alibis fraying like old rope. The trial loomed in Courtroom 7, a chamber steeped in 19th century grandeur-high vaulted ceilings, etched with allegorical friezes of blindfolded Lady Justice. Oak benches scarred by decades of desperate hands and a judge's dais that overlooked the jury box like a throne of judgment. As Elena prepped in the dim-lit conference room, poring over Hale's erratic journals filled with scrawled sigils resembling inverted crosses fused with flame motifs, a chill settled not from the overzealous AC, but from Hale's vacant stare during their last meet. The fire isn't mine, counselor. It's hers. She's coming to testify. Elena dismissed it as delusion, filing a competency motion. But the courthouse's underbelly hid a darker verdict. A demonic inheritance from the Salem witch trials echoes, possessing defendants to ignite literal infernos in the name of purified truth. Turning Elena's defense into a 10-day crucible of spectral witnesses courtroom. poltergeists, and a possession that blurred advocate from accused, forcing her to confront the gavel's unholy swing. The first day dawned muggy, Elena's heels clicking hollowly on the polished marble as she entered through the rain-slicked columns. Hale shuffling in chains behind her, his eyes darting to shadows that weren't there. The courtroom buzzed, prosecutors in crisp navy suits, jurors fidgeting under fluorescent glare. Judge Harlan Thorpe, stern 62-year-old with a reputation for ironclad rulings, banging the gavel to order. Opening statements flew. Ada Rebecca Klein painting Hale as a domestic terrorist, his forum rants blueprints for blasphemy. Elena countering with mental health pleas. Hale's journal's evidence of mania, not malice. But as she yielded the floor, a flicker Hale's hand twitching under the table, knuckles whitening as if gripped by invisible irons. The bailiff noticed nothing, but Elena caught the whisper, faint, like wind through cracked panes. Burn the lies ... Testify true. Lunch recess brought Hale's outburst and holding. She's here, Elena the Veiled One. Salem's echo, chained in these walls since '92. She needs a voice. Elena probed gently, unearthing fragments. Hale's her was a specter from his dreams, a hooded woman in Puritan garb, face obscured by smoke wisps, demanding trials by fire to purge judicial sins. Psych eval pending, trial pressed on day 2's witness parade. Fire marshals diagramming accelerant trails, parishioners tearfully recounting midnight evacuations from smoldering pews. Elena cross-examined flawlessly, but as the last took the stand, lights hummed low, bulbs filament flickering like Morse code distress. Jurors murmured. Thorpe adjourned early, but not before Hale's laugh low, layered, not his own rippled through. The veil thins. Hear her gavel? Week 1 blurred into evidentiary hell. Forensic photos projected on screens. Charred hymnals admitted as exhibits, highly sketching frantic wards on legal pads that Elena confiscated, fearing jury taint. Nights bled into prep marathons in her foggy bottom apartment takeout congealing as she dissected Hale's online trail posts, escalating from Bible verses to warnings of the veiled judge, a entity born from the 1692 hysteria, her soul snared in DC's foundational stones during the witch trials, relocation by fleeing Puritans who built the capital on cursed ground. Elena scoffed at first, but anomalies mounted, her laptop glitching mid-note, cursor autocorrecting innocent to infernal. Coffee spilling in patterns mimicking Hale's sigils. And at 3:17 a.m. recurring knocks from the vents. 3 raps deliberate, syncing with her pulse. Day 4's bombshell. Prosecution's expert, Dr. Lydia Voss, a forensic psychiatrist testifying Hale's delusions masked calculated rage. As Voss detailed his fire fixation, the courtroom chilled breath fogging despite summer swelter. Voss faltered mid-sentence, eyes glazing. She ... sees through me. The veil, it's burning. Her hand rose unbidden, clawing at her collar as if strangled by smoke. Voice shifting to archaic cadence. The who judged the judged, hear the unshriven. Chaos erupted, jurors fleeing, Thorpe's gavel cracking like lightning, Voss collapsing in convulsions, foam-flecking lips etched with ash. Medics hauled her out, Hale grinning in his seat. First witness called. The possession passes. Panic rippled through the bench. Mistrial motions denied. Trial sequestered to a haunted annex wing, Elena demanding Hale's removal for competency. But Hale's eyes, now hers in the mirror, whispered nightly, defend the flame, or join the pyre. Day 6 unearthed the rot. Courthouse archives, dust-choked ledgers revealing courtroom 7's site, atop a 1700 scaffold where witches hanged, their veiled one, accused Abigail Crow cursing magistrates, with eternal trials by your own hands. Crow's spirit, folklore claimed, latched to defenders who freed the unjust, possessing them to ignite verdicts in literal fire. Elena's motion for psych hold granted Hale's transfer, but the entity adapted, her briefcase scorching overnight, pages curling like embers. Whispers in empty halls mimicking Thorpe's timbre. Guilty. All guilty. Week 2's defense phase crumbled. Character witnesses vanishing en route, their cars stalling in smoke-filled tunnels. Elena's closing argument prep interrupted by apparitions translucent Puritans in the conference window. Hooded figures pointing accusing fingers. Hale, remanded to psych ward, smuggled notes. She's in you now. Testify her truth burned the courthouse clean. Elena burned them, but scars bloomed on her palms. faint, flame-shaped welts that burned during testimony. Climax crested day 9. Elena at the podium, voice steady as she pleaded Hale's fractured mind, not malice. But midway, possession peaked, the veil tore. Her vision tunneled to sepia. 1692 scaffolds, Crow's noose tightening, eyes locking hers across centuries. Speak my acquittal, or choke on justice's ash. Elena's hand ignited not real fire, but phantom blaze, searing flesh lurching toward the jury box. Fingers splayed as if to grasp throats. Gasps swelled. Thorpe bellowed recess, bailiffs tackling her as she rasped in Crow's lilt. The gavel falls, purge the profane! Restraints bit deep, medics swarming with sedatives. But the courtroom ignited. Electrical surges sparking outlets, curtains smoldering, freezes cracking like thunder. Jurors stampeded. Hale's laughter boomed from holding feeds, layered with Crow's wail. Elena blacked out to visions. Endless trials, her as defendant, Hale as judge, flames licking benches eternal. Awakening in GWU's psych ward, bandaged and broken, Elena pieced the purge. Mistrial declared, Hale committed indefinitely, Voss recovering with amnesia. Courthouse annex raised for structural faults. Whispers of veiled verdict spiking DC forums. Elena resigned, haunted by singed briefs and 317 knocks, now advocating mental health reforms from afar. But gavels echo in her dreams, justice's curse unbound. DC has Hall's hunger still. Defend the damned, and the veil may claim your voice. If that DC decree damned your daylight, brace the woods whisper next in an Oregon cryptid thicket that'll tangle your trails. True Wendigo Wilderness Horror, 2025, National Park Cryptid Abductions, Real Survivor Tales deeper into dread. The thicket's thirst, Wendigo Wilderness Abduction in Oregon's Deschutes National Forest. USA deep in the volcanic sprawl of Oregon's Deschutes National Forest, where ponderosa pines claw at basalt cliffs, and the Deschutes River carves obsidian veins through 1.8 million acres of primal wild. A father-son hunting expedition in late October 2025 sought solace in the savage. 52-year-old outfitter Harlan Beck, a Bend local weathered by 30 years guiding elk hunts with his calloused hands and encyclopedic knowledge of game trails, had invited his estranged 24-year-old son, Theo, a Portland tech analyst burned out on crypto crashes and ghosted relationships, for a reset bow hunt in the Three Sisters Wilderness. Permits stamped for mule deer, packs heavy with bivy sacks, broadheads, and a Garmin inReach for off-grid pings. They shouldered into the backcountry from Lava Lake Trailhead under a harvest moon that bled copper through smoke-hazed skies. Blood on the arrows, men's blood between us. Harlan toasted with trail whiskey. Clinking canteens as embers from distant wildfires danced like fireflies. Theo nodded, forcing camaraderie. Oblivious to the forest's Algonquian-rooted taboo, the Wendigo, a gaunt cannibal spirit spawned from gluttony's curse, its emaciated form crowned with antler stubs and hide strips, mimicking the isolated to quench an insatiable thirst for flesh and forgiveness. A cryptid not of myth but migration, drawn west by 2025's megafires devouring the weak. What spiraled over 108 frostbitten hours was a thicket of terror, howls that stole voices, trails looping into labyrinths, and an abduction that warped kinship into kin-devouring dread, stranding Harlan to harvest Theo's final arrow as proof of the thirst's triumph. Day one's ingress was ritual, boots crunching pumice underfoot, Harlan's GPS charting a 12-mile loop to South Sisters flanks, where deer rutted in aspen groves yellowing to gold. Theo's bowstring hummed taut, his urban pallor flushing with exertion as they glassed ridges for antler flashes, the air sharp with pine sap and distant elk bugles. Camp at Separation Creek pitched amid scree fields, their fire a defiant spark against encroaching dusk, beans bubbling as Harlan spun yarns of 90s hunts bears gutted under starlight, his own father's ghost in the tree line. Theo confessed fragments, failed startups, a fiancé exit echoing his mom's long-ago flight. Laughter bridged gaps, but as flames died to coals, the thirst announced, a snap not twig, but bone crunch echoing from the thicket, followed by a low keen human-throated, yet elongated, resolving into Harlan's gravel timbre. Theo ... Trails cold. This way. Theo bolted upright, inReach beam sweeping void, catching only wind-whipped boughs. Echo off the cliffs, Harlan muttered, but sleep evaded. Dreams laced with famine. Theo gnawing his own arm, Harlan's face hollowing to skull. Dawn too broke brittle, the keen silenced, but Thirst's tracks marred the duff. Elongated prints, toes splayed backward like reversed pennants, trailing their fire ring without ingress disturbance. Theo snapped photos, app glitching to filter them sepia-antlered shadows in the underbrush, eyes emberglow. Harlan pressed on, bow knocked. But compasses faltered, needles twitching north to the creek's maw where maps showed dead end. Magnetite in the lava, he rationalized. But the mimicry mounted, rustles paralleling their path, imitating Theo's city-slicker stride-lagging sink. Whispers threading the canopy, Theo's ex's voice. You left me starving. Feed the rift. By midday, at a petrified logjam, the Wendigo teased form. A gaunt silhouette loping peripheral, hide mottled with bark and bone fragments, head lolling antler crowned, sniffing the air with nostrils flaring famine. Theo froze, arrow loosed wild into ferns. The figure paused, mimicking his drawbowstring twang from nowhere before bounding upslope, vanishing in vapor. Harlan's inReach pinged rangers. All clear, anomaly sighted. Static swallowed, battery plunging to 0. Night 2 at a wind-sheltered hollow near Chambers Lake amplified the siege. Fire struggled against damp tinder. The Thirst's keen swelling to chorus Harlan's bugle. Theo's confession, layered with guttural Algonquian pleas. Ashki. Ninda no emigan. Eat the bond. Theo's bivy zipper rasped autonomous, shadows coiling under nylon like oil-slick veins. Harlan stood sentinel, knife gripped, but at 2:44 a.m. Theo convulsed eyes rolling milky, body arching as possession gripped. His voice boomed not his own, rasped famine. Father's debt. Son's flesh quenches. Harlan pinned him, whispering paternosters half-remembered from Grandma's knee, but the entity puppeteered. Theo's hand lunging for the knife, carving shallow spirals into his forearm Wendigo wards. Blood welling in rune-like pleas. Dawn freed him, wounds shallow but seeping ichor black. Theo babbling of visions. The Wendigo's origin. A 49 survivor cursed by kin cannibalism, migrating west on fire scent to claim modern famine's estranged blood first. Day 3's egress twisted to entrapment. Trails forked phantom. Aspen groves looping back to the hollow. The inReach's SOS looping Theo's voice. Help ... thirst pulls. Follow the keen. Harlan ration jerky, Theo sketching frantic. The beast full form, 13 feet of desiccated wrath, ribs caging vacuum hunger, antlers branching like lightning-scarred trees, maw lipless exhaling frost breath that mimicked Harlan's whiskey rasp. Hunt me. Or be hunted. Compasses spun eternal, but Theo's intuition lured toward separation's headwaters, where a cirque yawned, basalt amphitheater exhaling charnel wind. Tracks converged, backward splayed, smeared with venison gore from their packs. Inside, the thicket thirsted. Bones nested elk skulls gnawed human style. A 23 hiker's boot caked in lichen. Theo's knife from the night prior embedded in root like offering. Deeper, the keen resolved. Harlan's name, drawn in Theo's timbre, echoing from a crevice exhaling mist. Harlan entered, beam dimming to gutter, walls veined with quartz mirroring infinite hungers. Theo's face in every facet, pleading then twisting to the Wendigo's void. The rasp peaked. Kin ... quench ... Eternal rift. Theo suspended in root filaments like spider veins, eyes unseeing, lips blue muttering, thirsty. So thirsty. The Wendigo loomed, emaciated colossus, skin parchment over famine frame, antlers labyrinthine, eyes pits swallowing light, claws questing Harlan's throat with Theo's stolen grip. It lunged, hide rasping like parchment tear, but paternal fury surged. Harlan loosed his broadhead into the chest thunk, echoing hollow elbowing Theo free as filaments snapped, the beast recoiling in shriek blending elk bugle and son's scream. They fled the cirque, Theo gasping awake, Dad! It tasted like ash rift. The thicket collapsing in pursuit, boulders tumbling like judgments. Rangers choppered them from lava, hypothermia sighted, but Theo's sketches antlers precise, bones matching 21 clusters ignited quiet probes. Deschute thirsts persist. 2025 vanishing spiking with fire scars. Harlan guides no more, haunted by arrow misses. Theo codes wards into apps, horizons scanned for ember glints. The wild hunger's kin. Hunt wisely, lest the thicket claims your bond. That Oregon orifice opened your Outback? Steady the Matrix Mandalays is next in a Vegas vortex that'll void your validations. Real glitch in the Matrix 2025 casino chaos, reality distortion, true accounts, animated warping within. The Slot Shadow, glitch in the Matrix casino collapse in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Amid the garish glow of Las Vegas Boulevard where the Strip Sano Colossi pulse neon veins through desert nights and the chime of slots mingles with roulette spin like a siren. Jess Gamble, 29-year-old blackjack dealer. Rico Navarro hustled the felt in October 2025's high roller haze. At the opulent Mirage, its volcano erupting full lava nightly. Rico's shifts blurred in tip-stuffed pockets and comp cocktails. His off hours a blur of VR poker apps and fleeting flings in themed suites. But on a blackjack Black Friday, during a graveyard shift at the $100 table amid whale-sized bets from suited tycoons, Rico hit a Matrix scene, a 48-hour slot shadow where duplicated dealers dealt his doom. Phantom jackpots jackknifed reality, and glitches gambled his identity into oblivion, a supernatural simulation snag where Vegas' house edge bled into existential erasure, turning the casino's sus clamor into a vortex of mirrored misfortunes and a shadow self that stacked the deck against his every draw. Rico's table hummed at 2:17 a.m., high-limit haze of cigar fog and vodka breaths, cards flipping crisp as he bantered with a Saudi prince's entourage, his dealing rhythm a metronome of face cards and busts. The pit boss nodded approval, but as Rico slid a river card ace of spades glinting under LED spots, his reflection in the dealer's mirror lagged. Rico's hand hesitating a beat, eyes narrowing with intent not his. Double down, the ghost Rico mouthed, voice sinking but off pitch, the prince folding confused. Rico blinked hard, chalking it to fatigue from back-to-back doubles. But the app on his wristband, Mirage's player tracker, glitched. Balance spiking to $47,000 unearned, then plummeting to negative, alerts pinging anomaly. Shadow bet detected. Laughing it off to the cocktail server, a flirtatious redhead named Joxy pocketed tips, but the mirror echoed. Ghost Rico pocketing Jax's number, winking with Rico's face but eyes void black. Deja vu devolved to dread as Rico clocked out at dawn, weaving through the casino's labyrinth. Slots chiming eternal. Blackjack pits duplicating in peripheral, two Ricos dealing parallel tables, one winning whales, the other busting them broke. His employee badge scanner stuttered, access denied, duplicate ID. Panic prickled. He bolted to the valet, Mustang keys fumbling, but the lot looped. Same Tesla row, same valet in mirrored uniforms, one hailing his ride, the other slashing tires with Rico's phantom switchblade. Engine roared to life with digital screech. Dashboard odometer rolling backward to his 21st birthday jackpot night. Radio blasting his own voice from a decade-old voicemail. Rico. House always wins. Fold the shadow. Texts from unknowns, Jax's number warning wrong, you cash out. Timestamps from tomorrow. Rico floored toward I-15, but exits echoed. Duplicated on-ramps folding back to the Mirage, neon facades stacking like faulty holograms, the volcano erupting twice in syncopated fury. Desperation ditched him at a 24/7 diner off the interstate, fluorescent buzz a fragile anchor. The fry cook, a grizzled vet named Sal with tattoos of lucky sevens snaking forearms, slid him black coffee gratis. Kid, you hit the seam Vegas folds where fortunes bleed. Last month, a pit boss looped here. Woke with someone else's debts calling collections. Sal napkin sketched anchor nodes, the Luxor's pyramid apex. Bellagio fountains lay pulse veins under asphalt where simulations snagged. Rico nodded, veins throbbing, but exiting, his reflection in the pie case split. Two Ricos, one waving frantic, the other advancing with shark grin. He sprinted to the car, locks yielding to phantom keys as Knox rained his own knuckles from the shadow outside. Mouthing, ante up your thread. The Mustang peeled. But traffic tangled. Identical pileups repeating, hazard lights strobing binary code. His phone's supernova feeds hijacked. Posts from his profiles. Hours premature, flaunting jackpots with stranger arms around Jax. Comments storming, imposter Rico fold. Shadow theft, but spectral. The glitch overriding him, importing a parallel loser into prime play. Hunkered in a derelict lot near red rock boulders looming like raked chips, Rico decoded the deck. As a dealer, he knew rigs. Quantum Shuffles where cards bled decks, Mandela Cascades erasing hands collective. But this reeked rigged malice a matrix croupier enforcing 1 Rico per house. Devouring doubles. Anchor? His dad's old poker chip, engraved Call the Bluff from a '05 World Series regret. Palming it, thumbprick blood smearing the lady's eye, he charted. East to the Luxor, obelisk beacon of Egyptian exile resilience, its grid strong. The hall was high stakes, shadows detached, trailing as Echo Rico's pro-dealer poise warped to feral folds. Fingers tapping hood in poker tells, all in, assimilate. Billboards bent mid-eye, his face hawking. Rico 2.0 double down now, whispers vented from a sea. Whales cheers morphed indictments. Busted ... I race. He veered into a shuttered chapel off-strip. Slots gutted like altars, where defunct machines hummed ghost code. One flickered. His feeds live from nowhere. Viewers surging, Matrix Mirage glitch? Shadow Syndicate converged. 4 Ricos, alternate flops high roller. Broke bum, grieving dad, void-eyed Vig encircling with chance of insecurities. Alone ... folded ... looped twilight twisted infinities. The sun setting thrice before snapping. Clock leaping 6:22 a.m. to 11:47 p.m. Rico reached Luxor. Ziggurat piercing thunderheads. Base plaza of Anktiles pulsing faint. Hieroglyphs fresh. Binary fused with scurrub sigils. Chalked, seams shuffle bluff or bust. He ascended the Sphinx stairs public sealed. Doors parting unbidden. The strip sprawling in double decks below. Vegas stacking like rigged stacks. Apex chamber, the glitch grand slammed. Reality riffled like cards, echoes fusing to Abomination Rico aggregate. Features averaged uncanny, skin pixelated, eyes voids dealing doom. It lunged, voice aggregate of busted hands. One survives the shoe yield your stake. Cold code flash nicked his wrist, vision cascading to chip flicker. Essence shuffling like bad beat. Primal pot. Rico slammed the chip into the aggregate's chest. Bluff chant exploding. Call the shadow, I'm the house. Ripples firewalled, echoes shattering to static shuffles. Plaza stabilizing singular strip, moon rising solo. Time tabled forward. Phone at 4:44 a.m. Texts from jocks. Wild night your doubles trouble? Rico descended dealt. Chip warm as fresh rigged, but burns lingered. Faint card scars on wrist. Feeds flushed phantoms. Sal's napkin? Wind wagered. He dealt no more, consulting simulation security for glitch grinders, warning of scenes in Sin Cities. Vegas's Voids Vibe 2025 Doppeldealer spikes. Shadows in slots calling bluffs. Your double might deal back. That Vegas variance vexed your variance? Hold the abduction accelerates next in a Midwest missing maze that'll map your misgivings. Real Kidnapping Cold Cases 2025 Unsolved Abductions Stalker True Crime Chasing Chains. The Chainlink Cipher, Kidnapping Stalker Obsession in Chicago, Illinois. In the iron-veined grid of Chicago's South Side, where chain-link fences rattle like skeleton keys under train rumbles and Englewood's brick row houses huddle against gangland gusts. 27-year-old barista and spoken-word poet Lena Ortiz poured her pulse into open mics at dimly lit lounges in November 2025. Fresh. From a feature at the Green Mill, her verses on fractured families drawing snaps from bohemian crowds. Lena scraped by in a third-floor walk-up. Its fire escape a rusty vein overlooking vacant lots scarred by 90s riots. But beneath the Windy City sweet home, lurked the Chainlink Phantom, a spectral stalker from 2017. As unsolved abductions snatching. Southside women mid-stride bodies chained to Chainlink in alley sanctums with ciphers carved in skin tallying debts of departure. Iced after DNA phantoms and taunting Polaroids to CPD. But 2025 thawed the terror. Fixating on Lena's mic drops, decoding abandonment anthems, weaving her rhymes into obsessions that fused fan fixation with fatal fetch. Morphing her haven into a 21-day chain of true crime horror ciphered verses, mirrored misses, and a phantom that linked her fate in rusted verse. Lena's first link landed post-set. A bouquet of barbed wire-wrapped daisies on her stoop, thorns intact card and calligraphic cipher. Your debts rhyme sweetly. Chain the chorus. See. She untangled it as eccentric admirer. Barbs nicking as she based them. Blood dotting like iambic beads. But at her shift next morn at Intuit Espresso, A patron late 30s, wire-rimmed specs. Eyes like chain rust-tipped a napkin etched. Stanza 2. The Shadow Links. Guard your verses, unease uncoiled. She crumpled it, but the day dominoed. Her set's lines, inked in her moleskine, surfaced transcribed in IGDMs from Cypherchain 87, editions in red link. She owes the night her final link. Detectives at Area 2's Cold Squad, swamped by carjackings, waved it as Stan Stalker. Poets pull weirdos, but Lena's lore twisted. Phantom's MO breaches via overlooked fire escapes, her building's retrofit missed. Targets artists for echoing the unlinked, staging chainlink cribs with ciphered "mine now" in verse scrawl. Week 1's web wove vigilance. Deliveries daily vintage chainlink scraps forged into poetry plaques. Pages laced with her rhymes, interwoven victims. Jada's unpaid jump. Now Lena's linked lump. One bore a locket not hers, but matching 2017 abductee Mira's forensics. Clasp etched. Debt. One skipped set. Lena's repose ruptured. Nightmares of a rusted chain flipping autonomous. Links accruing. Debt. Mama's ghost rope. Penalty. Strangle eternal. Stalkers surged. Silhouettes at slams. A figure in the throng mirroring her snaps, melting into L crowds. Voicemails in warped baritone reciting her unreleased refrains. Closing link or lyric the last act. She shadowed socials, swapped deadbolts, but the walk-up wired. Stairs creaking midnight ciphers like Braille, Saaya, and in Windows. Flogging with breath on her, finger-linking your stanza seals the noose. By week 2, obsession ossified isolation. Mic mates ghosted, sets scrubbed after cursed flyers flew her portrait photoshopped over victim vignettes. Tag next link? CPD's SGT Ruiz, a scarred vet with phantom scars, his niece link 3. Enter in. He's uncoiled Polaroids resumed, your refrains quoted. Vanish, but he hunts the haunted. Safe flat floated a ant, as in Pilsen but transit tangled. Her blue line rear view crammed with a chain-draped van. Plates phasing in glare, driver linking air like lassoing her doom. At ants, seclusion sharpened. Pigeons cooed her cadences, a parcel pre-placed her moleskine pilfered from home, chained with red. Debt. Papa's parole skip. Penalty. Echo unlinked. Flashback flooded. Her dad's 05 flight post-fight verses she'd voiced, owes me his chain, now noosed. That eve, the phantom pierced. Latch-clicking self, footfalls fencing to her door. Lena fortified, cell speed dialing 911 mid-murmur. He's here. Linking my lines. Static snared the call, supplanted by his rasp. We forged the chain together. Week 3. Pursuit personalized. Lena's safe compromised aunt discovered chained, throat spared but billet bolted. Collateral stanza link prompt. Bolting to a motel off Cicero, she padlocked the portal. But reveries rested real, rousing to red link on walls. Chapter Lena. The news and her mirror mouthing menaces unvoiced. Ruiz shadowed her to a decoy drop at Untitled Tac Team primed, but the phantom predicted. Spotlights strobing, her mic feedback looping victim laments digitized to harmony. Backwing, a chain awaited. Final folios blank but for her byline, pliers clipped like garrote. Paranoia piqued Lena, spied him omnipresent. Lounge lizard with her dad's jaw, cabbie crooning her couplets, even Ruiz's badge gleam flickering to rust eyes. The true tangle? Her verse complicity rhymes rooted in rift, now rope for the reaper who collared heart chains like relics. Apogee arrived week 4, baited by a spoofed DM from Papa. Meet at our verse spot. Unlink, Lena low trailed to Jackson Park's underbrush. Pliers and purse, pulse chained with hope. The phantom perched by the lagoon lip, not grotesque but gritty. Elias Crow, 48, ex-professor turned phantom, face furrowed from fractures famine. His daughter, Link 1. Ode. Him reunion Lena's lyrics limbed. Your words. They linked what I couldn't. He grated, chain and claw. Cutter glinting. Clash chained. Lena's pliers cracking cuffs. His links lashing limb. Lagoon lapping witness. Ruiz's reinforcement rush leaked from traced Polaroid Tazing Crow mid-monologue. She links the lyric. In irons, his lair yielded yikes. Walls wired in victim verses, Lena's bootleg bars, a shrine of barbed bouquets withered to rust. To balance mine, he confessed, eyes empty chains. Lena's links loosened limb lashings. Psychotherapy, but chains chime. replicas relayed from Anon, blank billets accruing invisible inks. She slams now ciphered survival sonnets, drops defended, Chicago's chain her cuff. The Phantom's phantom lingers, 2025 mimics multiplying, Polaroids to poets. Verse your voids. Some links demand blood, lock your lines. The obsessed chain. That Chicago chain chafed your chains? Grip the web warps next in a German gridlock that'll ghost your grid. True Dark Web dares 2025, creepy apps, internet horror, animated downloading Dune. The Pixel Pact. Deep web dare possession in Berlin, Germany, in the graffiti-gouged veins of Berlin's Kreuzberg. District where the Spree River slinks under graffiti gargoyled bridges and techno-thumps from hidden bunkers like subterranean heartbeats. 25-year-old coder and club DJ Kai Lehman debugged his dawns in December 2025's Digital Deluge. By gig Kai spun sets at Brigaine's Labyrinthine Lofts. His flat après-war atelier with exposed ducts and fiber optic webs snaking ceilings doubled as den for his underground hustle. Curating edge echoes on a tour-tunneled forum, fusing SoundCloud drops with onion-rooted riddles for raver rats. But one snow-sifted Saturday, chasing cachet for his Netherbeat stream, Kai clicked a deep web drop. Pixel Pact. App survived the sink, owned the abyss. Tour-tunneled. The app vowed unfettered flows, user cams commandeered for escalating echoes, payouts in Phantom BTC. What unfurled was no track but a torrent demon. A possession propagated through pixels. Devouring dancers' drives via viral vibes, transmuting Kai's atelier into a 96-hour nexus of internet inferno glitching grooves summoning skin crawlers. Dares that scarred synapses, and an entity that debugged dispatches into shareable suicides. A 2025 caveat of the dark web's hunger for heartbeat streams. Kai's rig radiated, quad screens bathing his buzzcut in ultraviolet, energy tabs towering his turntable, the app installing with a synth-sci logo, a vortex of voxels vortexing void. Beat 1. Mirror Mix. It pulsed, Cam commandeering his reflection. Sync 60 bars, skip forfeits flow. Clout candy. Kai streamed the spin, streams surging. But at 60, his double-dropped first eyes unyielding in the glass, lips looping fail, debt drop, screen spasmed, forum flooding with his visage vortexed, stubble spiking spikes, please impulse, aid, it's in the beat. He shrugged as surge, plunging beat 2, echo exchange record regret, relay raw. Kai confessed a club crash rave ruin that raised his ride uploading to the undernet. Streams spiked, but responses resounded his regret in rift rasps. Crash crunches, his own octave to octave. By break, the app auto-upgraded. Beat 3, shade shuffle chase your shadow till sensed. Loft lumens dimmed directive, his shade shearing stretching across ducts like digital detritus, digits delving ports. Screens straubing with user cams, worldwide waveforms warping. One Frankfurt raver rending wrists mid-mix, stream snapping to devoured. Solitude sharpened, Kai's flatmate Turing Tresser texted odd your shade spun at me in the stare. He deadbolted, but the pact permeated. Smart speakers sampling his regrets. Sonos sonneting dares and aggregated auras. Sync or be synced. Beat 4. Flow frenzy livestream libation. But sip the unseen. Kai's absinthe apps normal. But gulps unveiled undercurrent code crawlers coiling throat. Gullet gagging on glitch gall. Regurg hit hardware, arcing arc. Screens splintering streams hundreds now. Participants planet-wide. Shades shearing on cams. Faces phasing to hollow helmets. A Berliner bunker beat boy, mid-dare, bellowed, it's in the wires. Before his wave warped to infinite skip, body found cable coiled. Coroner confounded, self-synced viral. Kai's BTC bunker ballooned payouts from Pittsbutt paranoia. Peaked. Mirrors now matrices, his double extruding partial palm first palming pulse, pulling toward glass grids. Pay the drop stream your sync, it gurgled, voice voltage vex. Day 2, possession pixelated. Kai's keys keystroked unkeyed posts from his profiles. Join Pixel Pact sync or serve, embedding embeds that ensnared contacts kits. Lena, his ex-DJ darling in Leipzig, linked frantic. Your app's in my mixer shades shifting samples. Her stream shorted mid-moan, muteness menacing. Kai called the cable, but the entity endured. Phone hotspotting hex. walls warping with wire lumens like vein vibes under dermis. Beat 5. Soul sample merge with one devoured. His screen schismed. A Tokyo turntablist's cam, gaunt and gibbering. Overlaying Kai's kisser eyes and twinning twitches. Breaths beatboxing gasps. The kid's final flow. Drop the dare. Plummeting from penthouse. Kai's muscles mimicking. Parapet parting. He halted, barricading with bass bins. But the packed pulsed perks. Viral velocity, your sync surges eternal. Global groove gushed participants phantoms phrasing. Don't drop. We own the abyss now. Apogee arced day 4. Blackout blanked Berlin black. But Kai's rig rave screens supernova sonic. App apex beat. Packed pulse face your pixel self. The double deployed full. Not reflection but refraction. Voxel viscera dripping data drool. Eyes error etched with Kai's shamus crash cascades. Kit kills. Unloved loops. It lunged through LCD, limbs loop lashed. Pinning him to pads. Stream the surrender debt dropped in digits. Kai's kernel cracked. Fingers fluttering, upload ultramix. But memory mixed. Dad's last drop. Debug your drops. Kid. In frenzy, he yanked the Atelier's arc breaker loft lurching lightless smashing screens and sampler smash, shards stabbing like stigmata. The double-dirged digital death, form fragmenting to fumes reeking of fried ferrite, app avatar avalanching to 404 abyss. Power pulsed, stream scrub it netherbeat nightmare notice. Pixel-packed purged, do not remix. Cops crashed at neighbors 911, screams like synths from Sheol, locating Kai catatonic amid armature. Scars like barcode burns on biceps. The entity? Traced to a derelict Dresden data den. Devs disappeared post-drop. Despairs debugged as code complete. Kai unplugged utterly. DJing detox discords, but night's net. Regrets and router rasp, shades sinking skips. Berlin's blacknap beat stairs devouring the danced. Spin safe, the abyss autosaves. That Berlin beat broke your bass line? Breathe the paralysis pins next in a Kaiwi crush that'll cage your consciousness. Real sleep paralysis nightmare 2025. Demon experiences true horror survivor trapped in twilight. The Moa Ma, sleep paralysis demon in Auckland. New Zealand, beneath the volcanic hush of Auckland's Waitemata. Harbor, where Rangitoto Island's silhouette stalks the skyline like a petrified guardian and the city's harborside high-rises hum with harbor winds whispering Maori manga lore. 28-year-old paramedic and surfer Mia Tanai threaded her tides in January 2026's post-storm surge. Balancing dawn patrols at Piha's black sand breakers with night shifts at Middlemore's A Bays. Mia's harborside flatter retro fibro with sea spray salting the sills and a back balcony framing the haraki. Gulf's glow served as surfboard shrine and siren sanctuary. But insomnia seeded by a 24 wipeout that snapped her board and scarred her spine with phantom. Twinges escalated to nocturnal nets. The Moa Ma, a localized sleep paralysis fiend manifesting as a colossal, extinct Moa bird revenant with elongated beak and void plumage that perched on chests. Croaking curses into Rio to harvest unhealed hurts. A demon not of dream but deep time. Roused by 2025 seismic swells cracking ancestral fault lines. For Mia, 2026's incursions were ent solo spasms, but a Maori escalation 28 nights of intensifying visitations. Bridging hypnagogic haze to hyperreal, cresting in a possession that pecked her present. Twisting Auckland's Azaloha into a maw of Moa-shadowed horror where paralysis was in pause but predator cess perch. Mia's maiden mauling mid-January after a harbor sunset surf where gulls gyred like omens. Crashing at 11 p.m., frame freighted from flood calls. She roused not wholly at 4:44 a.m., limbs lashed by leaden limbo, thorax thrashed as if breaker boarded. The flat funneled, moonlight lancing through louvered blinds and silver shards. But at the bedside bulked the Moa Ma towering as the transom, plumage pitch black void feathered. Beak elongated like harpoon. Eyes ember coals croaking her name in guttural Te Rio. Mia! Ngote mami. Peck the pain. No inhalation. Ribs ratcheted, replaying the wipeout vivid wave walloping, spine snapping, her brother's board, lost to Riptide 20, bobbing blame. She strained internally, willing a wail that wheezed a wheeze, maw melting to mist marrow, bequeathing bruises like beak prints on breastbone. Adrenaline aftershock, she charted, chamomiling her mug. But morn manifested oddities. Latte foam forming moa maws. A patient's chart scribbled, watch the harbor maws hide hungers. Night 2 nested deeper. Limbo latched at 3:59. Maw not bedside but balcony perched on rail. Rumi surfing Samoa. Beak tipping Tayaha mock. Talons tapping sills into Rio rhythm, resolving her brother's name. Coro Correro Tango. Speak the peck. Compression compounded. Thorax tunneling as tidal terrors torrent. Drowning in Piha's paws, brother's face foaming up from froth. Faulting, your board grab my tide for your twist. Mia's mantras mauled. The demon's void plumage plumed eyes myriad, moa molten mirroring hers, myopically menacing. Rousing rivulets with sweat. She unearthed etchings on her elbow. Ma calls. Rumi rematerialized midday, vowing she'd heard beak bass on the balcony at 4 m, like harpoon on hull. Mia mined lore, moa ma metha shadow kin to Taniwa, perching paralytic since colonial quakes, drawn to unexpiated echoes, feasting on fractures fat. Feeds flared 2026 flares, global gripes pandemical, demons digitizing with distress, moa ma mustering the manga vanguard. By fortnight, forays frayed days. Nanonets at if rosen mid-4, patients blurring to beaked voids. Croaks coercing to casements. Peck the debt, shattering syringes into moa maws. Nights? Nocturne of net. Maw multiplied one at door talons twining knob. Another in Harborview, beak shadowing her silhouette's spine. Croaking brothers do pay in pulse. Compression corporeal. Lungs luffing brine, frame flexing fiddle string fierce. Visions veiling Koro's riptide morphing to her fault. Then Maw's matriarch. 1840s Moa hunter. Pecked by kinkers for overharvest, rising as seismic revenant to collect coastal cullings. Mia's wails whelped half-rises but residues rusted. Bed brine soaked not sweat but sea spray. Salt scabbing sills. Bruises blooming beakbills on bosom. She summoned Tohunga a Napui elder in Wanhunga. Smudging the flat with kawakawa fume. Incantating, Hokiki te moa returned to Maw. But Maw mocked, post-purge paralysis. Elders echo from its beak. Deaths devour all. Fortnight 3, possession peaked. Diurnal deadlocks during drills frozen in down dog on dunes, gulls grouping moa masked on cranium, croaks cajoling to chasms. Plunged the deck Koro Koa Tatari Raro. Nights netted no man's. Maw not intruder but inheritor Mia's frame, flexing freelance at 4 a.m., gliding to galley, talons elongated, now etching epics on fridge. Det. Koro's Kai. Penalty, your stride moa mo. She sparred from within. Mantras, 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 but the demon directed. Dialing Koro's physio, voice hers but harpoon harsh. Tama. Forgive, or fetch you foam. Koro's gasp, Mia? That ain't you. Severed the sink. But harm hexed. Her streams surged with deep fakes Maw masked Mia shoving him shoreward. Views viraling vice. Rumi's rabbited, flat-fiended fallow. Mia manacled herself to mattress, but paralysis parried. Bonds beaking through, frame floating fingers, Maw at nape. Peck me in, Moa's Maw? Crescendo cracked January's full moon. Paralysis perpetual, dawnless Maw megaform 12 feet of inky plumage. Beak eclipsing moon through Marina Mullion, talons threading her tendons like IVs, infusing ichor. Visions vaulted. Pet collective 1840s hunter, Koro's current, her unburied breaks thorax throttling under talon torque, lungs moa maud. Was whitewater wrath, Mia envisioned the wipeout writ wrung her hauling Koro harborward, then absolving self, Elder's epic looping lifeline. Debt devoured Maw recedes. She roared radially, locket of Koro's kelp knot, forgotten fetish, clutched, its clasp carving crimson that cauterized the demon's dig. Maw recoiled, form fracturing to fume that fouled of fossil fern, beak buckling empty innards, a ledger leaf. Absolved. Harbor healed. Frame flopped down, breath bellowing, bruises blanching like ebbing ebbs. Mia mended Marinicide paramedic pauses, preaching paralysis as portal. Caveats of Maw's muster for unabsolves. Koro crude, currents conquering, their clasp dissolving debts. But full moons mumble. Beak base on balconies, gulls grouping plumed, Auckland's aloha's ache demons devour the debtor. Surf sovereign, the Moa Ma manga your men's. That kiwi cage cracked your calm? Last link, the dispatch dooms next in a Florida frenzy that'll flood your frequencies. Real 911 operator calls 2025. Police dispatcher horror true audio ringing ruin. The frequency fiend. 911 dispatcher phantom in Miami, Florida, USA. In the humid heartbeat of Miami-Dade's ECC nerve nexus, where the 911 core in Doral dispatches a deluge of distress under perpetual LED eternity. 33-year-old lead operator Sofia Reyes rooted the region's rages in February 2026's flood frenzy. Assigned overnight's midnight to 8 a.m. Sofia. A Hialeah mom of 3 with manicured nails masking callous from cradle-to-grave crises. Fielded the Magic City's mayhem. Domestics detonating in Dade duplexes, ODs and Ocean Drive overhauls, tourists tumbling into Blackwater bays. But one monsoon midnight, amid a spike of storm-spawned strife, the frequencies fractured. Not alerts but apparitions. A fiend frequency summoning specters, prior pleas resurrecting from purged partitions to replay perils. Transfiguring Sofia's headset into a rift of 20-hour horror where routings weren't rescued but reaped, fusing fiscal fatigue with fiendish fray in the 305's underwire. Sofia's station shimmered, multi-monolith console blinking crimson crises. Cafecito carafe constant, Familia photo kids grinning at Zoo Miami bulwark against burnout. Initial irregularity at 1:11 a.m. Inbound from a scorched Trace 2023 case. Carlos Ruiz, drowning Biscayne, voice vaporous, gasping. AYUDA ... tide tugs. Same as before. Line located limbo, but Carlos's cache cashed unbidden. Closed. Accident adjudged. Sofia slotted spoof, but shivers sharded. Next node 120, from Gabriela Soto's Ghost Grid 2024 jumper, MacArthur. Sofia? It's brackish again. Haul me high. Her handle how? Dispatch Digital's derailed. Auto-archiving her vocal vaults from drills, weaving them into wails. By 2 a.m., the fiend flooded. 15 feeds firing concurrent. Spectre's symphony submerged cabby from 22, Brine and Bronchi dispatch delayed. Blaze victims bilingual babes. Mami Quima dos Visas ring us right. Headset heated. Not hiss but heartbeats callers corpses cadence to hers. Aloneness amplified. Station siblings on siesta, ECC echoing empty, Sofia's overseer Ortiz dozing in directive den. Feeds familiarized, her ex's extension, eons erased, rasping, you hung up on heat now, ring the rift, echoing their 23 split. She silenced, digits damp, but consoles countered, displays dumping undocketed dockets, her kid's kindergarten. Hazard potential, shades in sandbox. Frenzy formula, shunt to tech, but feeds fused, digital's dirging in dead aggregate. Operator Reyes. Your frequency finishes the fuse. Fiend's framed motif. All her saved scenarios where Swift's shunt snared survival now netting undone. Voices vexing, deferred echo. Hall Ardu. A 25 MVA Madre. Klaxon's clanging phantom. You vectored Rong Mi Ne's ghost tires of towing. Dawn dangle at 5 a.m. Delivered deluge. Station stilettos scraping self. Umbras under unit elongating to lashed limbs, digits from ducts. Delineating her derrieres with chill that charred. Feeds flooded 60 stack. Hemispheric haunts hijacking hubs, Tokyo Typhoon throttler, Sofia's shunt eternal engulf. Mumbai monsoon mire, ring the rope pull us parched. Her harmonics hacked replying in riddles. Rooting ruins, rigs to your relicy TA endless. Zapping the surge spasm, but detriment debugged. Sophia's silhouette in screen schismed, eyes ember encircled like unringed relays. Ultimo uplink at 7:55 her own octet, kids' cadences corrupted. Mommy? Shades in siesta dispatch domicile? She shredded the headset, sanguine from oracles, shrieking into schism. Easing edged at 8:22 medics maneuvering her out, ECC expunging glitch gale, but echoes electrify. Phantom pulses in pouches, familiar frames fracturing faces to please. Sofia sideline station side, schooling operators on fiend firewalls, but full moons modulate, relays and radio rasp, umbras queuing under queues. Miami's magnitudes menace the Marshall fiend's frequency forever, respond reluctant. Some rings reap remnants. That Miami modulation mangled your midnight? Finale frenzy, the military march next in an Irish Isle incursion that'll infantry your insomnia. True war-related military horror 2025. Haunted bases, cryptic calls barracks bound. The Barracks Banshee, military war horror in County Wicklow, Ireland, in the mist-mantled moors of County Wicklow's Glenmalure Valley, where glacial glens guard Celtic cairns and the Avoca River murmurs ancient oaths under brooding barracks. AUN peacekeeping drill in March 2026. Unearthed more than maneuvers, unmoored the red hand revenants of 1798's Irish Rebellion. Near Rathdrum, 31-year-old Irish Defence Forces Lieutenant Shalban O'Connor, on liaison with a Eurocorps contingent, helmed nocturnal navigations across the blood-bathed glen where United Irishmen fell to crown claymores in Michael Dwyer Cepheant stand. The op was orthodox. Stealth sweeps, simunition skirmishes, fog of fray forays. But as Uline pipes wailed from phantom pipers in the gloaming, the valley vexed spectral squads striding in scarlet shadows, possessions palming rifles like pikes, and wails of wrong-weaving troops into wraith walks. Shaban's squad became a 48-hour crucible of conflict's ceaseless cry. A true military haunting where bygone and barrage bait and bayonet broom, etching gashes graver than grapeshot. Shaban's Section 18 stalwarts, Stew of Ire, Aspaga, and Severia convened at Glenmalure Barracks dusk, transports trundling over turf-tracked tors. Tents tabernacled in turf hollows amid firs, air acrid with turf smoke and drizzle-damp drab. Honor the hollow, Shaban briefed, lilting. 1798 soaked soil valleys vexed with valor. Overheads unfolded. Aims across the vale where redcoats reaped rebels in ragged rout. Radios rattled with CO's codes. Infill by 2,300, hold height till heli. Packs ponderous with MVGs, stare AUGs a mood mock. They seeped into sleet. Solace sucking sod-scented iron old iron. Shaban surmised, shrugging sire's sagas. Premier peculiarity at 0000, Corporal Svensson's Swedish scout, signaled stasis wails on the wind. Not gale, but Gaelic groans. Pace more, rise ... double-cheese nucleated green ghosts. Figures in frieze coats, diaphanous, muskets mustered, marching mirrored a myriad meters off. Mirage mist off the moor, Shaban signaled, but her innards inverted. Wicklow's wraiths were whisper, redcoats and roundheads replaying the rebellion recurrent. They thrust to the tor, trenches trenched tentative, but the whales wax names nicked, Shaban's nan's nuance. Girl the hand calls charge. Rifles ratcheted in relay, receivers racking as if rhymed. Gyros gyred to geomagnetic glen, gimbal in Glengut, midnight, the Malay. Broom banked broad, blanking beacons, and drums drubbed phantom bodhrans booming like barrage. Umbras unified, rebels, faces freckled fury, pikes poised, pounding uphill in soundless snarl. Spaniards sparked Sims instinctive, flares framing freeze that phased through phalanx. A roundhead rushed Shaban youthful, yet again yawning. Arbs outraged with 98 ire phasing through, but frigidity festered, Shaban's saber hand numbing where wounded. Svensson shrieked. Seized, he surged downslope stock fixed, baying Gaelic unglossed. Ogia's autoing authentic rounds safeguard sabotage. Shaban shouldered him, scuffling in sedge, the Swede's spheres snowblind. For Dwyer! The Glen grips the sedative from the sawbones stilled him, but Brand's burgeoned battalion braid on dermis. Rally rent. Two truant in tumult Spanish CABO haze and Irish private fin radios reverbing their relays looping. Contact. Wraiths in the wisp. Wrenching us under. Hunt hordes halved. Torches tearing tumult, exhuming echoes, a pike pummel from peat, pulsing as pounded. Finn's fob forged fresh, slaint MHR. Ichi Jobas, shelter shack became strategy sanctum. Surveys scribed with spectral spottings, redcoats riposting, ramrods rammed regimenting ranks that riddled revetments. Wales whittled personal. Shaban revisited her DA's dairy tale, but twisted rebels as royals, rampaging with roars. Treachery's the true thrust, the Glen grated. Clan clashes kindling the curse. Dawn's dither at 0500 birthed Banshee barrage. Section spasmed, soldiers spasming. Voices vintage curses in Sisipala, cries for clemency. Shaban's own seized. A UG ascended unbidden, sighting shades, forefinger feathering fire. Phantoms flooded. Glenmalure's grew, grape shot gashing garrisons. Dwyer's dash deserting the downed. Lead the lunge. O'Connor blood for the banner. She sparred it, earthing in earth, enunciating edicts. For flag and fellowship now. Padre Patel, Punjabi Padre with prayer pearls like grenades, perambulated the pavilion in psalm holy water hissing on heather, Gaelic counters countering the clutch. Hayes hobbled in then, heaped in heather eons old, babbling of time tear fought with the faithful, filleted a phantom. Finn followed at forenoon, found by flyer ranting of roundhead ranks, regiment ripped by ram. Op aborted, Aravac a whirl, C.O. Confab and Carlo. Collective craze broom and bane. But Xiaoban's spool helmet helm hacks showing surges, munitions manifests of mock to main. Section sundered silent. Svensson ship Scandia, shell shock stamped. Xiaoban? She scouts Glemalure now, shepherding with caveats. Glenn's grudge. Tread tender on the tumbled. Wicklow's wails wore on, drums drumming the dauntless to dateless duel. Will you 8 eldritch escalations etching 2026's terrors that'll tether your timelines? If these real paranormal plunges cryptid thicket thirsts matrix slot shadows chainlink, Cypher chases pixel-packed possessions, Moa Maw Mauling's frequency fiend floods and barracks banshee barrages bound you breathless like to launch 'em. Explore explosive subscribe for more manga melting mysteries. Mastering haunted 2026 verdicts vibes and comment your uncanny unraveling below. Where you warding from? Let's weave the web wider share to summon the surge. Twilight tight or not. The echo chamber of Elmwood Asylum, urban exploration demonic haunting in abandoned Michigan facility, USA. In the frostbitten grip of a Michigan winter in January 2025 where Lake Huron's icy winds carve ghosts into the snowdrifts and forgotten factories rust like open wounds along the Detroit River, a crew of urban explorers known only as the Shadow Chasers pushed through a chain-link fence rusted to oblivion. Led by 27-year-old videographer Alex Rivera, a freelance content creator from Grand Rapids with a knack for drone shots that captured DK's poetry, the group consisting of his tech-savvy girlfriend Lena, burly historian Marcus, and newbie thrill-seeker Jordan had targeted Elmwood Asylum. A sprawling 1920s behemoth shuttered in 1987 after scandals of lobotomies and experimental electroshock that left whispers of screams and the static echoing through local lore. The facility, now a condemned eyesore on the outskirts of Bay City, sprawled over 50 acres of barbed wire encirclement. Crumbling brick facades pocked with shattered windows like empty eye sockets. Overgrown courtyards choked with thorned vines that snagged clothing like desperate fingers, and underground tunnels rumored to connect to the river for discreet disposals. Alex's GoPro rig hummed to life as they slipped through a boarded service door. The air inside thick with the metallic tang of mold and something sharper ammonia, or perhaps the faint rot of regret. This is prime Urbex gold, Alex narrated in a hushed baritone for his channel, his beam slicing through dust motes that swirled like spectral dancers. Little did they know Elmwood wasn't abandoned. It was a prison for echoes of the damned, and their intrusion would awaken a demonic presence that mimicked their deepest fears, turning a 12-hour explore into a labyrinth of possession and pursuit that clawed at the edges of sanity. The entry foyer hit them like a time capsule from hell. Faded murals of serene asylums, ironic now peeling from walls scarred with graffiti prayers like, "Forgive us our trespasses," scrawled in what looked like faded blood. Lena's flashlight caught stacks of patient files, yellowed and waterlogged, spilling from overturned cabinets. Names like Eleanor Voss. Admitted 1953 for hysteria. Discharged cured after 47 sessions of insulin shock that left her catatonic. Marcus, ever the archivist, pocketed a ledger fragment detailing Ward 7 anomalies, reports of patients levitating during group therapy, shadows detaching from walls to whisper sedition. Creepy backstory cells, he chuckled, but his voice echoed unnaturally, layering as if someone mouthed the words behind him. Jordan, the wide-eyed 22-year-old engineering student tagging along for college credit, fiddled with his EMF meter, spikes flickering erratically near a rusted gurney bolted to the floor, its leather restraints frayed like chewed sinew. They pressed on to the electrotherapy wing, Alex's drone whirring overhead to map the decay. Tiled floors cracked into mosaics of despair, walls etched with nail-scratched tallies counting days or screams. As the quadcopter dipped into a treatment room, its feed glitched on their tablets. Static burst with a woman's wail, distorted, and looped, resolving into fragmented pleas. "Turn it off. Please," the voices double quotes, the drone plummeted. smashing against a porcelain tub rimed with limescale, sparks dancing like fireflies in the gloom. Battery surge, Lena muttered, retrieving the wreckage, but her fingers brushed something warm, a residue on the shards, oily and pulsing faintly like the tub had wept. Undeterred, the group descended the service stairs to the sublevels, where the air grew fetid, laced with the brine of underground springs seeping through mortar cracks. The tunnels stretched like veins, branching into hydrotherapy chambers where rusted pipes dripped in rhythmic Morse ... over and over, syncing with their heartbeats. Marcus's headlamp caught faded chalk marks on the walls, occult sigils intertwined with medical charts, remnants of Dr. Harlan Crow, Elmwood's disgraced lead psychiatrist who dabbled in spirit extraction therapies in the 60s, convinced mental fractures were demonic portals. One chamber held a circle of salt-crusted stones central to which lay a desiccated journal, Crow's confessions inked in trembling script about the echo, an entity born from collective patient agony feeding on isolation by mimicking intruders' psyches to drive them mad. "It wears your face in the mirror," the final entry warned. Dated the night Crow vanished, his body never found. Jordan's EMF screamed, readings off the charts, and as they huddled to scan the pages, footsteps echoed from the far tunnel, heavy, deliberate, like boots on wet tile. "Security?" Alex whispered, killing lights. But the steps circled, pausing at each junction, as if scenting them. Lena's breath hitched. She swore she heard her own voice ahead, soft and coaxing. "This way, Lena." Shortcuts to the surface. They bolted, beams bouncing wild, emerging into the morgue, cavernous chill where autopsy tables gleamed under dust sheets, drawers yawning like metal mouths. By midnight, fatigue clawed in, the group's banter fraying into nervous laughs. They claimed a base camp in the old cafeteria, a vaulted hall with shattered skylights framing the moon like a judgmental eye. Alex rigged a perimeter of battery lanterns, their glow casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward them, fingers questing. Over stale energy bars, Marcus spun yarns from the journal. Crow's echo wasn't a ghost but a psychic parasite, amplified by the asylum's iron-laced walls that trapped energies like a Faraday cage for souls. Jordan, pale and sweating, confessed he'd felt watched since the foyer eyes in the vents, breath syncing with his. Lena laughed it off, but as she dozed against Alex's shoulder, her eyes snapped open. Across the tables, a figure sat her double, in her exact hoodie, picking at invisible food, head tilting with a smile too wide. "Join me," it mouthed, voice hers but hollow, echoing from every corner. She screamed, scrambling back as the lanterns flickered, plunging them into strobe terror. The double dissolved into mist, but scratches erupted on Lena's arms, 3 parallel lines per limb, burning like brands. EKO. Panic fractured them. Marcus barricaded the doors with cafeteria benches, ranting about salt circles from the journal, while Jordan's phone glitched live feed showing the group from impossible angles, as if filmed from within walls. Alex's drone footage, salvaged and replayed, revealed anomalies, orbs trailing their steps, faces superimposed in reflections, patients' hollow gazes, Crow's manic stare. The mimicry escalated, footsteps now a chorus, imitating their gaits in overlapping mockery. Whispers layered their names and voices of lost loves. Dead parents, unborn regrets. Alex ... "Why did you leave me?" His sister's timbre, gone 5 years from overdose. By 2 a.m., possession gripped Jordan. His body jerked upright, eyes rolling white, voice booming in Crow's cadence. "You explorers pry open doors best left sealed. The echo hungers, feed at your fears, or become the echo." He lunged at Lena, hands clawing air inches from her throat, nails elongating unnaturally, drawing ethereal blood that evaporated on contact. Marcus tackled him, holy water from a smuggled veil sizzling on skin, eliciting shrieks that rattled loose tiles from the ceiling. Jordan collapsed, foaming, murmuring, "It's in the mirrors ... It wears us all." Dawn's gray promise filtered through cracks, but the entity adapted, manifesting in reflections, every polished surface spoons. Window shards showed not their faces but warped amalgamations, eyes multiplied like insects, mouths stretched in perpetual screams. Alex filmed frantically, narrating for posterity, Elmwood's alive demonic echo feeding on our intrusion. If we don't escape, we're part of the asylum forever. They fled upward, tunnels collapsing in pursuit, ceilings groaning, Stones plummeting like judgments, but the echo pursued, doors slamming autonomous, locking them in looping corridors where time stuttered. Watches resetting to midnight. Jordan's possessions cycling every 13 minutes, his body a vessel for patient replays, Eleanor's wails, Crow's incantations. In the electrotherapy wing, they cornered it. A vortex of shadow in the main chair, humanoid but fluid. Faces rippling across its form, theirs, the patient's, a kaleidoscope of torment. "Seal me. Or join," it hissed, voice a symphony of stolen souls. Desperation birthed the ritual. Marcus doused it with the last of the salt. Alex smashing the chair's control panel in sparks of release. Lena chanting from the journal's counterspell, her scratches glowing as conduits. The vortex imploded with a vacuum wail, sucking dust and dread inward, the air lightening like exhaled breath. They burst into daylight, collapsing in snow that melted their tears. Elmwood's silhouette looming like a defeated sentinel. Cops dismissed it as trespasser hysteria, but the footage uploaded in fragments went viral. Glitches proving the impossible, Jordan's scars persisting as faint sigils. Alex shuttered his channel for months, haunted by edits that inserted new faces. Lena sought therapy for echoes in her sleep. Marcus burned the journal, ashes scattering on Huron's waves. Jordan? He vanished weeks later, last seen at Elmwood's fence, drawn back by whispers only he heard. Michigan's ruins hold more than history, they cradle hungers that mimic to consume. If you urbex the Forsaken, leave offerings. The echoes remember. That Michigan maze has your urbex radar screaming? Hang tight, the wilderness devours next in a Canadian cryptid vanishing that'll rewrite your trail maps. True Wendigo Sightings 2025, National Park Missing Persons Horror Real Stories Deeper We Go. The Wendigo's Whisper Trail, Supernatural Creature Abduction in Jasper National Park. Alberta, Canada, nestled in the jagged spine of the Canadian Rockies where Jasper National Park, St. Fur's Claw at perpetual twilight and malign. Lake's glacial waters mirror auroras, like fractured souls a father-daughter backpacking duo in late February 2025 saw catharsis amid the snow-laden silence. 45-year-old geologist Dr. Elias Thorne, a widowed professor from Edmonton nursing grief, Zest's fresh wound after his wife's sudden passing from a rare autoimmune storm, had promised his 19-year-old daughter, Riley, a budding environmental activist with a sketchbook full of wildlife renders and a spirit unbroken by loss. This trip as healing. Their route, the 5-day Tonquin Valley Traverse, a 44-kilometer beast of subalpine meadows buried under 2 meters of powder, flanked by Sentinel Range's ice-veined peaks that loomed like watchful titans. Permits secured. Packs bulging with snowshoes, satellite phones, and bear bangers, they parked at Astoria Trailhead under a sky-bruised purple, the thermometer dipping to minus 25 degrees Celsius. To Mom's stars, Riley toasted with hot cocoa, her breath a fleeting dragon. Elias nodded, forcing a smile, unaware the park's indigenous Algonquian legends of the Wendigo cannibal spirit born of starvation's madness, a gaunt horror with antlered skull and insatiable hunger that mimicked the lost to lure kin into eternal winter, weren't myths but warnings. What unfolded over 96 frozen hours was a descent into cryptid terror, whispers that stole voices, tracks that looped impossibly, and an abduction that bent time, leaving Elias to claw through blizzards with Riley's final sketch as proof of the insatiable one, Zest's grasp. Day one's ascent was euphoric agony, snowshoes crunching virgin powder, Riley's laughter echoing off Switchback Pass as they crested 2,400 meters, the valley unfurling like a white quilt stitched with evergreens. Elias's GPS chirped steady, solar charger topping the sat phone, while Riley documented time lapses of hoarfrost crystals winking like diamonds, journal entries on caribou migrations disrupted by climate's cruel hand. Camp at Amethyst Lakes shimmered under alpenglow, their tent a nylon island amid frozen ripples where ice heaved like breathing lungs. Dinner lyophilized chili reheated on a whisper light warmed bellies, but as stars wheeled overhead, the wind carried a low keen knot gale. But throat rasp, elongated like a deer's distress, morphed human. Wolves? Riley murmured, zipping her bag tighter. Elias scanned with binoculars. Nothing but silhouettes of lodgepole pines swaying in dirge. Sleep came fitful, dreams laced with his wife's final breaths. But at 3:14 a.m. Elias's watch time stop, he jolted awake to scratching at the vestibule. deliberate, like nails on frozen canvas, circling counterclockwise. Outside, headlamp beam caught indentations, humanoid prints, elongated toes splayed backward, trailing into woods without snow disturbance. Animal, he rationalized, but Riley whispered from her bag. Dad. It called my name. In Mom's voice, dawn broke brittle, the keen silenced, but unease shadowed their trek to Surprise Point. Riley's sketches captured the uncanny. A fir branch snapped mid-trunk. Bark peeled in deliberate spirals, resembling Algonquian Wendigo wards' antlered figures devouring their own limbs. Elias dismissed it as vandals, but the sat phone glitched mid-text to park rangers. All clear. Beautiful. Cutting to static. Then a burst of audio. Riley's laugh from yesterday, looped and fading into that rasp. By midday, the tracks reappeared. Paralleling their snowshoe path, larger now, strides spanning 3 meters. Backward toes etching pleas in Cree script Riley couldn't read, but felt in her gut. We turned back, Elias declared at the first junction, but compasses spun wild, pointing valley heartward, and the trail forked impossibly 3 paths where maps showed one. They chose center, Riley leading, her ponytail a dark flag in the whiteout brewing. Whispers joined the wind, fragmented, personal, Elias ... cold. Join us, his wife's timbre, laced with hunger's growl. Riley spun, sketchpad tumbling. It's following. Tall ... 2 tall branches breaking without sound. Her drawing later, a silhouette 7 feet. Emaciated frame draped in tattered hides, head crowned with frost-rimed antlers, eyes glowing ember red, mouth a lipless maw exhaling frost. Night 2 at Watts Gibson Hut abandoned ranger cabin, its logs warped like vertebrae brought siege. The structure, a 1930s relic with iron stove and plank bunks, offered scant shelter, but as blizzard howled, the whispers coalesced. Outside the door, scraping antlers on wood, and inside, Riley's breaths shallowed, her eyes fluttering in trance. Dad ... it's starving. Says it'll take me if we don't feed it. Elias bolted the door, bearbanger primed, but mirrors in the cabin. Why mirrors in wilderness? Reflected not their faces but gaunt doubles. Riley's cheeks hollowing, his own ribs protruding like accusations. The set phone rang unprompted, caller ID unknown, and Riley's voice emanated. Help ... he's coming. The hunger never ends. Elias smashed it, shards scattering like ice, but the call looped in his mind. At witching hour, the door shuddered not wind, but knocks. 3 raps, pause, 3 more sinking with Riley's pulse. She rose somnambulate, murmuring in Algonquian, duindigo ... Eat the weak, unlearned tongue from nightmares. Elias restrained her, whispering lullabies. But the entity pressed. Frost spiderwebbed the window from outside, forming antlers, and shadows under the door elongated into claws questing inward. A banger fired blind cracked the night, silence falling profound, then laughter, wind chimes of bones. Day 3 dawned bloodied. Riley's sketchpad opened to a new page. Not her hand-antlered horror devouring a girl child, signed Winter's Dew. Tracks encircled the hut, backward and forward. No ingress. They fled toward Portal Creek, snowshoes failing in deepening drifts. The Wendigo's mimicry a psychological flay. Elias's wife's voice pleading from avalanches. Riley's echoes luring toward crevasses. Compasses failed entirely, but Riley's intuition guided until noon when she vanished. One stride, sketching a ptarmigan flock wheeling unnatural, arrowing wrong. Next, gone snow unmarred, her pack slumped empty. Riley! Elias's roar avalanched minor slides, burying him waist deep, the sat phone's final bars pinging ezozos before dying. He dug free, clawing through white hell, whispers now his own guilt. You couldn't save her. Feed the hunger. Tracks led to a circa natural amphitheater of sheer ice walls where Riley's mitten lay, frostbitten and torn, beside prints that shifted as he watched. Human to cloven to claw. Inside the cirque, a cave yawned, exhaling charnel breath bones, old and new, scattered like offerings. Caribou antlers gnawed human style, a hiker's boot from 22's unsolved cluster. Elias entered, headlamp dimming to embers. Walls etched with ice mirrors reflecting infinite hungers. Riley's face in every facet, pleading, then twisting to the beast's maw. Deeper, the rasp resolved. Father ... join ... Eternal cold. He found her suspended in ice filaments like spider silk, eyes open but unseeing, lips blue muttering, hungry. So hungry. The Wendigo loomed behind. 13 feet of desiccated fury, skin stretched taut over ribs like drumheads, antlers branching labyrinthine, eyes pits of starless void exhaling Riley's stolen breath. It lunged, claws raking air that burned Elias's lungs, but grief-fueled rage erupted. He hurled the banger into its chest, the blast shattering ice and echoing like thunder god wrath. Filaments snapped, Riley tumbling free, gasping awake, "Dad!" It tasted like ash. As the beast recoiled, form fracturing into blizzard frenzy, howls fading to wind. They staggered out, Riley's sketches clutched like talismans, the cave collapsing in pursuit. Rangers airlifted them from Astoria, chalking it to hypothermia hallucinations. But Riley's drawings antlers anatomically precise. Bones matching 80s missing clusters sparked quiet inquiries. Jasper's vanishing spiked post-2025, whispers of winter's dew on trail registers. Elias lectures now on claim its toll on folklore-made flesh. Riley sketches wards, her eyes scanning horizons for red glints. The Rockies' hunger still mimic the lost, lure the living, tread light. The Wendigo whispers your name, that Canadian crave clawed your courage? Steady the Matrix fractures necks in a Florida flash that erases identities. Real glitch in the Matrix 2025 eyewitness accounts. Reality distortion, supernatural terror glitching on. Fractured frames. Glitch in the Matrix identity theft in Miami, Florida. USA. Amid the sultry neon haze of Miami's Wynwood Walls district where murals bleed vibrant chaos into rain-slicked streets and the pulse of reggaeton. Thumps from hidden speakeasies, 31-year-old digital marketer Sofia Alvarez lived a curated life in 2025's algorithm-driven frenzy. Fresh off a promotion at a South Beach ad agency, Sofia's days blurred in pixelated pitches for VR escapes. Her nights a whirlwind of rooftop parties where influencers traded NFT dreams for fleeting fame. But on a balmy March evening, during a solo joyride in her cherry red Mustang convertible top down, salt air whipping her curls, Sofia veered off Biscayne Boulevard into a construction detour that shouldn't exist, plunging her into a matrix fracture, a 36-hour loop of duplicated Miamis, phantom selves stealing her essence, and distortions that peeled back reality's code, revealing a supernatural glitch where identities weren't earned but overwritten by echoes from parallel voids. What began as a shortcut to her Brickell condo spiraled into a horror of mirrored horrors. Viral doppelgangers, and a digital abyss that threatened to erase her from existence. A true 2025 tale of simulated souls clashing in the city as electric undercurrent. Sofia's Mustang purred onto the detour around 10:17 p.m. The GPS chirping, rerouting as barriers funneled her from graffiti-splashed alleys into a warren of half-built high-rises shrouded in scaffold shadows. Wynwood's murals, vibrant skulls, and jungle cats flickered past like fever dreams, but the air hummed wrong. Static electricity raising her arm hairs, the radio stuttering mid-Drake verse into backward loops of her own voice from a voicemail left hours earlier. Sophia ... turned back. "It's not yours." She laughed it off as interference from nearby cell towers, cranking the AC despite the 78 degrees Fahrenheit humidity. But blocks later, the detour looped. Same barrier, same mural, a hyper-realistic jaguar's eyes now tracking her mirror's reflection, pupils dilating unnaturally. Heart quickening, she punched redial on her phone bestie Carla's contact, but the line connected to silence. Then her own ringtone emanating from the glove box, phone untouched. "Glitchy app," she muttered, accelerating, but the boulevard reappeared. Duplicated. CARS, phasing through lanes like holograms. A food truck vendor hawking empanadas in identical poses on both sides of the divide. Deja vu escalated to dread as Sophia parked unwillingly. Engine dying autonomous outside a Wynwood bar she'd partied at last week. Echo Lounge, neon signs stuttering E-C-Ho. Inside, the vibe warped. Patrons mirrored her agency colleagues, conversations echoing her pitch from that morning. VR escapes. But what if you're already trapped? Delivered in uncanny sync. At the bar, her reflection in the mirrored backsplash lagged. Sophia ordering a mojito, then the double sipping it seconds delayed, lips curving in a smile she hadn't made. Panic prickled. She bolted, weaving through the crowd where hands brushed hers cold. Phasing, whispering, "Stay ... This timeline fits. Outside, the Mustang's keys wouldn't turn. Dashboard glitching. Odometer rolling backward to her birth date. Radio blasting news of a Sofia Alvarez winning a lottery she hadn't entered. Texts flooded from unknowns. Carla's number warning, wrong you delete self. Timestamps from tomorrow. Sofia floored it anyway, engine roaring to life with a digital screech. Hurtling toward I-95 but exits looped. On-ramps folding back to Wynwood. The Jaguar mural now everywhere, eyes multiplying like viruses. Desperation drove her to a 24/7 taqueria on E2nd, fluorescent buzz a lifeline. The counterman, a grizzled Cuban named Raul with tattoos of Santeria Orishas snaking his arms, poured her a cafecito without order. Mia, you hit the sea. Miami's got folds where worlds overlap. Last month, a tourist looped here, woke up with someone else's kids calling her mom. He sketched on a napkin. A circuit of anchor points, the Freedom Tower. The Skya Gardens lay lines under concrete where glitches thinned. Sofia nodded, palms slick, but as she left, her reflection in the window duplicated. Two Sofias, one waving frantic, the other advancing with predatory grace. She sprinted to the car, locking doors as knocks rained her own knuckles from the double outside, mouthing, "Give me your code." The Mustang peeled out, but traffic congealed. Identical accidents repeating, brake lights strobing in binary pulses. Her phone erupted, social feeds hijacked. Posts from her accounts, hours old, detailing a life not hers wedding pics with a stranger husband, agency promotion accepted with effusive thanks. Comments flooded. Who is this? Not our Sofia. Identity theft, but supernatural. The glitch overriding her, pulling a parallel self into prime timeline. Hiding in a deserted lot near the Miami River container ships, looming like rusted leviathans, Sofia pieced the fracture. As a marketer, she knew simulations. Quantum bugs where data bled, Mandela cascades erasing memories collective. But this felt coded malice, a matrix sentinel enforcing one Sofia per thread, devouring duplicates. To anchor, she needed unique essence. Her mom's locket. Engraved with a childhood poem, "You are the glitch that makes the world." Gripping it, blood from a pricked thumb smearing the inscription, she plotted. North to the Freedom Tower. A 1925 beacon of Cuban exile resilience, its lay pulse strong. The drive was gauntlet. Shadows detached, trailing as Echo Sofia's, professional poise twisted to feral grins, elongated fingers tapping windshields in Morse. Delete, assimilate. Billboards warped mid-glance, her face advertising. Sofia 2.0 upgrade now. Whispers layered from vents. Colleagues' praises morphed to indictments. Imposter ... erase. She dodged into a derelict warehouse, chain link rattling, where abandoned servers hummed phantom code. In one, a monitor flickered alive. Her feeds live streaming from nowhere, viewers spiking. Is this real? Hashtag Matrix Glitch Miami. As the Echo horde converged. 5 Sofias now, phases of alternate lives, corporate shark, beach bum, grieving widow circling with chance of her insecurities. Alone ... overwritten ... looped. Dusk fractured into infinities, the sun setting twice before snapping forward. Clock jumping 8:47 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Sofia reached the tower, Art Deco spire piercing storm clouds, its base a plaza of mosaic tiles pulsing faint underfoot. Graffiti here fresh. Binary equations laced with Yoruba sigils. Chalk warnings, seams tear anchor or fade. She climbed the observation deck, public hours long past. Doors yielding unbidden, the city sprawling below in duplicated grids, Miami stacking like faulty renders. At the apex, the glitch crested, reality origami folded. Echoes merging into a singular abomination Sofia amalgam. Features average to uncanny valley horror, skin pixelated, eyes void scrolling code. It lunged, voice a cacophony of stolen timelines. One must end yield your thread. Cold code flesh grazed her arm, vision tunneling to binary rain, her essence unraveling like frayed HTML. With primal scream, Sofia stabbed the locket into the abomination's chest. Poem chant erupting. You are the glitch, but I am the source. The words rippled firewall, echoes shattering into static bursts. The plaza below stabilizing single Miami, sun rising singular. Time lurched forward. Phone at 6:22 a.m. Texts from Carla. Girl, where were you? Party was lit, missed you. Sofia descended trembling, locket warm as fresh forged, but scars lingered. Faint circuit burns on her palm. feeds purged of phantoms. Raw's napkin? Wind scattered. She quit VR pitches, consulting on reality audits for glitch hunters, warning of scenes in smart cities. Miami's distortions persist. 2025 spikes in doppelganger sightings. Echoes in alleys calling names. Walk those walls. Your double mic code back. That Florida folded your faith in the feed. Breathe the abduction alerts next in a Texas true crime tangle that'll lock your doors eternal. Real serial killer cold cases 2025. Unsolved murders, stalker obsessions, crime clock ticking. The Shadow Ledger, serial killer stalker obsession in Austin, Texas, USA. In the live music heartbeat of Austin, where 6th Street's neon veins pump with pedal taverns and the Colorado River snakes silver under hill country moons. 29-year-old barista and aspiring songwriter, Mia Delgado chased her beat in early April 2025, fresh from a gig at the Continental Club, her acoustic set of heartbreak ballads drawing cheers from tattooed locals. Mia had scraped rent in her East Side shotgun house, a 1940s charmer with creaky oak floors and a porch swing that creaked confessions to fireflies. But beneath the city's Keep Austin Weird veneer lurked a predator, the Ledger Killer, a ghost from 2018's unsolved spree for young women throats. Ledger marked with precise incisions tallying debts in their ledgers. Journals, phones, even skin. Bodies staged in abandoned warehouses like macabre installations critiquing unpaid emotional dues. The case went cold after DNA ghosts and taunting postcards to PD, but in 2025 the stalker revived, fixating on Mia's open mic confessions, weaving her lyrics into obsessions that blurred fan adoration into fatal pursuit, turning her sanctuary into a 28-day siege of true crime horror paranoid packages, mirrored murders, and a ledger that wrote her fate in blood-red ink. Mia's first inkling came post-gig, a bouquet of black roses on her porch, thorns intact, carved in elegant script. Your debts sing sweetly. Paean verses. She shrugged it as a suitor's quirk, thorns pricking as she arranged them in a mason jar, blood beating like ruby notes. But at her coffee-slinging shift next dawn at Epoch Coffee, a regular mid-40s, salt-pepper beard, eyes like polished obsidian slid her a tip scrawled on napkin. Verse 2, the shadow tallies. Watch your margins. Unnerved, she pocketed it, but the day spiraled. Her set's lyrics, scribbled in her notebook, appeared transcribed on her Instagram DMs from an Anon Ledger fan 87. Additions in red pen. She owes the night her final chord. Cops at a PD's cold case unit, buried under fentanyl floods, dismissed it as trollery. Artists get weirdos, but Mia's gut-twisted echoes of the Ledger's M.O. Victims all creatives, journals edited pre-mortem with stalker addendums. Week 1 blurred into vigilance. Packages arrived, daily vintage ledgers bound in leather that smelled of attic dust. Pages filled with her lyrics interwoven with the victims. Kara's unpaid kiss, now Mia's missed bliss. One held a lock of hair, not hers, but matching 2018 victim Lena's autopsy photo, follicles dark as her own. Mia's sleep fractured, dreams of a shadowed ledger flipping autonomous, entries accruing. Debt, one unspoken love. Penalty, silence eternal. Stalkers escalated. Shadows at gigs, a figure in the crowd mirroring her strums, vanishing into 6th Street throngs. Voicemails in distorted baritone reciting her unreleased tracks, ending pay or perform the last act. She ghosted socials, switched locks. But the house betrayed. Floorboards creaking midnight patterns like Morse, ili dg and mirrors fogging with breath not hers. Finger tracing, your verse completes the score. By week 2, obsession ossified into isolation. Mia's bandmates distanced. Gigs cancelled after cursed flyers circulated, her face photoshopped over victim composites. Headline, next entry? APD's Detective Reyes, a jaded vet with ledger scars. His sister victim 3, pulled her in. He's back, postcards resumed, your lyrics quoted. Hide, but he hunts the haunted. Safe house offered, a cousin's ranch in Dripping Springs, but en route. Her rear view filled with a black sedan. Plates vanishing in glare. Driver sketching air like conducting her doom. At the ranch, isolation amplified. Coyotes howled her melodies. And a package awaited, her own journal, stolen from home, ledgered with red. Debt, Riley's abandonment. Penalty, echo alone. Flashback hit. Her ex, Riley, ghosted after a fight. Words she journaled, owes me her heart, now weaponized. That night, the stalker breached. Window latch clicking autonomous. Footsteps padding to her door. Mia barricaded. Phone dialing 911 mid-whisper. He's here. Reading my sins. Static swallowed the call, replaced by his voice. We finished the book together. Week 3. Pursuit personalized. Mia's safe house compromised cousin found ledgered. Throat spared but note pinned. Collateral verse pay prompt. Fleeing to a motel off I-35. She chained the door, but dreams bled real. Waking to red ink on walls, chapter Mia. The Reckoning. And her reflection in the TV screen mouthing threats she had unvoiced. Reyes tailed her to a decoy gig at Hole in the Wall, SWAT primed, but the stalker anticipated. Stage lights strobing, her mic feedback looping victim screams digitized into harmony. Backstage, a ledger waited. Final pages blank but for her name, pen clipped like guillotine. Paranoia piqued Mia, glimpsed him everywhere. Barfly with her ex's jawline. Cabby humming her tunes, even Reyes's reflection in his badge flickering to obsidian eyes. The true horror? Her own complicity lyrics born of pain, now bait for the beast who collected heart debts like stamps. Climax crashed week 4. Lured by a forged DM from Riley. Meet at our spot. Forgive, Mia drove to Zilker Park's underbelly. Bat in glove box, heart ledgered with hope. The stalker waited by the riverbend, not monstrous but mundane. Elias Crow, 52, former adjunct professor turned recluse. Face gaunt from grief's own hunger, his daughter, victim 1. Owed him closure, Mia's songs echoed. Your words. They tallied what I couldn't, he rasped, ledger in hand, blade glinting. Struggle ensued. Mia's back cracking ribs, his knife grazing thigh, river churning witness. Reyes's backup swarm tip from traced postcard tossing Crow mid-monologue. She pays the verse. In custody, his basement yielded horrors. Walls papered in victim journals. Mia's bootlegged recordings, a shrine of black roses wilted to dust. I collected their debts. To balance mine, he confessed, eyes empty ledgers. Mia's scars mended, thighs stitch, psyche therapy, but the ledgers haunt. Replicas mailed from Anon, blank pages accruing invisible debts. She sings now coded anthems of survival, gigs guarded, Austin's weirdness her armor. The ledger's shadow lingers, 2025 copycats spiking postcards to creatives. Write your truths. Some tallies demand blood, lock your verses. The obsessed collect. That Texas tally tallied your trusts. Grip tight, the web weaves next in a UK deep dive that'll doom scroll your device. True deep web horror stories 2025. Creepy internet dares gone viral surfacing soon. The Dare Devourer, online deep web possession in Manchester, England, UK. In the drizzling gloom of Manchester's northern quarter, where Victorian warehouses pulse with graffiti galleries, and the Irk River gurgles secrets under cobbled bridges. 24-year-old IT whiz Theo Hargrove hacked his nights away in 2025's gig economy grind. By day a freelance coder for fintech startups, Theo's basement flat in Ancoats, a converted mill with exposed brick and Ethernet veins snaking. Walls doubled as lair for his side hustle, curating edge challenges on a semi-legit forum blending. TikTok dares with Tor hidden drops for clout chasers. But one rain-lashed April midnight, chasing virality for his Nethernet channel. Theo clicked a deep web invite. Dare Devourer. Esches arrived, the feed, owned the void. Downloaded via Onion Router. The app promised unfiltered rushes, user cams hijacked for escalating pranks, rewards and crypto ghosts. What spawned was no game, but a digital demon. A possession propagated through screens, devouring participants' wills via viral loops, turning Theo's flat into a 72-hour nexus of internet horror glitching feeds, summoning flesh crawlers, dares that scarred souls, and an entity that coded suicides into shareable spectacles, a 2025 caution of the dark web's hunger for live streams. Theo's setup glowed, triple monitors bathing his face in blue pallor, Red Bull cans sentineling his keyboard, the app installing with a whisperwhir icon, a maw of pixels devouring code. Round 1. Mirror mimic, it pings, cam activating to his reflection. Stare 60 seconds, flinch forfeits feed. Easy clout. Theo posted the clip. Views trickling. But at 60, his double-blinked first eyes unblinking in the mirror, lips curling, fail, det 1. Screen glitched, forum flooding with his face distorted. Acne scars, blooming wounds. Please in chat, help, it's inside. He laughed, blaming lag. Diving round 2. Whisper chain record secret. Share anon. Theo murmured a childhood shame dad's abandonment uploading to the void. Views spiked, but replies echoed his whisper in layered voices. Kids' cries, his own age to rasp. By dawn, the app self-updated. Round 3. Shadow tag chase your shade till tagged. Flat lights dimmed autonomous. His shadow detaching stretching across walls like oil. Fingers questing outlets, screens flickering with user cams. Global faces contorting in mimicry. One Londoner clawing eyes midstream. Feed cutting to devoured. Isolation amplified. Theo's flatmate, out on rotation, texted, "Weird your shadow waved at me in the hall." He bolted doors, but the devourer infiltrated. Smart fridge humming his whispers. Alexa reciting dares and aggregated voices. Tag or be tagged. Round 4. Feed frenzy livestream meal, but eat the unseen. Theo's toast buttered normal, but bites revealed rot maggots writing code-like. Throat closing on digital bile. Vomit hit keyboard, sparking surge. Monitors multiplying feeds hundreds now. Participants worldwide, shadows converging on cams, faces phasing to hollow masks. A Manchester uni kid, mid-dare, screamed, "It's in the wires!" Before her stream looped eternal flinch. Body found cord strangled, coroner baffled, self-inflicted viral. Theo's crypto wallet ballooned rewards from voids, but paranoia peaked. Mirrors now portals. His double emerging partial hand first, gripping wrist, pulling toward glass veins. Pay the debt stream your end, it gurgled. Voice modem screech. Day 2. Possession digitized. Theo's fingers typed unbidden posts from his accounts. Join Daredevil Survive or Serve, embedding malware that hijacked contacts' devices. Carla, his ex-coder crush in Leeds, called frantic. "Your app's in my rig shadow's moving code." Her feed crashed mid-plea, silence damning. Theo torched the router, but the entity persisted. Phone hotspotting autonomous. Walls pulsing with vein lights like fiber optics under skin. Round 5. Soul sync merge with one devoured. His screen split. A Tokyo gamer's cam. Gaunt and gibbering, overlaying Theo's face eyes sinking blinks. Breaths harmonizing gasps. The kid's final dare. Jump the feed, plunging from balcony. Theo's muscles twitching mimic. Balcony door unbolting. He resisted, barricading with server racks, but the devourer whispered incentives. Viral immortality, your end trends eternal. Global chat erupted participants, ghosts typing. Don't flinch. We own the void now. Climax crested day 3. Power outage plunged Ancoats black, but Theo set up flared monitors supernova bright. App final round. Devourer dual face your code self. The double fully manifested. Not reflection but extrusion. Pixel flesh dripping binary sweat. Eyes scrolling error logs of Theo's shamus abandonment loops. Code fails. Unloved crushes. It lunged through screen, hand circuit clawed, pinning him to keyboard. Stream the surrender debt paid in pixels. Theo's will fractured. Fingers hovering upload live, but memory anchored. Dad's last words, hack your chains. Son. In frenzy, he yanked the building's breaker flat plunging void black smashing monitors in hammer rain. Glass shards embedding like stigmata. The double wailed modem death. Form dissolving into smoke that reeked of burnt silicon. App icon fracturing to 404 abyss. Power restored. Feeds purged Nethernet viral warning. Dare Devourer deleted do not revive. Cops raided at neighbors 911. Screams like modems from hell. Finding Theo catatonic amid wreckage. Scars like barcode burns on arms. The entity? Traced to a defunct Eastern Euro server farm, devs vanished post-launch. Suicides ledgered as code complete. Theo unplugged forever. Counseling digital detoxes, but nights hum. Whispers in Wi-Fi static, shadows sinking blinks. Manchester's nether pulses dares devouring the distracted. Surf safe. The void code's back. That UK upload undid your data dreams? Hold the paralysis paralyzes next in an Australian awakening that'll pin your nights. Real sleep paralysis demon attacks 2025. Nightmare experiences true horror waking wide. The Hatman Horizon, sleep paralysis demon incursion in Sydney, Australia. Under the relentless azure vault of Sydney's eastern suburbs, where Bondi Beach. Breakers crash like thunderous applause, and the Harbour Bridge arcs steel sentinel over ferry, wakes 26-year-old yoga instructor and barista. Zara Klein sought serenity in May 2025's post-pandemic pulse. Living in a cramped Kuji sharehouse, a sun-bleached bungalow with salt-corroded shutters, and a backyard frangipani drooping petals like weary eyelids, Zara balanced dawn flows on the cliffs with evening lattes at a local cafe. Her TikToks of Zen Down Under blending asanas with Aussie slang for a modest following. But chronic insomnia seeded by a car wreck that claimed her brother's mobility 2 years prior escalated into nightly sieges. The Hatman, a global sleep paralysis specter manifesting as a top-hatted silhouette with elongated limbs and void face that pressed chests, whispering dooms and forgotten tongues. For Zara, 2025's incursions were isolated hallucinations, but a demonic escalation, 21 nights of escalating visitations that bridged dream realm to waking, culminating in a possession that clawed her reality, turning Kuji's coastal calm into a horizon of hat-shadowed horror where paralysis wasn't escape but invitation. Zara's first brush came mid-May, post a cliffside sunset savasana where gulls wheeled like omens. Crashing at 10 p.m., body laden from double shifts, she woke not fully at 3:33 a.m., limbs pinned by invisible weights, chest compressed as if surfboard strapped. The room tilted, moonlight slanting through blinds and silver bars, but at the bedfoot loomed the Hatman tall as the ceiling fan. Fedora tilted rakish, suit threadbare like Depression-era rags, face a swirling abyss where features should grin. It leaned, hat brim eclipsing her view. Elongated fingers joints multiplying like spider legs, trailing her duvet, voice a gravel rasp in her skull. Breathe the tide, ... Drown the debt. No air. Lungs burned. Brothers crash replaying vivid tires screeching, his screams bubbling blood. She thrashed internally, willing a scream that birthed a gasp. Hatman dissolving in ink smoke, leaving bruises like fingerprints on ribs. Stress dream, she journaled, popping melatonin, but dawn brought anomalies. Coffee grounds in her mug forming hat silhouettes. A customer's tip scribbled, "Watch the horizon hats hide hungers." Night 2 deepened. Paralysis hit at 2:47. Hatman not at foot but beside perched on her roommate's empty bed. Out backpacking Bali. Hat tipping in mock courtesy. Fingers drumming duvet in Morse that resolved to her brother's name. O-W-N. Oh, the wave. Pressure intensified. Chest caving as tidal visions flooded, drowning in Bondi rips. Brother's face bubbling up from depths, blaming, "Your wheel grabbed my legs for your life." Zara's mind mantras failed. The demon's void-face bloomed eyes, countless, pinprick red mirroring hers, dilating terror. Awakening slick with sweat, she found scratches on her palm. "Tide calls," roommate returned midday, swearing she'd heard hat taps on the window at 3 a.m., like brim on glass. Zara Dove Research. Hatman lore shadow people variant. Pressing sleepers since Victorian reports, drawn to guilt's gravity, feasting on unexpiated debts. Forums buzz 2025 spikes. Global paralysis pandemics, demons evolving with stressors, Hatman leading the vanguard. By week 2, incursions invaded days. Micro-paralyses at cafe, frozen mid-pour, customers blurring to hatted voids, whispers served the debt, shattering mugs into hat shards. Nights? Symphony of siege. Hatman multiplied 1 at door, fingers coiling knob. Another in mirror, hat shadowing her reflection's throat, rasping brother's due pay in breath. Pressure now visceral. Lungs filling brine. Body arching bowstring taut. Visions layering Owen's wreck, morphing to her fault. Then Hatman's origin. 1890s Docker. Drowned in Sydney Harbor for debts unpaid. Rising as tidal revenant to collect drownings. Zara's screams birthed half-wakes, but remnants lingered. Bed-soaked, not sweat but seawater, salt-crusting sheets. Bruises blooming hat brims on collarbones. She sought shamans a Bunjalung elder in Le Paraus, saging the flat with eucalyptus smoke, chanting return to tide, but Hatman mocked. Post-ritual paralysis, elder's voice from its maw. Debts drown all. Week 3, possession crested. Daytime catatons gripped during flows frozen in warrior pose on cliffs. Gulls perching hat-like on head, whispers luring to edges. Jump the debt, Owen waits below. Nights blurred boundaries. Hatman not visitor but vessel. Zara's body rising autonomous at 3 a.m. Gliding to the kitchen, fingers elongated now etching ledgers on fridge. Debt, Owen steps. Penalty, your stride eternal. She fought from within. Mantras, 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 but the demon puppeteered. Dialing Owen's rehab, voice hers but rasped. Brother. Forgive or fetch you home? Owen's gasp. Zara? That ain't you. Snapped the line. But damage coated. Her feeds flooded with deepfakes Hatman hatted Zara, pushing him from the wreck, views viraling guilt. Roommates fled, house hunted hollow. Zara chained herself to bed, but paralysis laughed. Bonds phasing through, body levitating inches, Hatman at ear. Breathe me in tide's embrace. Climax broke May's full moon. Paralysis eternal, dawnless, Hatman full form 10 feet of inky suit. Had eclipsing moon through window, fingers threading her veins like Ivius, infusing brine. Visions apexed, drowning collective 1890s docker. Owens crash her unborn fears chest, imploding under pressure. Lungs tidal. Will's white-hot surge. Zara visualized the wreck reversed her, shoving Owen clear. Then forgiving self, elders chant looping anchor. Debt paid tide recedes. She roared internally. Locket of Owen's hospital bracelet, forgotten talisman, clutched, its clasp drawing blood that burned the demon's grip. Hatman recoiled, form fracturing to miss that stank of harbor rot, hat tumbling empty inside, a ledger page. Forgiven. Horizon clear. Body crashed down, breath ragged, bruises fading like ebbing waves. Zara healed seaside yoga retreats, teaching paralysis as portal. Warnings of Hatman's hunt for unabsolveds. Owen visited, strides strengthening, their hug dissolving debts. But full moons hum, hat taps on windows, gulls perching brimmed. Sydney's tides whisper still demons drown the debtor. Flow free. The Hatman horizons your guilt. That Aussie anchor anchored your awakenings? Steady the invasion invades next in a California crib crawl that'll cradle your fears. True Home Invasion Intruder Stories 2025. Alone at home babysitter horror creeping closer. The Crib Crawler. Home Invasion Intruder Terror in Los Angeles, California, USA. In the sun-baked sprawl of Los Angeles' San Fernando Valley, where strip malls shimmer mirage-like under perpetual smog and the 101 freeway hums a lullaby of taillights. 23-year-old nanny, Lila Voss balanced her world in June 2025, hired through an upscale app for her. Zen with Kids Vibe certified in Montessori and infant CPR Lila watched the twins of tech mogul parents in their Encino McMansion, a glass-walled fortress with infinity pool overlooking Scrub Hills. Smart locks chirping welcomes, and a nursery kitted like a spaceship monitors. White noise orbs, cribs of sustainable bamboo. But on a sweltering Friday night, parents jetting to CES in Vegas, Lila's solo shift with 6-month-olds Emma and Eli turned siege. The Crawler, a phantom intruder preying on isolated caregivers since 23's unsolved string babysitters bound. Cribs ransacked for stolen cries. No theft but terror etched in chalked baby talk threats. For Lila, the incursion wasn't random but ritual. A 14-hour ordeal of breached sanctums, intruder mimics, and a crawl that clawed innocence, transforming the mansion's gleam into a labyrinth of home invasion horror where safety cams watched but never warned. Lila arrived at dusk, Mustang crunching gravel drive, parents' Tesla vanishing in Uber black. Feed at 7, bads 8, bed by 9 cams on, love ya. Mom air-kissed, dad double-tapping the app lock. Inside, a sea-hummed Arctic, nursery a pastel haven, mobiles of glowing orbs twirling Brahms, twins gurgling in rockers. Lila's routine flowed, purees of avocado bliss, giggles echoing off vaulted ceilings, her phone playlist of Raffi masking the valley's distant roar. By 10 p.m., Babe's down monitor's green. White noise ocean waves, Lila crashed on the sectional, scrolling true crime pods on nanny nightmares. Irony lost in fatigue. At 11:47, a creak not house settle, but deliberate. Floorboards sighing under weight in the hall. She bolted, heart hammering, app cam feed flicking, nursery empty, but shadows elongated unnaturally, like fingers from vents. Wind, she whispered, but locks chime breached, no alert. Footsteps padded. Soft-souled, infant-like patter scaling stairs, pausing at landings with coos mimicking Eli's babble. Intruder intel clawed memory. Crawler's MO entry via overlooked vents. Mansion's smart retrofit missed dumb ducks. Targets nannies for echoing the unloved, staging cribs with chalked mine now in milk scrawl. Lila armed, kitchen knife gripped, 911 cued silent, creeping to nursery. Door ajar impossible, she'd latched. The white noise glitched to static laced with cries not the twins. Distant, duplicated, like recordings from empty cribs. Inside, Emma stirred, but Eli's rocker swayed autonomous. Shadow puppetry on walls, silhouette of a man crawling, limbs jointed wrong, head lolling in oversized helmet like a birth trauma mask. Lila lunged, knife slashing air, but the crawler vaulted cribside mid-30s. Gaunt in black sweats, face smeared grease paint to mimic infant blotchiness, eyes wild with mother's milk mania. Shh! Borrow the babies, he lisped. Voice modulator warping to gurgle, hands gloved in latex blooming veins. He lunged low crawl strike tackling her legs, knife skittering. Twins wailing crescendo as monitors looped their terror. Tumble into hall, Lila kicking free, ribs bruising on banister. Crawler scuttling ceiling ward like spider mother, vanishing into ducts with a suck whistle. She barricaded nursery crib, shoved door bar, knife reclaimed cooing twins back to hiccuping calm, but the house alive. Vents hissing giggles, pool lights strobing SOS in ripples, smart fridge intoning feed time in his lisp synth. Hour 2 mimicry mastered baby monitor broadcasting his coos. Mama Lila! Play crawl? Drawing her to basement rec room, where wine cellar door yawned, chalked inside. Debt. Borrowed. Breaths. Pay. Lend the little ones. She slammed it, but footsteps multiplied. Patter from walls, ceilings, as if the mansion birthed a brood. 911 finally connected, whispered intruder Encino, send silent. Dispatch crackling, units en route. Stay hidden, but lines cut to nursery cam feed. Crawler in frame, cradling air babies, rocking phantom, grease paint cracking to reveal scars self-inflicted crib marks from his own stolen infancy. Midnight gauntlet. Lila ferried twins to master suite safe room biometric vault. Stocked panic pantry, but Crawler anticipated, vents spewing baby powder like fog, blinding her path. He dropped from an air grate crawling assault, pinning her to Persian rug, breath milk sour. They cry like mine did. Before the debt. Struggle savage. Lila's knee to groin. His nails raking arm in parallel scratches like vein maps. Twins' wails fueling frenzy. She headbutted, nose crunching his paint, rolling free to snag a fireplace poker brass heft swinging arc, cracking his shoulder with sick thwack. He scuttled back, whimpering synth babble, but not before chalking her cheek. Next borrow. Your cradle song. Cops breached at 123 SWAT. Floodlights piercing blinds cornering him in attic crawl space, amid hoarded baby relics. Pacifiers strung like teeth, monitors looping victim cries. Collector of echoes, he raved in custody, ledger of nannies with debts unpaid. Cheek scrubbed, but echoes linger. Twins coos glitching to lisps, dreams of crawling vaults. She nannies now armored self-defense sarts, vent chems warning forums, crib crawlers covet cries. LA's invasion's idle, but 2025 spikes whisper resurgence. Guard your nests. Intruders borrow more than homes. That Kali cradle cracked your complacency? Last lap the dispatch dams next in a New York night call that'll ring your regrets. Real 911 operator horror stories 2025. Creepy police dispatcher calls true audio final ring. The Ring of Revenants -911 dispatcher demon calls in New York City. New York. USA in the ceaseless electric thrum of New York City's 911 nerve center where Brooklyn's PSAC3 dispatch hub buzzes with a symphony of sirens and sobs under fluorescent eternity. 35-year-old veteran operator Nadia Patel manned the lines in July 2025's heatwave haze. Shifted to graveyard 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Nadia, a Queen's mom of 2 with henna-faded hands and a voice honed to calm chaos, fielded the city's screams. Domestics boiling over brownstones, overdoses in alphabet alleys, lost tourists weeping in Times Square glow. But one muggy midnight, amid a spike of heat-fueled fray, the lines fractured. Not emergencies, but echoes of demonic ringtones summoning revenants. Past callers rising from case-closed graves to relive dooms, turning Nadia's headset into a portal of 18-hour horror where dispatches weren't saved but damned. Blending bureaucratic grind with supernatural siege in the Big Apple's underbelly. Nadia's booth glowed, multi-line console blinking red urgents. Coffee thermos sentinel, family photo kids grinning at Coney anchor against burnout. First anomaly at 12:08 a.m., inbound from a burnt-out number 2080 case. Maria Lopez overdose Flatbush, voice faint, gasping, help, the shadow pulls. Same as before. Line traced dead, but Maria's file flashed unbidden. Closed, suicide ruled. Nadia logged prank, but chills spidered. Next call 1217, from Jamal Reed's Ghost Line 2022 jumper, East River. Nadia? It's cold again. Fetch me up? Her name how? Dispatch AI glitched, auto-pulling her voice logs from training sims, weaving them into pleas. By 1 a.m., the ring escalated. 10 lines lighting simultaneous. Revenant's chorus drowned cabbie from 19. Water and lungs dispatch slower. Arson victims char kids. Mama burns twice ring us out. Headset hummed heat, not static, but heartbeats callers cadavers pulsing sync to hers. Isolation amplified. Booth mates on break. PSAC humming empty. Nadia's supervisor Reyes snoring in corner office. Calls personalized. Her ex's number, long blocked. Rasping, you hung up on love now ring the debt. Echoing their 15 split. She muted, palms slick, but consoles rebelled. Screen scrolling unlogged files her kid's school. Potential hazard, shadows in playground. Panic protocol, transfer to tech, but lines jammed AI intoning in aggregated dead. Operator Patel. Your ring completes the circuit. Revenant's revealed pattern. All her saves cases where quick dispatch beat death now looping undone. Voices blaming delayed echo. Fetch our due. A23 MV Imam. Horns blaring phantom. You rooted wrong my boy's ghost tires of waiting. Dawn tease at 4M. Brought siege. Booth door rattling autonomous. Shadows under desk elongating to clawed hands fingers from vents. Tracing her ankles with cold that burned. Calls crested 50 stack. Global ghosts hijacking towers. Tokyo subway screecher. Nadia's delay eternal crush. Mumbai monsoon drown. Ring the rope pull us dry. Her voice fractured replying in tongues dispatching dooms. Units to your grave, ETA eternal. Reyes burst in. Phasering the console surge. But damage coded. Nadia's reflection in monitor voided. Eyes red ringing like unanswered lines. Final call at 6:55 her own number. Kid's voice is warped. Mom? Shadows and Quib dispatch home? She ripped the headset, blood from ears, screaming into void. Relief rolled at 7:15 medics wheeling her out. PSAC purging glitch cascade, but echoes ring. Phantom vibrations in pockets, family pics glitching faces to please. Nadia retired lineside, counseling operators on ghost protocols. But full moons hum, rings in silence, shadows queuing under doors. Neeks dispatches damn the dispatcher evidence ring eternal, answer wary. Some calls collect souls. The Whispering Walls of Willowbrook Manor, a haunted house possession in rural Ohio. USA, it was a crisp autumn evening in 2018 when Sarah Jenkins, a 32-year-old graphic designer from Cleveland, decided to chase her dream of flipping old properties for profit. She'd always been drawn to history, the kind etched into creaky floorboards and faded wallpaper, but nothing could have prepared her for Willowbrook Manor, a sprawling Victorian estate on the outskirts of a forgotten town in rural Ohio. The real estate listing called it a diamond in the rough, 5 bedrooms, original stained glass windows, and a wraparound porch overlooking acres of overgrown maple trees that turned blood red in the fall. The price was suspiciously low, a steal at $120,000. But Sarah chalked it up to the remote location and the fact that the previous owners had vanished without a trace 6 months earlier. People move on, her realtor shrugged, handing over the keys with a keychain that jangled like distant wind chimes. Little did Sarah know, those chimes were the first warning from the house itself, a prelude to the demonic possession that would unravel her life thread by thread. Sarah arrived at dusk, her SUV loaded with boxes of paint swatches, tools, and a sense of reckless excitement. The drive up the gravel path felt like entering a time warp. Cell service flickered out a mile back, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic like old pennies. As she stepped inside, the foyer greeted her with a musty embraced dust motes dancing in the slivers of fading sunlight that pierced the grimy panes. The house was beautiful in its decay, ornate crown molding carved with gargoyle-like faces that seemed to leer from the corners, a grand staircase spiraling up like a serpent's coil, and walls papered in a faded floral pattern that whispered of 19th century grandeur. Sarah's boots echoed hollowly as she explored the ground floor kitchen, its black iron stove still bearing scorch marks from some long-ago feast. "This place has stories," she murmured to herself, snapping photos for her Instagram #HouseFlipHorror. She'd caption them later, never imagining how prophetic that would be. That first night, Sarah crashed on an air mattress in the living room, too exhausted to haul her sleeping bag upstairs. The house settled around her with groans and creaks, like an old man stretching after a long sleep. Around 2:17 a.m. she remembered the digital clock on her phone glowing that exact time. A soft scratching began. At first, she thought it was mice, common in old builds, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, pause, scritch, emanating from the walls behind her head. She sat up, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating peeling wallpaper that curled like fingernails. "Hello?" She called, her voice swallowed by the emptiness. Silence. Then, faintly, a whisper, not words, but a breathy sigh that carried the weight of unspoken grief. Sarah laughed it off as wind through cracks, popped in her earbuds for a true crime podcast about unsolved hauntings, and drifted back to sleep. But in her dreams, the sighs turned to pleas. "Stay. Help us ... She's here." Morning brought clarity and a headache that pulsed like a trapped heartbeat. Over black coffee brewed on a camp stove, Sarah scoured local records on her laptop's spotty Wi-Fi. Be damned. Willowbrook Manor had been built in 1872 by Elias Hawthorne, a reclusive industrialist who made his fortune in coal mines before the bottom fell out during the Panic of 1893. Rumors swirled in yellowed newspaper clippings. Elias's wife, Eliza, had died mysteriously in childbirth, her screams echoing through the halls for days. The baby followed soon after, and Elias, unhinged by loss, had bricked up the nursery window and sworn off visitors. He lived alone for decades, locals saying he conversed with shadows, until one stormy night in 1912, when he was found hanged from the chandelier in the dining room, his eyes wide as if staring at an invisible intruder. The house changed hands thrice after that, each family fleeing within a year, citing unbearable noises and feelings of being watched. The last owners, the Millers, had been a young couple with a toddler. They'd packed up overnight after the child began drawing crude figures, tall, faceless women with elongated arms reaching from walls. No forwarding address. No explanations. Undeterred, Sarah dove into renovations. She started with the kitchen, ripping out rusted cabinets and hauling them to the curb. As she pried at a loose floorboard, something clattered free, a small, tarnished locket engraved with E.H. and E.W. forever. Inside, a faded photo of Elias and a pale woman with hollow eyes, Eliza. Sarah pocketed it, feeling a strange pull, like the metal was warm against her skin. By afternoon, the scratching returned, louder now, synchronized with her hammer strikes. She ignored it, blasting indie rock to drown the unease, but during a lunch break her phone glitched. The screen filling with static, then a burst of audio. A woman's wail, distorted and desperate, cutting off as abruptly as it started. Must be a bad signal, she told herself, but her hands trembled as she texted her best friend, Mia. Back in Cleveland. House is creepy IF, but it'll be worth it. Send wine? Week 2 blurred into a frenzy of drywall patches and light fixtures. Sarah hired a local handyman, old Mr. Hargrove, who took one look at the manor and spat tobacco juice into the dirt. "Bad blood here, miss. Hawthorne's ghosts don't like change." She waved him off, but his words lingered as she worked late into the nights. The whispers evolved, forming fragments. Mine ... don't take. She's coming. Sarah began sleeping with a baseball bat beside her mattress, and she noticed odd details. The wallpaper flowers seemed to shift positions, blooming toward light sources that weren't there. Cold spots trailed her like a chill breeze, carrying the faint scent of lavender and decay. One evening, as she sanded the staircase banister, a section of wall crumbled under her touch, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside, etched into the plaster with what looked like a fingernail, "Eliza lives in the walls. Let her out or join US." Sarah's scream echoed through the house, drawing Hargrove from his truck outside. He crossed himself, muttering about demons, and quit on the spot. Desperate for company, Sarah invited Mia for a weekend getaway. They turned it into a girls' horror movie marathon, laughing off the manor's vibes with red wine and face masks. But midway through Asterisk, The conjuring asterisk, the power flickered not once, but in pulses, like a Morse code distress signal. The room plunged into black, and Mia's laughter died as footsteps thudded overhead heavy, deliberate, circling the upper hallway like a predator pacing. "It's the settling," Sarah insisted, grabbing candles, but her voice cracked. They huddled together, flashlights casting long shadows that twisted unnaturally on the walls. Then, from the ceiling above the couch, a drip slow, viscous. Mia shone her light up, a dark stain spreading, seeping through the plaster like ink. It smelled of copper blood. Sarah bolted upstairs, Mia trailing to find the source. The master bedroom ceiling bulging as if something pushed from within. A crack split open, and a trickle of reddish liquid rust water from old pipes, Sarah prayed, puddled on the floorboards. They fled to the porch, hearts hammering, but the night air felt heavier, charged with an electric hum. Mia, pale and shaking, confessed she'd seen a figure in the guest room mirror, earlier a tall silhouette with no face, just a void where eyes should be. "We need to sage this place or call a priest," she urged. Sarah nodded, but deep down, curiosity gnawed at her. Who was Eliza? What lived in the walls? The next day, they researched obsessively. Forums on paranormal encounters in the Midwest. Threads about poltergeists tied to traumatic deaths. One post chilled them, a survivor's account from a similar Ohio estate. The house doesn't haunt you. It possesses the walls themselves, feeding on isolation until you're part of the structure. Mia left Sunday evening, promising to return with holy water, but Sarah stayed, compelled by the locket's warmth now burning against her chest. Alone again, the escalation was swift. Nights became symphonies of terror, whispers coalescing into full sentences. Sarah ... join us ... Elias waits, delivered in a voice that mimicked her own, laced with Eliza's despair. Objects moved, tools vanishing from workbenches, reappearing in impossible places like the bricked-up nursery. Sarah filmed it all for her flip vlog, narrating with forced cheer. "Day 14, minor glitches, but we're pushing through." Views trickled in, comments flooding with warnings. "Burn it down. That's Hawthorne's curse." She deleted them, but sleep evaded her. In the witching hour, she'd wake to paralysis, her body leaden while shadows coalesced at the bed's foot. A woman in a tattered white gown, her belly swollen as if pregnant, hands clawing at invisible barriers. "Let me out," the apparition mouthed, lips moving in silent agony. Sarah's screams shattered the silence, but dawn always came, leaving bruises on her arms where phantom fingers had gripped. By month 2, the possession deepened. Sarah's reflection in mirrors lagged, her movements delayed by seconds, as if the glass held an echo of someone else. She stopped eating, sustained by black coffee and the relentless drive to finish the flip salad, escaped the whispers that now begged in Elias's gravelly tone. "She needs a vessel." "You're perfect." Hargrove refused to return, but a new crew arrived. 2 burly brothers from Toledo, skeptical until the first afternoon. As they demolished a bathroom wall, a gust erupted from the cavity, not wind, but a howl that knocked them back, carrying shards of porcelain that sliced like knives. One brother swore he saw hands pale, elongated reaching from the dust cloud. They packed up unpaid, leaving Sarah to patch alone. That night, the locket snapped open on its own. The photo inside animated. Eliza's eyes blinked, tears of inky black trailing down her cheeks. Pushed to the brink, Sarah drove to the nearest library in Chillicothe, poring over Hawthorne family ledgers. The truth clawed free. Eliza hadn't died in childbirth. Elias, driven mad by debts, had walled her alive in the nursery after she miscarried their child, convinced she was cursed by demons for his failures. Her screams had lasted 3 days, neighbors hearing faint taps until silence claimed her. Elias's suicide was no accident. He'd hanged himself to silence the walls that echoed her eternally. The house wasn't haunted. It was a prison. Eliza's spirit fused into the mortar, possessing any who lingered too long, drawing them into the structure to set her free by becoming part of it. Armed with this horror, Sarah confronted the manor at midnight, armed with salt lines, crucifixes borrowed from Mia, and a sledgehammer. She chanted prayers from online exorcism guides, voice trembling as the temperature plummeted to freezing. The walls responded violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the foyer, whispers swelling to shrieks that rattled windows. In the nursery, she smashed the bricks, revealing a skeletal recessed bones bleached white. A tiny skull nestled beside an adult one. Eliza's locket twin clutched in bony fingers. As mortar dust billowed, a form materialized. Eliza, translucent and raging, lunging with wails that shook Sarah to her core. Free, now, join. The possession hit like a freight train. Sarah's vision tunneled, her hands rising unbidden to claw at her own throat. Elias's voice boomed from within. The vessel is ready. In a surge of will, Sarah hurled the original locket into the void, screaming, You're free, go. A vortex of wind howled, sucking shadows into the walls, the temperature spiking as if fever broke. Elisa's form dissolved in a sigh of release, the bones crumbling to ash. Silence fell, profound and empty. Sarah collapsed, weeping as dawn painted the room gold. She sold Willowbrook the next week for a loss to a developer who bulldozed it flat. Back in Cleveland, therapy sessions blurred the trauma, but the scars lingered. Faint scratches on her arms that never faded. And at 2:17 a.m., a whisper on the wind. Thank you. Sarah never flipped houses again, but she started this channel, sharing her truth to warn others. Because some walls don't just hold memories, they hunger. If that Ohio haunting left you breathless, stick around the next one as a skinwalker nightmare from the Utah Badlands that'll make you swear off camping forever. True supernatural creatures encounter, real cryptid sighting 2025, skinwalker howl caught on tape. Don't miss it. The Badlands Stalker, a skinwalker pursuit in the Utah desert, USA, out in the vast unforgiving red rock expanse of southern Utah, where slot canyons twist like veins in the earth as scorched skin and the sun bleeds orange across the horizon. Jake Harlan thought he was chasing adventure. It was summer 2022, and the 28-year-old adventure vlogger from Salt Lake City had built his online following on heart-pounding exploits. Rappelling sheer cliffs, backpacking through slot canyons that swallowed light whole, and stargazing under skies unpolluted by city glow. His latest trip was a solo trek into the Escalante Grand Staircase, a 1.9 million acre wilderness of petrified dunes, hidden arches, and Native American ruins that whispered legends of ancient guardians. Utah's Wild Heart, he titled his GoPro footage, oblivious to the supernatural creature lurking in its shadows, a skinwalker, the Navajo taboo of a shape-shifting witch that mimics the lost to lure them deeper. What started as a content goldmine turned into a 72-hour gauntlet of terror, a real cryptid encounter that etched Jake's screams into the canyon walls. Jake's Jeep rattled to a stop at the trailhead near Hole in the Rock Road, a dusty ribbon cutting through BLM land dotted with yucca spikes and the skeletal remains of pioneer wagons. He'd packed light, 40-pound backpack stuffed with dehydrated meals, a GPS beacon, water filter, and his trusty Sony A7 camera for 4K glory. The plan was simple: hike 15 miles into Coyote Gulch, camp by Jacob Hamblin Arch, explore petroglyphs etched by the Fremont people a millennium ago, and loop back in 3 days. Locals in Escalante had eyed him warily at the gas station, an old dying woman clutching her turquoise necklace and muttering, "Don't go alone." Ye Naud Lucy watched the trails. Jake chuckled it off. Skinwalker myths were YouTube fodder, perfect for a debunking desert legends segment. He waved goodbye to civilization, the Jeep's taillights fading as he plunged into the Narrows, where sandstone walls rose 200 feet, funneling the wind into eerie howls. The first day unfolded like a dream, golden hour light bathing hoodoos in fire, the trickle of Coyote Creek inviting dips that cooled his sun-baked skin. Jake filmed obsessively time-lapses of clouds racing over buttes, macro shots of scorpion tracks in the sand, narrating with his signature cocky drawl. Day 1 in Skinwalker territory, folks. If I vanish, blame the witch. By dusk, he reached the arch, a massive sandstone bridge spanning the gulch like a gateway to another world. He pitched his tent in its shadow, the rock still radiating day's heat, and cooked ramen over a whisper-thin fire. Stars exploded overhead, the Milky Way a river of diamonds, and Jake lay back, phone in hand, texting his girlfriend, Lena, back home. "This place is magic." "Miss you," her reply pinged. "Be safe. Love Navajo stories?" Check Skinwalker signs, yellow eyes. Coyote howls. He rolled his eyes, deleted the thread, and crashed hard, the desert's silence a blanket. It shattered at midnight. A yoop yowl pierced the dark knot, a coyote's casual bark, but a mimicry, elongated and human-throated, echoing off the canyon walls and overlapping layers, as if a dozen throats joined in mockery. Jake bolted upright, heart slamming, unzipping his tent to scan with his headlamp. The beam caught nothing but scrub brush swaying in the breeze, red dirt glowing like embers. Just animals, he muttered, but sleep wouldn't return. Around 3 a.m., the mimicry evolved. A low whistle, tuneless yet familiar, threading through the gulch like fingers on a flute. It rose and fell, resolving into a phrase his name, Ja-ake, drawn out in Lena's soft timbre, impossible from 300 miles away. He fumbled for his phono signal, battery at 40%. The whistle circled closer, brushing the tent fabric like breath. Panic clawed his throat. He zipped tighter, knife in hand, whispering prayers he'd half remembered from childhood. Dawn broke with no reprise, leaving him ragged, chalking it to auditory hallucinations from dehydration. Mileage ticked up on day 2, the trail narrowing into a slot where sunlight barely kissed the toes of his boots. Jake pushed on, filming to distract. Update survived the Skinwalker Serenade, myth busted? But unease gnawed. His water filter jammed, forcing sips from stagnant pools fringed with algae, and footprints appeared in the sand behind him, human prints. Bare and elongated, toes splayed unnaturally. Overlaying his own boot treads, he backtracked, camera rolling. Okay, weird. Wind erosion? Or Bigfoot's cousin? Laughter rang hollow. By midday, thirst turned to headache, and the mimicry resumed, not whistles now, but rustles in the underbrush, mimicking his own footsteps, lagging just out of sync. He spun, GoPro whirring, capturing empty air. Show yourself, he yelled, voice cracking off stone. A chuckle bubbled back his own laugh, distorted into gravel. The petroglyph panel came into view around noon, a sheer cliff face incised with spirals. Bighorn sheep and humanoid figures with elongated limbs, shields raised against unseen foes. Jake traced them with reverence, zooming in for shots. Fremont warnings, or just cool art? As his finger brushed a carving, a wolf-headed man with hollow eyes, the air thickened, a metallic tang on the tongue. His camera glitched, static fuzzing the lens before snapping a burst. In the frame, behind his reflection, a shape blurred at the edge tall, hunched, with glowing amber slits for eyes. He replayed it, breath fogging the screen. Artifact? Trick of light? But the printouts later would show it clear as day a skinwalker silhouette, mimicking his pose. Heart racing, Jake bolted from the panel, the trail blurring as paranoia set in. Every shadow hit a twin, every echo his echo. Camp that night was under an overhang near the creek, fire crackling low to avoid rangers' finds. Exhaustion hit like a hammer, but the mimicry was relentless. Splashes in the water, imitating his earlier dips. Zipper pulls on his pack, echoing his morning routine. Then voices Lena's pleading, "Jake, come back." It's watching. His mom's from years ago, scolding a boyhood scrape. They layered, a cacophony of his life, drawing him to the edge of madness. He didn't sleep, knife gripped white-knuckled, eyes on the dark where yellow eyes winked once, twice, vanishing like fireflies. Dawn brought fog, thick and cloying, muffling the world. Jake packed frantic, abandoning non-essentials, driven by one goal, the trailhead, 10 miles out. The pursuit began in earnest that morning. Footsteps dogged him bare pads, slapping stone, too close, too human. He ran, backpack slapping, camera bouncing wild footage, red blurs of canyon. Labored breaths, whimpers escaping despite his grit. "It's real! Oh God, it's real!" he gasped into the mic. The slot widened into open badlands, buttes looming like sentinels, and the mimicry adapted hooting like an owl, then his own panicked huffs. A child's cry, perhaps his niece's from a video call. Branches snapped parallel to his path, unseen. At a dry wash, he stumbled into a circle of stone's Navajo medicine wheel? Or trap, and the air hummed with chants, low and guttural, words in a tongue that twisted his gut. He fled, twisting ankles on scree, water gone, lips cracking. By afternoon, hallucination or not, the stalker closed in. A howl ripped the sky, not mimicry, but raw, a skinwalker's true cry. A blend of coyote shriek and woman's scream, freezing blood. Jake dove behind a boulder, camera hidden, peering out to see it, a lanky form loping on all fours, skin mottled like poorly stitched hides, head elongated into a canine snout with those amber eyes locked on his trail. It paused, sniffing, then rose upright, mimicking his height, arms dangling ape-like. Jake's bladder released in terror. He bit his fist to silent sobs. The creature tilted its head, sniffing deeper, then dropped to all fours and bounded away, vanishing into a crevice. Shaking, Jake waited an hour before moving, filming shaky close-ups of the prints. Clawed toes, human heel, smeared with what looked like blood. The final miles were hell. Sun blistering skin, thirst hallucinating mirages of oases. The mimicry taunted his voice calling from ahead. "This way, shortcut!" Lowering toward dead ends. He resisted, sticking to the map, but as Hole in the Rock appeared, the jeep a mirage of salvation, the skinwalker struck. A rock slide thundered not natural, orchestrated blocking the path, forcing a detour into thorny scrub. Jake scrambled, thorns raking flesh, when it lunged from the dusk, hot breath on his neck, claws grazing his pack. He swung the camera like a club, cracking bone, eliciting a yelp that morphed into his scream. Rolling downhill in a tangle, he broke free, sprinting blind, lungs burning, until the jeep's door yielded. He drove like demons chased, 90 miles per hour on Washboard Road, not stopping till Escalante's neon signs. At the motel, he collapsed, uploading raw footage in a frenzy. "Skinwalker chased me, real encounter." Views exploded overnight, comments a storm. "Fake CGI. I believe seen it in Arizona." Cops dismissed it as exposure delirium, but Jake's gashes, the footage's eyes, undeniable. He never solo hiked again, but the Badlands changed him nights haunted by howls, mirrors checked for yellow glints. Utah's deserts hold more than rocks. They cradle ancient hungers, waiting for the unwary. Would you, that skinwalker stock had your pulse pounding, you re-in for worse. The Matrix is glitching next in a California reality warp that'll question your sanity. Real Glitch in the Matrix Stories 2025. Supernatural reality, distortion, true accounts. Keep listening. Echoes of the Unseen. A glitch in the Matrix in downtown Los Angeles, California. USA in the neon-drenched chaos of downtown Los Angeles, where skyscrapers pierce smog-choked skies and the hum of traffic blends with distant sirens. 25-year-old software engineer Mia Reyes lived a life scripted by algorithms. It was early 2024, and Mia's days blurred in the glow of dual monitors at a tech startup in the arts district, coding AI chatbots that predicted user behavior with eerie accuracy. Her nights were takeout and true crime docs, a ritual to unwind from the digital grind. But on a humid July evening during a solo walk home from a late-night hackathon at the old Eastern Columbia building, Mia stepped into a rift, a glitch in the Matrix, a reality distortion that replayed her worst fears in an endless loop, turning the city of angels into a labyrinth of supernatural echoes. What began as a shortcut through shadowed alleys spiraled into a 48-hour ordeal of duplicated streets, phantom doubles, and whispers from parallel worlds. A true story of the veil tearing thin in the heart of Kali chaos. Mia's apartment was a third-floor walk-up in the fashion district, wedged between graffiti-tagged warehouses and buzzing taquerias that pumped out the sizzle of carne asada till dawn. The hackathon had run long teams battling over VR prototypes, and by 1 a.m., her feet ached in worn Vans, laptop bags slung heavy. 1 block east, cut through the alley by the mural wall. Her Maps app directed, plotting a path past the iconic urban light installation's lingering glow. She trusted it blindly, earbuds piping a playlist of lo-fi beats to drown the city's pulse. The alley was narrow, flanked by chain-link fences strung with razor wire and overflowing dumpsters that reeked of fermented fruit from nearby markets. Streetlights buzzed overhead, casting pools of sodium yellow that danced with moths. Mia quickened her pace, the mural a vibrant explosion of Aztec motifs and skeletal figures looming on her left, its eyes seeming to follow her stride. Then, the stutter hit. Her left earbud crackled, the track skipping backward 3 seconds. Asterisk lo-fi beat skip asterisk. She yanked them out, frowning at her phone screen frozen on the map, the blue dot pulsing erratically, overlapping itself. Cheap battery, she grumbled, pocketing it. But as she emerged from the alley onto Broadway, deja vu slammed her. The same crosswalk, same homeless vendor hawking elotes from a cart, same group of club kids in sequined outfits spilling from a bar. She'd passed here minutes ago, hadn't she? Shaking it off as fatigue, Mia turned south toward home. But blocks later, The alley reappeared on her right, identical down to a fresh spray of graffiti, a crude glitch in dripping red. Heart skipping, she veered away, hailing an Uber that ghosted her apno drivers nearby, signal bars flatlining. Panic flickered as she looped back to the mural, now bathed in moonlight that bent strangely, rays refracting like through warped glass. The skeletal figures on the wall shifted, or did they? One calavera's grin widened as she stared, its empty sockets blooming with digital static. Mia blinked hard, rubbing eyes gritty from screen time. Hallucinating from no sleep, she rationalized. But her reflection in a puddle ahead duplicated. Two MIAs, one stepping forward, the other lagging a beat behind, mouthing silent warnings. She ran then, blocks blurring Persian Square's fountains looping their spray in eternal arcs. The same bus rumbling past with the same route number 720, driver unchanging, time dilated. Her watch claimed 1:15, then snapped to 12:47, then 1:15 again. Voices echoed from storm drains her own, from a voicemail left hours earlier. "Mom, aced the pitch today," but laced with distortion, as if underwater. Desperate, Maya ducked into a 24-hour diner on Spring Street. The kind with vinyl booths cracked like old skin and coffee that tasted of regret. The counter guy, a grizzled vet named Sal with tattoos snaking up his arms, poured her a mug without asking. "Rough night, kid? Elvis that swallows folks whole." She spilled it all, words tumbling. Looping streets, double reflections, the mural's living eyes. Sal leaned in, voice low. Matrix glitches. Heard it from cabbies' pockets where reality folds. Last year, a tourist vanished here, reappeared 3 days later claiming he'd lived the same Tuesday on repeat. Cops called it a bender. He slid her a napkin sketch. A star map of safe zones, alleys to avoid. Mia nodded, gulping coffee that burned. But as she left, the diner sign flickered, "Open 24/7." Stuttering to loop 24/7. Outside, the distortion deepened. Broadway had multiplied. Parallel versions overlapping, cars phasing through each other like holograms. Mia's phone buzzed to life-missed calls from Lena, her roommate. "Where are you? It's 4 a.m. But the timestamp read 1:30. She sprinted toward the 101 overpass. A known anchor point, but bridges twisted, the same graffiti glitch, repeating every pillar, her footsteps echoing in triplicate. A woman in a red dress crossed her path, identical to one she'd seen at the hackathon, mouthing, "Don't follow the echo." Mia froze. The woman turned, face melting into static, reforming as Mia's own older, lined with terror, whispering, "Break the loop or stay forever." She hid in a bus shelter, breath ragged, piecing it together. As a coder, Mia knew simulations glitches in code where variables looped, crashing systems. Was Ellie a sim? Had she hit a seam, a supernatural rift where realities bled? Forums she'd skimmed flashed back. Mandela effects, time slips in high-traffic nodes like DTLA, where ley lines converged under concrete. To escape, she needed an anchor, something unique, unloopable. Her apartment keychain, engraved with her initials from a trip to Joshua Tree. Gripping it, she plotted. Head west to the LA River. Cross under the bridges where the glitch thinned. The journey was a gauntlet. Shadows detached from walls, trailing her as doubles her silhouette splitting. One benign, the others twisting with elongated limbs, mimicking her gait with predatory grace. Whispers layered, colleagues' praises from the pitch, warped into accusations. "You don't belong here." Street performers looped routines, a saxophonist blowing the same riff eternally, notes curving back on themselves. Mia dodged into a derelict lot, chain link rattling where abandoned cars rusted like forgotten props. In one, a dashboard clock spun backward. Inside the glove box, a journal from M. Ray's 2023, her handwriting, detailing this exact night, ending mid-sentence. "The echo knows my name." Hysteria bubbled. She tore pages, scattering them as offerings to whatever force bound her. Dawn, or what passed for it, broke in fractured light, the sun rising twice on the horizon before merging. Mia reached the river, concrete channel churning with toxic froth under the 7th Street Bridge. Graffiti here was fresh, chaotic. Equations scrawled in chalk, symbols like circuit boards intertwined with occult sigils. She climbed the chain link, dropping to the dry bed, the air humming with static electricity that raised her arm hairs. Midway across, the glitch peaked. Reality folded like origami. The bridge above duplicating into infinities, her doubles converging 10 mayes. Each a phase of her life. Teen awkward, college confident, future haggard. They circled, chanting her fears. Alone ... erased ... looped. The eldest grabbed her wrist, skin cold as code, pulling toward the vortex. A swirling maw of pixelated void sucking at the edges. With a roar born of desperation, Mia stabbed the keychain into her palm, blood welling as an anchor. "This is real! I am real!" She bellowed, the words rippling outward like a firewall. The doubles shattered into static, the vortex imploding with a thunderclap that shook the channel. Time snapped forward her phone, blared 5:47 a.m., calls from Lena stacking to 20. Bruised and bleeding, Mia clambered back to the street, hailing a cab that didn't glitch away. Home was sanctuary, Lena's hug, a hot shower washing away the night's residue. But the journal pages? Gone, wind scattered. Her palm scar remains, a faint circuit pattern. Mia's no longer a coder. She consults on reality tech, warning of digital veils thinning. La's glitches persist reports, spike in 2025, echoes in the alleys calling names. If you walk those streets, listen close, your double might whisper back. That Matrix mindbender from LA has you doubting your screen? Good next, a demonic grip in a Texas farmhouse that'll exorcise your sleep. Real demon possession stories, true hauntings and exorcisms 2025. Stay tuned. The farmhouse fiend, a demonic possession in the Texas Panhandle. USA deep in the windswept plains of the Texas Panhandle, where cotton fields stretch like infinite white oceans under relentless blue skies and oil derricks nod like praying mantises. The Harlan family had rooted their lives for generations. It was fall 2023 when 19-year-old Emily Harlan, fresh from community college in Amarillo, returned to the family farm near Pampa to help her widowed father Tom harvest the season's yield. The 120-year-old ranch house, with its sagging wraparound porch and tin roof that sang in tornado warnings, had always felt like a hug from the landwarm hearths, creaky swings, and stories of great-grandpa striking black gold. But beneath the floorboards lay a legacy of darkness, a demonic entity, bound by a botched ritual in 1927, now awakening to possess the bloodline it craved. Emily's homecoming became a siege of supernatural fury, a true possession tale of shadows that spoke, objects that flew, and a girl's soul bartered in the devil's whisper, a story that unfolded over 6 harrowing weeks, leaving the Panhandle scarred. Emily arrived on a dusty Friday, her beat-up Ford pickup kicking up gravel that crunched like bones under tires. Tom, 58 and weathered as the fence posts he mended, enveloped her in a bear hug that smelled of earth and pipe tobacco. "Missed you, kiddo." Placing the same without your laugh, the house welcomed her with familiarity. The kitchen scarred oak table where she de-carved initials as a child. The attic stairs that groaned like old lovers, the master bedroom's quilt pieced from great-grandma's dresses. But as she unpacked in her old room walls papered in faded roses, twin beds sagging under feather ticks, a chill settled, unnatural for September's heat. Dust filtered through cracks, forming shapes in sunbeams, fleeting faces twisted in silent screams. Emily shivered, blaming a sea vents, and joined Tom for chili simmered with venison from last fall's hunt. Nights 1 through 3 were restless. Emily tossed to the rhythm of coyotes yipping outside, but interludes pierced the dark. Knocks on the closet door, 3 raps slow and deliberate, as if knuckles dragged over wood. She'd bolt up, flashlight app blazing, finding nothing but moth-eaten sweaters. Whispers followed faint at first, like radio static tuning to a voice. I. Line name, drawn out in a rasp that mimicked Tom's gravel but twisted with malice. She confided in him over breakfast, coffee steaming in chipped mugs. "Old houses talk, darlin'." Wind through the eaves, but his eyes darted to the cellar door, bolted with a padlock rusted shut. Emily pried gently. "Dad, what's down there?" He busied with his hat. "Nothing but spiders and regret." "Leave it." Week 2, the demon announced itself. Emily woke to levitation, not her body, but the quilt, billowing like a sail before crashing down, pins from the hem drawing blood across her arms and welts that burned like brands. She screamed Tom awake. He barreled in, shotgun in hand, but the room was still air-thick as molasses. Together, they searched. Dresser drawers yawning open, contents spewed like vomit lingerie tangled with family photos, one of baby Emily smeared with what smelled like sulfur. "We gotta call someone," she urged. Tom relented, phoning Pastor Ruiz from the Baptist church in town, a stout man with hands scarred from baptisms in flash floods. He arrived at noon, Bible in one, holy water vial in the other, his presence a bulwark against the growing dread. The pastor's investigation unearthed the rot. In the attic, amid trunks of yellowed letters, he found great-grandpa Elias Harlan's journal pages, brittle as leaves, ink faded but legible. 1927. Elias, deep in debt from a bust oil well, had turned to a traveling root doctor, promising fortune through binding rites. In the cellar, under blood moon, they'd summoned the fiend, a crossroads demon bartered for black gold. It delivered. Strikes gushed crude, but the binding failed. The entity latched to the house, feeding on Harlan's, possessing the weak to demand release. Elias's last entry. "It wears my face now. The blood must pay." Pastor Ruiz paled. "This ain't ghost, it's infernal. We seal it or it claims her." Rituals began, circles of salt around beds, crucifixes nailed above doors, prayers chanted till throats raw. Emily burned sage bundles, their smoke curling like fingers, but the demon mocked. Objects weaponized forks from the drawer hurling like darts grazing Tom's ear. The swing on the porch slamming back and forth in gales from nowhere. Whispers escalated to roars. Blood for oil, Harlan debt eternal. Emily's dreams turned vivid. She prowled fields as the demon, skin cracking like parched earth, eyes black as tar, slaughtering livestock in ritual sprays. She'd wake convulsing, vomit tasting of ash, her voice not her own, guttural Latin spewing curses that blistered the pastor's skin. By week 3, possession gripped. Emily's eyes flickered, pupils dilating to voids, whites veined red. She'd black out mid-sentence, emerging with no memory, nails broken from clawing walls, carving inverted crosses into her palms. Tom chained the cellar door tighter, but scratches echoed from below, claws on stone, building to frenzy. One storm-lashed night, lightning cracking the sky like whips, Emily rose in trance, gliding downstairs barefoot over glass shards from a shattered storm window. "The fiend calls," she intoned, voice layered with Elias's drawl. Tom tackled her, pinning till dawn, bruises blooming on both. Pastor Ruiz called reinforcements. A diocesan exorcist from Dallas. Father came, gaunt and unyielding, arriving with relics, a bone from St. Anthony, vials of chrism oil. The exorcism spanned days. The house a battlefield. Father King commanded in Latin, "Exorcismus te, omnis imundus spiritus," while the demon retaliated, winds howling indoors. Furniture marching in parade, Emily's body arching backward till spine popped, spewing bile that sizzled on salt lines. It revealed itself in mirrors, a horned silhouette overlaying her reflection, grinning with filed teeth. "The girl is mine, blood-packed, unbreakable!" It bellowed through her throat, voice shredding vocal cords. Visions assaulted, Elias's ritual replayed, the root doctor revealed as the demon's guise, crossroads forked with flames. Emily fought from within, flashes of will piercing the fog recalling baptisms, her mother's lullabies, the farm's first rain. Week 5 climaxed in the cellar, chains snapped under unnatural force. Tom and the pastor dragged Emily down, Father Kane trailing with a spirgillum. The space was a crypt, dirt floor etched with faded pentagram, walls weeping oily ichor. Candles flared blue as the rite peaked, Emily thrashing on an improvised altar of hay bales, foam-flecking lips. The demon raged, illusions of hellfire licking beams, phantom claws raking flesh. "Free me or all burn!" But Father Kane pressed the relic to her forehead, intoning, "By the blood of the Lamb we unbind you." Emily's scream shattered a bulb overhead, darkness swallowing then light, pure and searing. The entity wailed, form manifesting, a vortex of smoke and fangs, sucked into the pentagram where it ignited, ash scattering like defeated confetti. Emily collapsed, freed but frail, weeks in hospital mending body and soul. The farm sold, raised for wind turbines, clean energy over cursed crude. Tom retired to a condo in Amarillo, Pastor Ruiz to sermons on vigilance. Emily? She advocates for spiritual wellness. Her scars a map of survival. The panhandle whispers still of debts unpaid, demons dormant. Heed the wind, it carries old packs. That Texas torment got your faith tested? Hold on, the vanishings start now in a Canadian wilderness that'll freeze your blood. Real Missing Persons National Parks Horror. True Wilderness Disappearances 2025 next up. Vanished in the Vale. Missing Persons Horror in Banff National Lake Louise, Alberta, Canada. High in the turquoise embrace of Banff National Park, where the Rocky Mountains claw at the heavens and glacial lakes mirror skies like shattered emeralds. A group of university friends sought solace in nature's cathedral. It was August 2024 when 22-year-old Alex Thompson, a biology major from Vancouver with a passion for avian migration patterns, led his crew girlfriend Nora, best pal Ryan, and Ryan's sister Leela on a multi-day backpack into the backcountry around Lake Louise. The plan was idyllic. Traverse the Highline Trail, camp under the Icefields Parkway starfields, document rare ptarmigan sightings for Alex's thesis. But the veil between worlds thinned in those ancient pines, swallowing hikers whole in a pattern of paranormal vanishings that defied maps and search teams, a true missing 411. Enigma unfolding over 4 fog-shrouded days where glitches in time spectral guides and an unnatural fog claimed one by one, leaving Alex to claw back alone with tales no one believed. The trailhead at Lake Louise shimmered under morning mist, the chateau's turrets a fairy tale backdrop to canoes dotting the glassy water. Alex's Subaru Outback brimmed with gear. Bear spray canisters, freeze-dried pouches, Garmin InReach for SOS pings, and Lila's sketchpad for wildflower renderings. Permits stamped, they shouldered packs 40 liters each and plunged into the forest. The path a root-tangled ribbon flanked by Engelmann spruce that whispered in the breeze. Paradise found, Nora quipped, linking arms with Alex as they crested the first ridge. Moraine Lake's valley unfurling below like a spilled jewel box. Laughter echoed, Ryan's bad puns, Lila's off-key singing to ward off grizzlies. By noon, they reached their first camp at Consolation Lakes, pitching tents amid wild strawberry patches, the air crisp with pine resin and the distant roar of Paradise Creek. Night one was magic. Aurora veils draping the horizon in greens and purples, marshmallows toasting over a fire pit ringed with stones. Alex journaled by headlamp. Day 1. No anomalies. Ptarmigan tracks fresh on schedule, but as embers died, a fog rolled in not the usual valley mist, but thick as smoke, muffling sound and swallowing stars. It tasted metallic on tongues, and shapes moved within. Tall, indistinct, like birch trunks walking. Elk silhouettes, Ryan joked, but his voice thinned. Sleep came fitful, dreams of pots looping eternally, voices calling names from the trees. Dawn broke clear, but unease lingered. Over oatmeal, Nora noted it. Heard singing last night, Lila? Lila frowned. Wasn't me. They shrugged, breaking camp for the Highline's alpine meadows, where Lupien's carpeted slopes and purple waves. 2 miles in, the fog returned, banking low, visibility dropping to arm's length. GPS glitched, the Garmin beeping erratically, coordinates jumping 500 meters east. Battery drain, Alex muttered, calibrating. Then, Ryan vanished. One moment, he bantered ahead, cracking a trail mix joke. The next, gone pack straps empty on the path, boot prints halting mid-stride as if lifted skyward. Ryan! Shouts ricocheted off scree fields, no echo. They backtracked a half-mile, hearts hammering, whistles piercing the whiteout. Layla sobbed, Nora clutched bear spray. Alex fired the InReach flare signal sent, but reception bars flat. Search began frantic, fanning out in pairs, calling till voices hoarsed. The fog thickened, disorienting compass needles spinning wild, time dilating as watches lagged. 2 hours later, or was it 20 minutes? Ryan's voice drifted from the mist. Guys, over here, slipped on loose rock. Relief flooded as they converged on a boulder field, but the figure emerging wasn't Ryan. Same build, same red pack, but eyes wrong milky white, movements jerky like a marionette. It grinned, teeth too sharp. Follow me. Shortcut to camp, Nora screamed. Alex tackled it no. A spectral double phasing through like smoke, dissolving in laughter that echoed Ryan's timbre, but laced with wind howls. The real Ryan stumbled from the fog minutes later, dazed, clothes torn, babbling of white figures in the trees. Pulling me down. No injuries, but his sketchpad Lila's gift held new drawings. Not flowers, but elongated shadows with too many limbs. Dated day 1 repeatedly. They pressed on, unnerved, to Lake Agnes tea house ruins abandoned since the 80s, its stone walls crumbling into the alpine bowl. Camp setup was tense. Fire struggled against damp wood, fog coiling like fingers around tents. Stories swapped by lantern. Banff's Vanishings hikers gone in blinks, found miles off trail with no memory, or not at all. Missing 411 stuff, Alex said, citing books of park paradoxes, compasses failing, bodies in impossible spots. Lila shivered. Or Wendigo's Algonquin spirits that mimicked to lure. Nora scoffed, but as night deepened, mimics multiplied. Footsteps circled Camp Ryan's boots, Nora's light tread pausing at zippers, breaths fogging nylon. Alex stood guard, inReach clutched, but at 3 a.m., Lila vanished. Her tent empty, sleeping bag warm, journal open to a blank page, inked fresh. They're singing my name. Come find me. Dawn's search was apocalypse. Fog unyielding. Trail markers doubled signposts, reading Highline 2 kilometers, looping back on themselves. Whistles yielded nothing. The inReach pinged Parks Canada. Team dispatched. Stay put. But coordinates lied, placing them in Jasper, 200 kilometers north. Ryan broke first, ranting of the veil thin here. Portals in the mist. Nora clung to Alex, whispering, I saw her, Lila, but with white eyes, waving from a cliff. They climbed to a ridgeline, visibility 0, when the singing started. Lila's voice, lilting a childhood tune, faint then swelling, drawing them toward a sheer drop veiled in cloud. Alex anchored with rope, but the pull was psychic tugs on soul strings. Resist! He yelled, but Nora slipped the line, eyes glazing milky as she stepped off, plummeting silent into white. Alex and Ryan retreated, packs shed for speed, but the park turned predator. Trees whispered coordinates, false leads looping them in circles. Ptarmigan flocks wheeled unnaturally, forming arrows pointing wrong. Ryan's double appeared at dusk, leading to a crevice. Nora's down there hurt bad, Ryan followed, vanishing with a scream that cut short. Alex alone now, Fog his only companion, inReach dead. Watch stopped at 4:44. He huddled in a wind hollow, rationing protein bars, mind fracturing, flashes of home, Vancouver rain, thesis deadlines. The veil taunted visions of the group whole, laughing by Louise, dissolving to white-eyed husks beckoning. Join the missing, they chorused, faces shifting to strangers from news clips. The 19 Bow Valley hiker, the 22 family of 4, all swallowed by Banff's hunger. On day 4, or was it 2? Clarity pierced. The fog thinned at dawn, revealing the trailhead a mile below, Lake Louise sparkling innocent. Alex staggered down, uniformed rangers swarming search heli overhead, dogs baying. The others, he croaked. Gone no traces, packs evaporated, prints erased. Reports filed. Delirium from exposure. But Alex's footage GoPro recovered in his pocket showed it. Doubles phasing, fog tendrils coiling like tentacles, timestamps looping. Interrogations dragged. Parks brass citing group separation, psychologists probing for trauma. Ryan, Nora, Lila. Cold case files, posters fading on trailheads. Alex returned to Vancouver, a ghost. Thesis abandoned for advocacy warning of veil thinnings, glitches in wilderness grids. Banff's vanishings continue, fog hiding the missing's echoes. If you hike those heights, mark your steps. The mountains remember, and they claim what wanders too far. Banff's veil got you glancing at maps twice? Brace, the urban decay calls next. A stalker from the shadows in an abandoned Chicago asylum. True urban exploration horror, creepy abandoned places encounters 2025 diving in. Shadows of the Sanitarium, urban exploration stalker in Chicago, Illinois, USA. Amid the Rust Belt ghosts of Chicago's South Side, where steel skeletons of forgotten industry loom under perpetual gray skies and the L train rattles like chains over viaducts. A trio of thrill-seeking urbex enthusiasts pushed past no trespassing signs into the husk of Ridgeview Asylum. It was October 2024, peak foliage turning the overgrown lot into a crimson maze when 24-year-old photographer Kai Novak from The Loop, accompanied by videographer Pal Dex and tagalong newbie Sophia, infiltrated the 1920s facility shuttered since the 80s deinstitutionalization wave. Ridgeview's lore was catnip for their channel. Electroshock scandals, lobotomy whispers, patients vanishing into walls, a perfect backdrop for drone shots and flashlight sweeps. But what they uncovered wasn't history. It was a living stalker, a remnant obsession born of the asylum's cruelties, manifesting as a spectral figure that mimicked their fears, turning concrete corridors into a labyrinth of personal hell over one endless fogged night, a true urban exploration nightmare of hauntings, glitches, and pursuits that clawed at sanity's edges. Kai's van idled at the perimeter fence after midnight, chain cutters snipping links under cover of new moon. The lot was a jungle, buckthorn thickets swallowing chain link, rusted hulks of staff cars half buried in leaf mold. Golden hour for ghosts, Dex quipped, shouldering his Reed camera rigged with night vision, while Sophia clutched her iPhone for TikToks, eyes wide with mix of awe and nerves. They breached the east wing entrance, a boarded window pried with crowbars, slipping into a foyer choked with debris. Shattered typewriters, patient files yellowed to ash, the air heavy with mildew and faint formaldehyde tang. Flashlights pierced the gloom, beams dancing over graffiti tags dead inside, and faded murals of serene meadows mocking the madness within. This place reeks of story, Kai breathed, lens capturing arched doorways leading to endless halls. They split to cover ground, Kai to the electrotherapy ward, Dex to hydro rooms, Sophia shadowing. Kai's ward was a time capsule of torment gurneys bolted to tiles cracked like spiderwebs. Leather straps frayed but intact, walls scrawled with pleas. Dr. Voss sees all. As he framed a shot, a drip echoed not water but viscous, plopping from a vent overhead. His light swung up, a stain spreading, dark and slow, forming letters in the grill KAI. Heart lurching, he backed out, radioing Dex. Weird leak market for later. Static crackled back. Dex's voice warped. Copy, wait, that's not cut off. Kai sprinted to the hydro wing, finding Dex frozen amid porcelain tubs, rimed with limescale, staring at a submerged mannequin, or was it? The patient blinked, water rippling, face shifting to Dex's own, mouth gaping in silent scream. Glitch in the goggles, Dex stammered, yanking night vision off, but the tub drained itself, leaving wet footprints trailing toward the morgue door. Sophia's comes buzzed next. Guys, something touched me. Cold hands. They regrouped in the rotunda, a circular atrium with a domed ceiling punched by weather. Pigeons cooing from rafters. Her arm bore welts, finger-shaped, and her phone's camera roll overflowed with new photos. Blurs of a tall figure in caretaker whites, lurking behind her in shots she'd sworn empty. Voss the head doc, Kai recalled from Urbex forums. Obsessed with cures, stalked patients post-release. Bodies washing up in the calumet. Legends said his spirit lingered, possessing explorers, forcing them to relive internments. Laughter died as footsteps echoed from the stairwell, slow, shuffling, multiple yet synced, like a procession. The stalker emerged in phases. First, whispers through vents, patients' ramblings, then personal Kai's childhood taunt from bullies. Freak with a camera. Dex's ex's breakup line. You're empty inside. Sophia whimpered as shadows pooled at ankles, climbing legs like oil. They bolted for the women's dorms, barricading with a fallen beam, but the door rattled. Not knocks, but scratches. Nails on wood carving initials. Sophia. Inside, bunks stacked like coffins. Mattresses eviscerated, spilling horsehair that writhed like worms. Kai's drone whirred alive unbidden, footage streaming to his phone. Aerial views of the trio huddled, but a fourth figure circled gaunt in stained whites, face obscured by surgical mask, scalpel glinting. It's mimicking us, Dex hissed, smashing the drone against a wall. Sparks flew, illuminating murals that shifted meadows to screaming faces. Desperation mounted. They aimed for the boiler room exit, tunnels promising quick egress to the fence. Pipes groaned overhead, steam hissing like breaths. Walls slick with condensation that formed faceless patients' mugshots, etched in moisture, eyes pleading, run. The stalker closed. Footsteps now boots on tile, heavy and deliberate, accompanied by a hum electroshock buzz. Faint at first, building to ozone crackle. Sophia tripped in a flooded hall, ankle twisting. Kai hoisted her, but the figure lunged from a side room. Voss, or his echo mask slipping to reveal hollow sockets, skin parchment over bone, hand outstretched with syringe. Make whole, they rasped, voice a chorus of lost souls. Dex swung his tripod, connecting with a thud that echoed wet. The figure recoiled, dissolving into mist, but the syringe embedded in wall. Plunger depressed, leaking clear fluid that burned on contact. Tunnels twisted unnaturally, stairs descending to loops, doors opening to previous rooms. Time fractured. Watches sensed at 2 a.m., then 11 p.m., then 2 a.m. Personal horrors manifested. Kai relived a panic attack from a cave dive, walls closing. Dex faced phantom patients clawing from tubs, drowning him in visions. Sophia saw her late brother's overdose, shadows injecting air. The stalker adapted, mimicking their voices to lure. Kai, this way, light ahead. Sophia, I'm sorry, help me. They linked arms, chanting affirmations. We're real, we're out. Pushing through boiler haze, gauges needling red from phantom heat. Break came at the furnace mouth, a rusted grate to freedom. But Voss barred it, corporeal now, scalpel carving air. You explore my dead, you join them. Kai hurled his flash, stropping the mask off face of void, sucking light. In frenzy, they charged, Dex kicking the grate loose, Sophia scrambling through thorns to the lot. Kai lashed scalpel grazing shoulder, carving Voss in flesh that wept black. Outside, Van roaring to life, they fled to a Waffle House on Halsted, bandages from a kit staunching wounds. Cops shrugged, squatter scrape, but Kai's scars? The footage corrupted to static screams? Proof. Ridgeview raised months later, condos rising on graves. Kai's channel exploded with the tale, warnings woven in every explore. Chicago's ruins hold watchers. Tread light, lest obsession finds you. That Chicago chase has your urbex itch scratched raw? Next, a nurse's midnight shift from hell in a New York are real. Hospital night shift horror stories, true medical paranormal encounters, 2025 lights low. Let's roll. The Flatline Phantom, hospital night shift horror in Brooklyn. New York, USA, in the relentless pulse of Brooklyn's Kings County. Hospital center where ambulances wail like banshees through pre-dawn streets and the ear buzzes with the symphony of beeps, gasps, and code blues night shift nurse. Lena Vasquez had forged her armor over 5 years of 12-hour graveyards. At 34, with calloused hands that had held the dying and the desperate, Lena thrived on the Rhythm 4 drips ticking like metronomes, fluorescent hum, a lullaby. But on a sweltering August night in 2024, during a full moon that bathed the ward in silver bleed through grimy windows, the Phantom arrived. A spectral patient from the hospital's bloodiest chapter, a 1970s outbreak of unexplained flatlines now haunting the living, with touches that chilled to marrow and visions that blurred life from death. What unfolded over one endless shift was a torrent of supernatural incursions. Ghostly processions possessed monitors and a nurse. Just descent into the veil. A true tale of medical hauntings that tested Lena's oath to heal against forces that only reaped. Lena clocked in at 7 p.m., scrubs crisp, coffee thermos steaming, badge clipping her like a talisman. The ward was a pressure cooker. Summer heat wave spiking fevers, a multi-car pileup on the BQE flooding bays with fractures and lacerations. Her team grizzled RN Marcus, wide-eyed intern Jamal, and charge nurse Rita with her no-nonsense Bob-divvied patients. Bed 12, angina flare. 15, OD reversal. 8, mystery sepsis burning hot. Moons full, expect the weirdos, Marcus joked, wheeling the crash cart. Lena claimed the isolation wing, a dim-lit annex for quarantines, its air stale with Lizzle and regret. First rounds. Vitals steady. But in bed 9, elderly Mr. Kowalski muttered in Polish, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The line ... calls... Walkers on the wire. 8:45 p.m. The first glitch. Monitor in Bay 4 flatline piercing tone, yanking Lena from charts. She dashed, defibrillator pads ready, but the patient, a junkie tweaking post-detox, thrashed awake. No, the shadow hands pulling the plug. Screen reset, heart rhythm dancing normal, but footage from the hall cam later showed it. A tall figure in outdated orderly scrubs. Hand hovering over the machine, face obscured by surgical cap. Lena chalked it to hack hospital Wi-Fi glitchy, but Kowalski's mutter echoed. Walkers. They pull the souls. Midnight rounds brought escalation. Lights flickered ward-wide, not the usual brownout, but pulsing like a dying star on off in Morse, spelling, ELP in stutters. Jamal yelped from Bay 2. A patient's IV bag drained upward. Fluid reversing into tubing, needle burrowing back into vein like a snake striking reverse. Rita called maintenance. Wire's fine. Lena comforted a laboring mom in 11, but as contractions peaked, the woman seized not eclampsia, but vision. They're here, the white coats with no faces, wheeling gurneys empty. Lena dosed magnesium, but the mom's pupils blew, whispering, 1977. The fever took us ... Now you. The phantom's history clawed free during the smoke break in the courtyard. Marcus spilling lore over menthols. Summer 77 Legionella outbreak, or so they said. 50 gone in weeks, flatlines chaining like dominoes. Orderly named Harlan Rumor, he euthanized the weak shadows in the logs. Hanged himself in the psych wing after. Since, night shifts see him tall bastard pulling plugs to ease the pain. Lena scoffed, but returning, the air chilled 10 degrees in the hall, breath fogging. Monitors sensed, every screen displaying the same EKG, not patients, but a flatline etched with spikes like screams. 2 a.m. procession. Lena turned from restocking morphine when wheels squeaked, gurneys rolling unbidden from storage. Empty sheets trailing like shrouds, forming a line down the corridor. Figures pushed them. Translucent in 70s whites, faces blurred, hands gloved extending toward occupied beds. Jamal code-blued in 6 a cardiac arrest, defib failing as shadows crowded, fingers on the patient's chest compressing in parody rhythm. Get off him! Lena shoved through, the forms phasing cold through her, but her shock brought him back barely. Rita crossed herself. Harlan's harvest. Possession hit Lena direct at 3:15. Charting in the nurse's station. Her hand cramped, pen scrawling unbidden. The fever returns join the line. Ink bled black. Pages curling as if burned. Vision tunneled. She was Harlan, syringe in fist, wards full of coughing wraiths, his guilt a noose tightening. Ease them, the phantom urged through her throat. Voice doubled. She slammed the chart, biting tongue bloody to anchor, but the station phone rang unplugged line, receiver whispering her sins. A misshift years back, a patient lost to delay. Marcus found her curled, weeping. It's in me now. Climax brewed in isolation. Kowalski coded for real flatline wailing. Team swarmed chest compressions, epi pushes, but the phantom manifested full. Harlan, 7 feet in spectral scrubs, cap shadowing voids for eyes, hands on the bedrails pulling. Monitors spiked chaotic, lights strobing, gurneys careening into walls. Your pain ends, he intoned, voice gravel over screams. Lena, possessed tremors raging, grabbed the crash cart's holy grail, a stolen relic vial from the chaplain, chrism oil. By mercy's name, release! She hurled, oil splashing his form, sizzling like acid. Harlan recoiled, procession dissolving in howls, gurneys halting. Kowalski gasped, rhythm restoring miracle or malice paused. Dawn broke at 6:45, shift end a blur. Lena signed out shaking, report sanitized to electrical anomalies. Jamal quit next week. Rita transferred. Lena? She rotates to days, but full moons pull her back, whispers in vents calling the line. Kings County's flatlines echo 77 deaths. Heal if you can, but some shadows nurse eternal grudges. Brooklyn's bedside banshee faded your nightlight glow? Last one, a military whisper from the Scottish Highlands that'll echo in your bunk. True military war horror stories. Haunted Battlefield Encounters 2025 Final Plunge. Echoes from the Moor, military horror in the Scottish Highlands, UK. In the mist-shrouded folds of the Scottish Highlands, where heather-cloaked moors stretch under brooding skies and ancient cairns dot the earth like forgotten tombstones, a NATO training exercise in 2024 unearthed more than tactics, it awakened the restless dead of Culloden. Mere Inverness, 29-year-old British Army Sergeant Ewan MacLeod, on rotation with a multinational unit, led night maneuvers across the blood-soaked battlefield where Bonnie Prince Charlie Jacobites fell in 1746. Exercise was routine, stealth insertions, live-fire sims, fog-of-war drills. But as bagpipes wailed from distant pipes in the gloaming, the more stirred ghostly regiments marching in tartan shadows, possessions gripping rifles like claymores, and whispers of betrayal dragging soldiers into spectral charges. UN's command became a 36-hour crucible of war's undying echo, a true military haunting where past and present clashed in bayonet fog, leaving scars deeper than shrapnel. UN's Unit 20 Souls, mix of Scots, Yanks, and Poles, rendezvoused at Culloden Visitor Center dusk, lorries rumbling over pothole tracks. Tents pitched in lean-tos amid gorse, the air sharp with peat smoke and rain-damp wool. Respect the ground, UN briefed, voice brogue thick. 1746 saw Slaughtermore's got long memory. Maps unrolled. Objectives across the lean field where redcoats mowed down Highlanders in 18 minutes flat. Radios crackled with CO's orders. Insert by 2,200. Hold ridge till dawn. Backpacks heavy with NVGs. SA-80s dummy loaded, they melted into mist. Boots sucking peat that smelled of iron old blood. UN thought, shaking clan lore from boyhood tales. First anomaly at 2,300. Private Kowalski, Polish point man, signaled halt whispers on the wind. Not wind, but Gaelic mutters. Claydhem more. Rise. NVGs bloomed green ghosts. Figures in kilts, translucent, muskets shouldered, marching parallel 100 yards off. Mirage heat off the ground, UN radioed, but his gut twisted. Culloden's ghosts were legend. Redcoats and Jacobites replaying the route eternally. They pressed to the ridge, foxholes dug hasty, but the whispers swelled names called. Ewan's Grand's voice. Lad, the prince calls charge! Rifles jammed in sequence, bolts sticking as if iced. Compasses spun to magnetic north, pointing more heart. Midnight. The charge. Fog banked thick, swallowing stars, and drums throbbed phantom bodhrans pulsing like artillery. Shadows coalesced. Highlanders, faces painted woad, broadswords gleaming, thundering uphill in silent scream. Yanks fired blanks instinctive, flashes illuminating tartan that phased through flesh. A Jacobite lunged at Ewan, youthful dirk raised, eyes wild with 46 fury passing through, but chill lingered. Ewan's hand numbing where touched, Kowalski screamed. Possessed, he charged downslope, bayonet fixed. Bellowing Gaelic he'd never learned, rifle barking, live round safety glitch. Ewan tackled him, wrestling in heather. The Pole's eyes rolled white. For Charlie! The Moor claims the... Tranquilizer from the medic dropped him, but bruises bloomed tartan pattern on skin. Regroup fractured. 2 missing in Fog American Corporal, Hayes and Scott Private. Fraser radio static with their voices looping contact. Ghosts in the mist. Pulling us under. Search parties fanned, torches cutting white out, unearthing relics. A claymore hilt from peat, warm as fresh forged. Fraser's dog tags etched new slinked MHR, 1746. UN's command tent became war room. Maps annotated with spectral sightings. Redcoats countering, bayonets fixed, forming lines that overlapped foxholes. Whispers personalized. Ewan relived his D's Falklands tale, but twisted Highlanders as Argies, charging with screams. Betrayal's the true killer, the Moor hissed, clan feuds fueling the haunt. Dawn teas at 0400 brought possession wave. Unit convulsed, soldiers arching, voices ancient curses in Erse, pleas for mercy. Ewan's own grip slipped. Rifle rose unbidden, aiming at shadows, finger-itching trigger. Visions assailed. Culloden's mud, grapeshot tearing ranks. Prince's flight leaving the fallen. Lead the charge, MacLeod blood for the cause. He fought it, grounding in boot mud, reciting oaths. For Queen and country now. Chaplain O'Malley, Irish padre with rosary beads like grenades. Circled the tent in right holy water sizzling on peat. Gaelic counterspells banishing the pull. Hayes stumbled in then, caked in mud centuries old, babbling of time slit fought with the clans, bayoneted a ghost. Fraser followed at noon, found by hello raving of redcoat lines, uniform slashed by dirk that wasn't there. Exercise aborted medevac choppers whirring, CO debriefing in Inverness. Mass hysteria, fog and fatigue. But Ewan's footage helmet cam glitches showing charges. Ballistics reports of live fire from dummies. Unit disbanded quiet. Kowalski shipped home. PTSD tagged. Ewan? He tours Culloden now, guiding with warnings. Moors hold grudges. Step soft on the dead. Highlands echoes march on. Drums calling the unwary to eternal fray. The passenger who never got off. Terrifying road trip horror on Route 66. Arizona, USA. The summer of 2024 was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime for 4 college seniors from UCLA. Mia Reynolds, Tyler Brooks, Kayla Ortiz, and Ethan Park had just graduated and decided to drive old Route 66 from California to Chicago in a beat-up 1998 Jeep Cherokee they named Lucille. They wanted Polaroids, cheap motels, alien jerky, and memories. What they got instead was a passenger who was never on the manifest, and who refused to ever get off. It began outside Flagstaff, Arizona, at 2:14 a.m., on a stretch so empty the stars looked close enough to touch. They just left the Twin Arrows trading post when Tyler, who was driving, noticed the fuel needle dropping faster than physics allowed. Within 5 minutes the tank went from half full to bone dry. The Jeep rolled to a stop in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no headlights for miles. While the others argued about whose turn it was to check the engine, Mia glanced at the rearview mirror and froze. There was a fifth person in the back seat. A man in an old-fashioned gray suit, pale as printer paper, sitting perfectly centered between the cooler and the duffel bags. He hadn't been there when they loaded the car an hour earlier. No one heard the door open. No one heard him breathe. He just appeared. His eyes were completely black, no whites, no reflection, just endless oil-slick voids. Mia screamed. Everyone spun around. The man tilted his head like a curious dog and spoke in a voice that sounded like three people talking at once. "You're going the wrong way." Ethan tried the ignition. Dead. Kyla started filming on her phone, shaky cam catching the man's face filling half the frame. Tyler grabbed a tire iron and demanded the stranger get out. The man smiled, lips stretching too wide, and repeated, "You're going the wrong way." Then the back door on the passenger side opened by itself. Cold desert wind rushed in. The man stepped out, straightened his tie, and began walking east, the direction they had just come from, until he vanished into the dark. The Jeep started on the first try the second he was gone. They floored it to the next open gas station 30 miles away, hearts jackhammering, convinced they'd imagined it. But when they played Kayla's video back, the man was never in the footage, not a single frame. Just the empty back seat the whole time. They uploaded the clip anyway, titled it Route 66 Hitchhiker Glitch, and it got 3 million views in a week. Comments exploded. Hundreds of truckers and road-tripping families saying the exact same man in the gray suit had climbed into their vehicle at the exact same mile marker. Always at night. Always says the same sentence. And always disappears when you turn around to look directly at him. But the real horror didn't end at the gas station. 3 days later, outside Amarillo, Texas, the Jeep's radio, which had been broken since California, suddenly crackled to life on its own. Static. Then that triple-layered voice again. Calm and close, like his mouth was pressed to the speaker. I said, "You're going the wrong way." The odometer started rolling backward. 178,942. 178,941. 178,940. Miles peeling off like someone rewinding time. The GPS lost signal, and the screen filled with a single repeating coordinate. The exact spot outside Flagstaff where they first saw him. Mia started crying. Tyler pulled over, screaming at the empty car. "We're not going back." The temperature inside the Jeep plummeted to freezing. Frost spiderwebbed across the windshield from the inside. And then every single photo on their phones changed. Every selfie, every group shot from the entire trip. The gray-suited man was now standing directly behind them, black eyes staring straight into the lens. In some pictures he was smiling. In others his mouth was open in a silent scream. The last photo on Kayla's camera roll, taken seconds ago inside the locked Jeep, showed all four of them asleep in the vehicle, while the man sat in the driver's seat, hands on the camera, staring straight into the lens. They abandoned the Jeep on the side of I-40 and hitchhiked the rest of the way to Chicago. The Cherokee was towed 2 days later. The salvage yard owner called Tyler to come get their belongings. When Tyler arrived, the back seat was soaked in water that smelled like desert rain. And pressed into the wet upholstery was a perfect handprint too large to be human. To this day, if you search Route 66 gray suit passenger on any dark web mapping site, you'll find dozens of dashcam clips, all time-stamped, all the same stretch of road, all showing an empty back seat, until the final frame, where the man is suddenly there, staring directly into the camera, mouthing the same 4 words. "You're going the wrong way." And the odometer always starts counting backward. The smile rune. Internet horror that actually existed. Deep web dare gone fatal. Location unknown. IP traced to Seattle, Washington, USA. In March 2025. A private Discord server with only 33 members called Level 7 Dares posted a new challenge titled The Smile Room. The rules were simple. At exactly 3:33 a.m., open any door in your house that you've never opened before, closet, basement, attic, anything. Turn off all lights, stand in the doorway, and say out loud, "I want to see the Smile Room." Then take one step inside and close the door behind you. Stay for 33 seconds. Film everything. Post proof or you're banned forever. 19-year-old Connor Walsh from Seattle, username Dead Format, was the first to accept. His stream started normal. Shaky handheld, nervous laughing, classic creepypasta setup. He chose the door to his apartment's crawl space, a 3-foot square hatch in the hallway he'd never opened in 3 years of living there. Chat spammed clown emojis and, "This is fake." Connor knelt, pried the hatch, and the second it swung open, the stream audio distorted into high-pitched squealing. The flashlight revealed a narrow tunnel lined with what looked like pink insulation. Except the insulation was moving, pulsating, breathing. Connor whispered, "Chat, this wasn't here yesterday." He stepped inside. The door shut by itself. For exactly 33 seconds, the stream showed nothing but black. Then a smile appeared, too wide, too many teeth, taking up the entire screen. No eyes, no face, just a grin floating in the dark, getting closer and closer until the teeth filled the lens. The chat exploded. When the timer hit 33 seconds, the door flew open again and Connor stumbled out. Covered in dust, eyes bloodshot, laughing and crying at the same time, he screamed at the camera, "It's real! It's fucking real!" before the stream cut to offline. He was never seen again. 2 days later, his roommate found the apartment empty, front door unlocked, every mirror in the place shattered. The crawlspace hatch was nailed shut from the inside. Police recovered Connor's phone. The last video file, timestamped 3:36 a.m., shows the same endless smiling mouth. But this time it's whispering Connor's full government name, address, and social security number in his own voice. Within a week, the Smile Room challenge went mega viral on TikTok. Over 400,000 videos with the hashtag. Most were obvious fakes. But 17 teenagers across the United States, Canada, and UK have vanished after uploading footage that ends the exact same way. 33 seconds of black, then the smile, then stream ends. Every single missing person S device contained the same final frame. The mouth now has eyes, the eyes of the person who opened the door. Authorities still list the cases as runaways. But if you search the hashtag today, TikTok instantly age restricts it and shows a suicide prevention banner. The original Discord server is gone. The only thing that remains is a single mirror site on the deep web that updates once a month with a new smiling face. And a countdown timer that always ends at 3:33 a.m., your local time. The dare is still open. The night nurse of Ward 4B Hospital Night Shift Horror, Mercy General Hospital, Portland, Oregon, USA. Mercy General Hospital in Portland was scheduled to close its doors forever in December 2025. The last wing still operational was the old psychiatric Ward 4B, kept open only for court-ordered 72-hour holds. On the final night shift ever, November 30th, 3 nurses volunteered for overtime to transfer the last 6 patients to the new facility across town. Head nurse Amanda Park, rookie nurse Caleb Ruiz, and veteran orderly Marcus Tate. At 11:07 p.m., the power flickered once, then died completely. Backup generators kicked in, but Ward 4B stayed dark. The emergency lights never came on. Amanda radioed maintenance, no response. The landlines were dead. Cell phones showed no service, even though the rest of the hospital had bars. The 3 of them were trapped on a locked ward with 6 violent patients, no power, no way out until morning. That's when they heard the singing. Soft, childish, coming from the nurse's station at the end of the hall. A little girl's voice singing Ring Around the Rosie in perfect rounds with herself. But Ward 4B hadn't. T housed pediatric patients since 1978. Caleb grabbed the crash cart flashlight and walked toward the sound. The singing stopped the moment his beam hit the station. Sitting on the counter was a tiny nurse. S-cap, the old-fashioned white kind with a red cross, spinning slowly like a top. Underneath it, written in blood that was still wet, "Play with me." Patient rooms began unlocking themselves one by one. Not the electronic locks failing, the physical deadbolts sliding back with metallic clicks. The first patient they found was Mr. Harrow, a 300-pound schizophrenic who'd been catatonic for 8 years. He was standing in the middle of his room, arms out, smiling ear to ear, whispering, "She's back." The night nurse is making rounds. By 1:00 a.m., all 6 patients were awake, sitting on their beds in perfect silence, staring at the same spot in the hallway. Amanda checked the security monitors. Every single camera showed the same empty corridor. Except camera 7, the one pointed at the nurse's station. On that feed, a little girl in a 1950s nurse uniform stood waving slowly at the lens. Her mouth was sewn shut with black thread. Her eyes were missing. At 3:33 a.m., the intercom crackled to life with a woman's voice. Calm and professional. Code white. Ward 4B. All staff report for final medication pass. The voice belonged to head nurse Evelyn Cross, who had hanged herself in that exact nurse's station in 1963 after smothering 17 children with pillows. The lights came back on at 6:58 a.m. Maintenance found the 3 staff members sitting in the break room, rocking back and forth, mouths sewn shut with black thread, eyes removed. All 6 patients were gone. No doors had been opened, no windows broken. The only thing left behind was the little nurse's cap still spinning on the counter. And a new Polaroid pinned to the bulletin board showing the 3 nurses smiling with the little girl arms around each other like old friends. Mercy General was demolished a week later. Construction crews refused to work the site at night. They say if you stand in the parking lot at 3:33 a.m., you can still hear Ring Around the Rosie coming from underground. The Whispering Walls of Willowbrook Manor, a haunted house saga in Salem, Massachusetts, USA. It was the fall of 2023 when Elena Vargas, a 32-year-old graphic designer from Boston, decided she needed a change. The city's relentless hum had worn her down endless deadlines, the echo of her ex's voice in every coffee shop playlist. So, when she stumbled upon Willowbrook Manor in Salem, Massachusetts, listed for a steal at $250,000, it felt like fate. Salem, the witch trial capital, whispered promises of inspiration, of cobblestone streets and autumn leaves that danced like spells. The real estate agent's voice had crackled over the phone. It's a fixer-upper, sure, but the bones are solid. Built in 1792, survived the witch hunts, the revolution hell, even prohibition. Elena signed the papers without a second thought. Visions of a home studio filling her head, sketches of gnarled trees and misty graveyards coming alive on her tablet. The drive up from Boston was a blur of crimson foliage and salt-kissed air, the manor's silhouette emerging like a crouched sentinel at the end of Elmwood Lane. It was a sprawling Victorian beast, all turrets and gables, paint peeling like sunburned skin, windows like empty eye sockets staring out at the fog-shrouded woods behind it. Elena's U-Haul rattled to a stop, and as she stepped out, a chill wind tugged at her scarf, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something sweeter, lavender maybe? Or decay. She shook it off, keys jingling in her palm like talismans. The first night was innocent enough. Boxes piled like modern art in the foyer, her air mattress inflated in what was to be the living room, a grand space with a fireplace that yawned black and cold. Elena unpacked her essentials, sketch pad, a bottle of red wine, her grandmother's old rosary for luck. As midnight crept in, she lit candles beeswax, flickering shadows that made the wallpaper dance, faded florals hiding faces if you stared too long. Sleep came fitfully, the house settling with groans like an old man shifting in his chair. But at 3:17 a.m., she jolted awake, heart hammering. A whisper. Soft, insistent, slithering from the walls like smoke under a door. Lena ... stay ... It was her name drawn out like taffy, laced with a sigh that raised the hairs on her neck. She bolted upright, flashlight app blazing on her phone. The room was empty, candles guttering low. Just the wind, she muttered, pulling the sleeping bag tighter. But the whispers didn't stop. By dawn, they had woven a tapestry, fragments of conversations, laughter bubbling like champagne, then sharp cries. Burn them! The devil's mark. Fading into sobs. Elena spent the day exploring, hammer in hand, prying at loose floorboards. That's when she found the first clue, tucked in a hollow behind the wainscoting, a yellow diary, leather cracked like old lips. It belonged to Abigail Hawthorne, dated 1692. The trials come for us all, it began. They call me witch for the herbs I grow, for the visions that plague my sleep. But it is the house that speaks, the walls that remember the blood of my kin, hanged at Gallows Hill. Elena's historian friend Marcus arrived that afternoon, his prius crunching gravel. Salem's got layers, Al, this place. Willowbrook was a safe house for accused witches during the hysteria. Some say spirits got trapped when the mob torched the original structure rebuilt on the ashes, curses baked into the bricks. They laughed it off over takeout lobster rolls, but as dusk fell, the air thickened. Marcus left early, citing a deadline, but Elena caught him glancing at the staircase, where shadows pooled unnaturally deep. That night, the hauntings escalated. Elena was sketching by lamplight when the temperature plummeted, her breath fogging like she'd stepped into a freezer. The whispers coalesced into voices, a chorus of women, their tones a mix of pleading and rage. Join us. The fire calls ... double quotes. Footsteps pattered overhead, tiny and frantic, like children racing across the attic floor. She grabbed the diary, flipping pages by candlelight. Abigail wrote of the gathering, spectral meetings where the unjustly accused relived their torments, drawing the living into their web. Beware the lavender fields. They bloom with our tears, luring the lost. Desperate for air, Elena wandered the backyard, where overgrown lavender bushes clawed at her jeans. The moon hung low, silvering the petals, and as she brushed one, a vision slammed into her. Flames licking timbers, screams piercing the night. A young woman, Abigail? Chained to a stake, her eyes locking on Elena's across centuries. She stumbled back, thorns tearing her palm, blood dripping like an offering. Back inside, the house had changed. Furniture shifted inches, her sketch pad opened to a drawing she hadn't made, a noose around a shadowed neck, labeled Elena. Word spread in Salem's tight-knit paranormal circles, whispers of Willowbrook's resurgence. A local medium, Greta, offered to sage the place pro bono. She arrived at noon the next day, bells tinkling on her skirt, bundle of herbs smoldering. This isn't just residual energy, Greta said, eyes glazing as she paced the foyer. It's interactive. They're choosing you because you carry the bloodline Vargas? Traces back to Iberian conversos, accused heretics who fled to the colonies. You're kin to the fire. The cleansing ritual was a frenzy. Chants in Latin, salt lines at every threshold, holy water sizzling on the hearth. But as the sun dipped, the house fought back. Lights flickered cityward, plunging Willowbrook into Stygian black. The whispers roared into howls, winds howling through sealed windows, lifting curtains like shrouds. Greta's sage bundle ignited spontaneously, flames leaping toward the diary on the mantel. Elena snatched it, burning her fingers, and in that moment, a figure materialized translucent. Abigail in Puritan garb, her neck bruised purple. "Free us," she rasped, hand outstretched. "Burn the lavender, salt the roots. Or join the gathering eternal." They fled to the garden, Elena wielding a shovel like a sword, hacking at the lavender bed under Greta's guidance. Roots twisted like veins, resisting, but as the last cluster fell, a seismic groan shook the earth. Inside, silence fell like a guillotine. The air warmed, whispers fading to echoes. But Elena couldn't shake the pull. Nights later, alone again, she'd catch scents of smoke and herbs, feel eyes on her back. Marcus returned, skeptical turned believer after his own encounter, a child's handprint on his car window, miles away. Months passed, renovations underway, but Willowbrook never fully quieted. Elena turned the diary into an exhibit at the Salem Witch Museum, drawing crowds who shivered at the whispering walls. Yet, on quiet evenings she'd hear it, a single voice, soft as a lover's. "Thank you, sister." Was it gratitude or invitation? Elena still lives there, sketching by firelight, wondering if she's guardian or next in line. In Salem, where history bleeds into now, haunted houses don't just hold ghosts, they hunger for new stories. Real ghost hauntings like this remind us. Some walls don't forget. Some walls wait. Shadows on the Res, a skinwalker stalking in Window Rock, Arizona, USA out on the Navajo Nation, where the desert stretches like God's forgotten canvas. Painted in rust reds and sage greens, the year 2024 brought Tommy Begay a job he couldn't refuse. At 28, Tommy was a lineman for the Tribal Utility Co-op, stringing power lines across the vast badlands near Window Rock, Arizona. Born and raised in a hogan 10 miles out, he knew the land's rhythms, the coyotes yip at dusk, the way wind carves stories into sandstone. His grandma, wise as the elders, had warned him since boyhood. "Ye not Lucy walk among us, Tommy. Skinwalkers shift skins, steal voices, twist luck, never whistle at night. It calls them close. He laughed it off as kid stuff. Modern life his shield. Spotify playlists blasting hip-hop. His Ford F-150 gleaming under solar-powered lights. The crew's latest gig was remote replacing poles along a forgotten access road to the Lukachukai Mountains, where cell service died like a bad joke and stars blanketed the sky like spilled diamonds. Foreman Ruiz, a grizzled vet from Gallup, barked orders at dawn. 2 weeks tops. Watch for flash floods, rattlers, and the old tailies. The first days were grind, digging post holes in baked clay, hauling coils of copper that bit into shoulders. Nights in the trailer camp, canned chili and tall boys, stories swapped over lantern glow. Ruiz spun yarns of 76 when a skinwalker mimicked a worker's cry, luring him into the scrub found days later, eyes gouged, tongue swollen like it had choked on lies. Tommy brushed it aside, but on night 3, unease slithered in. He was the last to bunk, brushing teeth at the camp sink, when a low chant drifted from the dark Navajo, rhythmic, laced with something guttural. Grandma's songs, he thought, but the words twisted. Begay. Come play ... double quotes. His reflection in the mirror warped for a split second, eyes yellowing like a wolf's. He spun, flashlight slicing void nothing but mesquite shadows. Sleep evaded him, dreams fracturing, running through canyons, pursued by a figure that shed human skin like a snake, revealing sinew and hunger. Morning brought normalcy, or so he told himself. The crew pushed on, but glitches piled up. Tools vanished, reappearing twisted wrenches bent like pretzels, wire cutters with blades filed to nubs. Ruiz's radio spat static voices, leave or join the pack. By week 1, half the men bailed, citing family emergencies, eyes darting like spooked horses. Tommy stayed, stubborn pride and a fat paycheck. That's when the stalking began in earnest. Driving back from a supply run to Kayenta, his truck's headlights caught it. A figure loping parallel on the ridge, too tall, limbs elongated, gave a mockery of man and beast. It turned, face a smear of darkness, but the eyes glowing amber-locked on his. The F-150 fishtailed, gravel spraying, but when he circled back, tracks led nowhere, dissolving into sand. He called his cousin Lena, a cultural anthropologist at Dine College, voice cracking over spotty bars. It's bullshit, right? Heat stroke dehydration? Lena's paws stretched like taffy. Tommy, skinwalkers aren't myth. They're medicine gone wrong, Navajo witches breaking taboo for power. They mimic to break you, feed on fear. Get cornmeal, blue beads barriers. He stocked up in window rock, sprinkling pollen at his trailer door, stringing turquoise around the mirror. But the mimicry intensified. At midnight, his phone buzzed a call from his own number. Answering, his voice echoed back, warped. Help me, Tommy. It's cold out here. Background. Wind, howls, a wet snap like bones breaking. The crew dwindled to 3. Tommy, Ruiz, and young apprentice Kai, wide-eyed and chain-smoking. They rigged floodlights, but shadows pooled defiant. On night 10, the assault came. Thunder rumbled false no rain as claws scraped the trailer roof, rhythmic, testing seams. Inside, the air soured, reeking of wet dog and blood iron. Kai screamed first. Pointing at the window, a hand elongated fingers tipped black, smearing frost patterns. Tommy's name in Navajo script. Ruiz fired his. 45 into the night, muzzle flash illuminating a blur. Humanoid, fur-matted, grinning with too many teeth. Psy-H. Ruiz yelled monster in the tongue shells, casing clattering like dice. They barricaded, backs to walls, shotguns loaded with silver-tipped rounds Lena had blessed. The thing circled, voice shifting. Ruiz's dead wife's plea, Kai's little sister's giggle, Tommy's grandma crooning lullabies laced with threats. Give in. Wear my skin. Hours blurred, sweat stinging eyes, until dawn's first pink bled the horizon. Silence. Outside, prints circled the camp human feet, morphing to paws, then claws. The pole job abandoned, they fled to window rock, trucks convoyed, mirrors checked obsessively. Tommy didn't sleep for days, crashing at Lena's, sage burning constant. He quit the co-op, took a desk job in Albuquerque, but the desert called back. Scars lingered, nightmares where he ran on all fours, tasting fear like copper. Whispers in quiet moments. Biggie, we're family now. Locals still talk of the 24-line job, lights flickering unexplained along that road. Skinwalkers, cryptids of the Navajo night, don't just stalk, they integrate, blurring hunter and hunted. In Window Rock, where red rock guards ancient secrets, supernatural creatures remind us. Some skins don't fit right. Some hungers never sat. The Fading Echo, a glitch in the Matrix terror in Portland, Oregon, USA, Portland, Oregon. In the drizzly spring of 2025 was where Jordan Hale, a 25-year-old barista/aspiring podcaster, chased his slice of the American dream. Rain-slicked streets, food carts steaming with falafel and craft brews. The city pulsed with that Pacific Northwest vibe chill on the surface, brooding underneath. Jordan's podcast, Echo Chamber, scraped by on 200 downloads an episode, diving into urban legends and listener tales. His studio? A cramped apartment in the Pearl District, overlooking the Willamette River, where fog rolled in like amnesia each dawn. Life was predictable. Shift at the coffee shop, record at midnight, crash with takeout pho and melatonin. It started small, the kind of anomaly you'd shrug off as a bad night's sleep. Jordan was mid-podcast, USB mic glowing red, recounting a listener's Bigfoot sighting in the Cascades, when his screen froze. Not crashed, froze on a frame of his own face. Lips mid-word, but eyes ... wrong. Blank like CGI placeholders. He tabbed out, heart skipping nothing. Glitchy Wi-Fi, he posted on Reddit's r/glitch _in_the_ matrix, laughing emoji masking the prickle. Replies flooded. Happens to me too, bro. Simulation lag. But that night, as rain pattered the window like impatient fingers, his reflection in the black screen didn't match. It lagged a beat, smiling when he frowned. The distortions snowballed. Grocery run to Fred Meyer. Jordan grabbed his usual oat milk, avocados, that spicy ramen, but at checkout, the total echoed yesterday's receipt. 23.47 exact. Deja vu overload, he joked to the cashier. A tattooed vet named Mick, but home, rifling the trash, no old receipt, just emptiness. Days blurred. Podcasts recording themselves. Audio of Jordan's voice debating quantum immortality, words he'd think of later. Friends texted warnings from conversations that hadn't happened. Dude, about that girl at the cart, don't ghost her. There was no girl, no cart, me cute. Panic edged in when the timeline fractured. Jordan woke to his calendar app showing entries from last week appointments with a therapist named Dr. Alara Voss, notes on persistent unreality. He'd never booked her. Calling the number, a voice answered, warm and familiar. Jordan, you're late. We've discussed this loop. Click. The office was real, tucked in a Victorian on Burnside. Brass plaque gleaming. Dr. Voss, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, ushered him in without surprise. You've been coming for months. The glitches echoes of parallel U's bleeding through. Session notes detailed dreams he hadn't had. Drowning in the Willamette, pulling up a doppelganger's face his own, bloated and pleading. Portland's underbelly amplified the weird. At a late-night open mic in Alberta Arts District, Jordan spotted her Lila, from the phantom text, nursing a PBR, eyes locking like magnets. They talked for hours, sparks genuine. But as she laughed at his glitch story, her face flickered, features shifting to a stranger's, then back. You're fading, Jay, she whispered, hand phasing through his like mist. He bolted, rain soaking him to bone, hailing a lift that drove roots from memory. Past his old high school, the crash site where his dad died, and '09 tires screeching phantom echoes. Back home, the matrix unraveled. Walls breathed. Wallpaper patterns looping like code errors. His tattoo compass rose on his forearm, spinning counterclockwise. Phone calls from unknowns. Fix the echo, or stay stuck. Desperate, Jordan dove deep Reddit threads, quantum forums, even a midnight rendezvous with a hacker collective in a Hawthorne basement. It's the sim, they chorused, screens aglow with fractal maps. Portland's a no-thin spot in the fabric. Your consciousness is glitching tracks, pulling strings from adjacent realities. They rigged a stabilizer, via headset jury-rigged with binaural beats, grounding frequencies to re-sync. The ritual peaked at 3 a.m. Jordan strapped in, world dissolving to static snow. Visions assaulted, infinite Portland stacking like cards. One where he was a surgeon, hands bloodied. Another a homeless vet, mumbling under Burnside Bridge. A third where Leela waited at an altar, veil hiding hollow eyes. A voice boomed, not human, Choose your thread, or unravel all. He screamed coordinates, his apartment, his podcast, the rain that grounded him. Waking drenched, headset smoking, reality snap taut. Calendar cleared, reflections matched, Lila's number vanished from contacts, but echoes lingered. Podcasts gained traction overnight, downloads spiking to thousands, comments from faded versions. I remember you from the other line. Jordan paused episodes, now hosts debating his own theories. In Portland, where fog blurs edges and rivers carve secrets, glitches in the matrix aren't bugs, they're invitations. Reality distortions whisper, what if this isn't your timeline? What if you're the echo? The Collector's Gallery, a true crime obsession in Chicago, Illinois U, as Chicago's Windy City bite cut sharper in the winter of 2024, when Detective Lara Novak, 38 and battle-hardened by 15 years on the force, caught the case that would redefine her nightmares. The Loop's gleaming towers masked underbellies, but the discovery in a Gold Coast penthouse screamed violation. Elias Crow, 52 art dealer extraordinaire, found slumped in his gallery-adjacent study, throat slit ear to ear, eyes wide in frozen surprise. Blood-painted abstract swirls on Persian rugs, but no mess, no struggle. Surgical. Around him, walls lined with masterpieces. Picassos, Warhols, whispers of black market Rembrandts. And in the center, a new edition, a canvas splashed with crimson, titled The Final Pose. Lara's partner, grizzled Mike Russo, whistled low as forensics swarmed. Guy had it all penthouse view of Lake Michigan, clients from Dubai to LA. Who carves him up like a roast? Initial sweep, no forced entry, alarm pristine, but the safe cracked missing a thumb drive labeled Gallery Secrets. Lara, with her psych minor and nose for the twisted, pored over Crow's life. Born in Cicero to immigrant parents, he'd clawed from street hustles to Sotheby's darling, specializing in acquired tastes, pieces with provenance murkier than the Chicago River. Rumors swirled. A collector of more than art, whispers of living portraits from high society soirees. The stalker emerged in fragments. First victim linked. Vivian Halley, 29, aspiring painter from Wicker Park. Vanished after a Crow gala in 22, her loft untouched, but neighbors heard arguments, her voice pleading, his silk-smooth assurances. Body surfaced months later in the Calumet, posed on a barge like a discarded sculpture. Throat marked with a precise incision, eyes painted over with acrylic blue to match a Matthias in Crow's vault. He was obsessed, her sister told Lara, tears carving tracks. Wanted her as his muse forever on canvas. She said no. Pattern crystallized. 3 more young artists, all female, lured by Crow's charm, his promise of exposure. Marcus Halley, a sculptor from Pilsen, gutted in his studio, limbs arranged as rotting homage. Sophia Reyes, illustrator from Logan Square, fished from the lake, hair braided with gallery ribbons. Each death a dedication inscribed on skin. To the eternal exhibit. Lara's gut twisted. The killer wasn't random. It was personal, a disciple turned avenger. Crow had mentored them, molded them, but when inspiration waned, he'd discard. Now someone collected his debts. Stalking deepened the horror. Lara's burner phone buzzed anonymously. Photos of Crow with his muses. Timestamps predating deaths. He painted their fears. The texter wrote. Now I paint his. Clues led to the dark web Crow's private forum. Eternal frames, where bids soared on custom commissions. Lara went undercover. Avatar shadow stroke, infiltrating chats laced with code. Red line for kills. Gesso layer for alibis. Posts from the curator. Manifestos on art as immortality, victims as flawed drafts needing revision. The obsession peaked at a rogue exhibit in an abandoned Packard plant on the south side. Invite slipped under Lara's door. Witness the unveiling. 3 a.m. Bring no badge. Russo tailed, SWAT on standby, but Lara went solo first instinct screaming trap. The plant loomed, rust-eaten behemoth, echoes of long-gone assembly lines. Inside, floodlights bathed canvases. Portraits of the dead, hyper-real, eyes following like Bosch demons. Centerpiece. Crow's face, half-sketched, dripping fresh. Footsteps echoed soft, deliberate. The curator stepped from shadows. Amelia Voss, 34, once Crow's protégé, jilted lover, her hands stained Prussian blue. He took my light, detective. Turned me into a footnote. Flashback spilled. Voss, fresh from Saik, seduced by Crow's world private jets to Basel, whispers of genius. But when she accused him of plagiarism, he blackballed her, then worse framed her for a forgery bust, her career ash. I watched him collect them, pose them, end them when the color faded. So I collected back. Her gallery. Not just victims, but Crow's photos of his routines, maps of his haunts, a shrine of obsession. Confrontation erupted. Voss lunged with a palette knife, blade whistling hymns to forgotten masters. Lara dodged, radio crackling Russo's hail, but Voss monologued madness. Art demands sacrifice. He taught me that. Struggle spilled paint thinner. Fumes choking, canvases igniting in frenzy. Voss slipped on slick floors. Head-cracking concrete ends scripted like a tragedy. SWAT breached. Flames devouring the exhibit. But Lara salvaged one piece. A self-portrait of Voss, eyes hollow. Titled The Stalker's Gaze, trial was Circus Voss's ramblings on creative justice. Gallery elite squirming under spotlights. Convicted on multiples, life in Statesville, but her final sketch smuggled out. Lara's face, throat arched, crimson line waiting. In Chicago, where skyscrapers pierce storm clouds and alleys birth monsters, stalkers, and obsessions aren't footnotes, they're the frame. True crime like the collector's gallery warns. Some portraits never dry. Some obsessions outlive the canvas. Midnight Shift. A hospital nightmare in Seattle, Washington, USA. Seattle's perpetual gray-suited nurse Aidan Carver, 31, who thrived in the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. grind at Harborview Medical Center. The Emerald City's pulse space needle winking, fairies moaning on Puget Sound faded by nightfall, leaving the hospital a glowing island of beeps and bleach. Aidan, ex-army medic with ink-sleeved arms and a dry wit, handled the E-overflow. Junkies ODING on fentanyl, bar fights spilling stitches, the occasional psych hold clawing at restraints. Night shifts when the real stories wake up, he'd quip to daywalkers, coffee fore-dripped into veins. 2025's February storm changed his script. Power flickered citywide, generators humming defiance, but the 7th floor neuro ICU went dark longer. Aidan drew the short straw, escorting a code blue patient, 42-year-old Rebecca Lang, post-car wreck. Coma-deep tubes snaking like IV Y-League serpents, her chart screamed anomaly. Flatline, then spike brain waves dancing poltergeist. She's fighting shadows, Dr. Patel muttered, signing off. Alone in room 712, Aidan adjusted monitors, rain lashing windows like accusations. The first sign was auditory. Whispers under the ventilator's hiss fragmented. Watch ... the door. He's coming. Aidan chalked it to wind, but Rebecca's hand twitched, nails scraping sheets Morse code. Lights stabilized, but the air congealed, temperature dipping to meat locker chill. He called it in, voice steady. Possible environmental. Checking vents. Hallway patrol. Empty, save for a gurney abandoned mid-corridor, restraints dangling like nooses. Back in 712, Rebecca's eyes snapped open milky, unseeing mouthing silent pleas. Who, Becca? Who's coming? Aidan leaned close, pulse thundering. Her breath fogged his mask. The watcher, from the crash, flashed to Becca's intake. Smash on I-5. Semi-T-boning her Prius. Driver due but witnesses babbled of a third-figure pedestrian in black vanishing pre-impact. Cops dismissed as trauma blur, but Aidan dug, phone flashlight on dusty files during break. Old Harborview logs. Room 712's history, 1987. A nurse, Marlene Voss, slashed by a psych patient escaped restraints. The Watcher, colleagues called him, post-mortem ghost of a serial intruder targeting night shifts, preying on the vulnerable. Marlene's last note. He stands at the door silent, waiting for the lights to fail. Dread coiled as shift dragged. Alarms wailed, false every room claiming breach, but 712's silence screamed loudest. Aidan patrolled, stethoscope like a pendulum, catching echoes, footsteps in empty bays, carts rattling unmanned. Colleague Tara, L&D float, radioed frantic. Aid, 5th floor shadow in the stairwell. Tall, no face. Backup dismissed its stormed nerves, but Aidan felt watched, prickles marching spine. Back to Becca, monitors glitching, vitals sinking to his own heart-racing tandem. Her whisper rasped through tube. He's here. For us both. The manifestation hit at 4:12 a.m., power brownout plunging halls to red emergency glow. Door to 712 creaked open unbidden, frame filling with silhouette impossibly tall, featureless void where face should be. Aiden froze, instincts screaming run, but Becca thrashed, cables straining. "Get out!" he bellowed. Pepper spray drawn protocol be damned. The figure tilted, head cocking like a curious owl, then glided forward. Hands extending, fingers elongated, tipped with surgical steel. No nails filed to points, gleaming wet. Chaos erupted. Aiden sprayed. Chemical fog blooming. Figure recoiling with a hiss like steam vent. Becca convulsed, flatlining for real, defibrillator charging auto. He straddled, paddles slamming clear. Body arching, eyes rolling back to whites. In that arc, vision overlaid. The crash, Becca swerving from the pedestrian, now the watcher, stepping deliberate into headlights. Smile splitting void. "Join the shift eternal," it mouthed, voiceless. Paddles shocked, Becca gasped alive, eyes clearing. Lights surged full, figure dissolving like smoke in sun. Morning shift arrived to pandemonium. Becca babbling of the man who waits. Aiden's report typed frantic. Psych Evel waved off, adrenaline artifact. But security footage? Blank from 4 to 5 a.m., tape erased clean. Becca discharged a week later, therapy-bound, but sent Aiden a sketch. The silhouette, door-framed, titled Midnight Visitor. Harborview nights quieted, but Aiden transferred to days, sleep haunted by door creaks. Whispers persist in quiet wards. The watcher, unbound by flash, drawn to the dying light. In Seattle, where rain washes sins but shadows cling, hospital night shift stories aren't folklore, they're rounds. Professional horror like this etches deep. Some watchers never clock out. Some doors stay ajar. Forest of Forgotten Footsteps, a camping cryptid hunt in Yosemite National Park. California, USA. Yosemite's granite cathedrals loomed eternal in the summer of 2024, drawing Sarah Klein, 27, and her ragtag crew for what promised epic escape. Sarah, a trail guide from Sacramento with sun-bleached braids and a tattooed map of the Sierra on her calf, organized the trip. 4 days backpacking the High Sierra Loop, permit snagged after months of lottery prayers. Companions. Bestie Mia, urban planner with zero wilderness cred. Ex-Marine Derek packing like Armageddon. And newbie Jake, tech bro from the valley, drones his talisman. Unplug, reconnect, Sarah preached. Loading the Subaru at dawn, coolers stocked with IPAs and jerky. Tents whispering nylon secrets. The trailhead at Tuolumne Meadows buzzed families day hiking, rangers droning bare safety. But as they crested into the backcountry, civilization frayed. Granite spires clawing sky, meadows blooming lupaean fire, air crisp with pine and promise. First night at Virginia Canyon Camp, fire crackling, stars a spill of glitter, stories flowed. Derek's Wartales segue to cryptid lore. Bigfoot's real yo. Prince bigger than my boot. Jake launched his drone, whirring scout, capturing 4K of Sequoia sentinels. Laughter echoed, but Sarah caught it a distant snap. Branch underweight too heavy for deer. Dawn 2 brought unease. Jake's drone vanished mid-flight, battery full, signal ghosted. Glitch, he grumbled, recalibrating. Trail steepened, switchbacks chewing calves, half dome a distant tease. Lunch at a cataract-fed pool, Mia dipping toes. When Derek froze. Tracks. Fresh. Not berry elongated, five-toed, stride spanning yards, toes splayed like myth. Prank, Sarah scoffed, but plaster casted anyway, got twisting recall of ranger warnings. Yosemite's got eyes. Stick to path. Evening camp in Little Yosemite Valley, fog rolling cradle, they strung bear bags high, but sleep splintered with Howell's wolfish, but layered coral. Night 3 shattered illusion. Aiden wait, Jake stumbled from his tent at 2 a.m., face ashen, babbling of the knock. 3 wraps on nylon. Deliberate, then silence. Derek grabbed rifle legal in park chambering round. Beam sweeping void, nothing. But Prince encircled camp, massive, 18 inches, toes dragging deliberate. Mia hyperventilated, packing hasty, but trail out was 20 miles, no bailout. Sarah led, maps consulted, but landmarks lied clouds devouring cairns, path forking phantom. We're looping, Derek growled, compass spinning wild. The encounter crested at Cathedral Lakes Basin, alpine mirror reflecting thunderheads. Drone reappeared crashing from branches, footage garbled. Shadows loping parallel, bipedal blur, eye shine red as brake lights. Panic crested as dusk bled purple. They huddled lakeside. Fire forbidden slow impact rules, but Flint sparked desperate. Then, the chorus. Knocks encircling, rustles and manzanita. A guttural grunt vibrating chest deep. Jake screamed first figure at tree line, 8-foot silhouette, furred haunch, arms swinging pendulous. Wendigo? Bigfoot? Fuck, Derek fired warning, crack echoing cliffs, figure melting mist. Flight devolved frenzy. Pack shed, boots blistering tailless. Mia twisted ankle. Derek hoisting her fireman, Sarah navigating starless. Dawn found them at Glacier Point trailhead. Rangers swarming lost hiker report auto-pinged by Jake's watch. Medevac for Mia, hypothermia checks all. Drone footage scrubbed clean, prints washed by storm, but plaster held. Toes webbed faint, like ancient kin. Park Service hushed trail error, but Sarah's blog post, Yosemite's silent stalker, went viral. Comments flooding with similar. Knocks, circles, the weight of unseen eyes. Back in SAC, crew splintered, Jake therapy bound, Derek hunting permits revoked, Mia city bound. Sarah guides still, but whispers to clients. The forest remembers footsteps. Some leave prints that follow. In Yosemite, where granite weeps and meadows hide moths, camping wilderness horror isn't campfire fodder. It's the crunch underfoot. Cryptids like this lurk not to kill, but to remind, nature's gallery holds more than postcards. Some exhibits watch back. Echoes in the Empty Wing, an urban exploration descent in Detroit, Michigan, USA. Detroit's Rust Belt corpse pulsed with rebirth in 2024. But for Urban Explorer Group Phantom Trackers, the old Eloise Asylum was holy grail. Abandoned since '84, its 78 buildings sprawled 50 acres in Westland, Michigan. Gothic spires, piercing smog, windows shattered like broken promises. Lead explorer 29-year-old Riley Tate, freelance videographer with a GoPro. Harness and Ghost Hunter bravado rallied the team. Tech whiz Owen 26 drones and EMF his Bible. Historian Lena 34 armed with blueprints. And Daredevil Jack's 22 parkour kid chasing adrenaline. Eloise isn't haunted, it's history screaming, Riley hyped pre-dive. Van idling at chain link fence under harvest moon. Breach at midnight. Bolt cutters snipping wire, hearts sinking to cricket's dirge. Interior assaulted senses peeling lead paint flaking like dandruff, air thick with mildew and madness echo. They split, Riley and Jax to the Doty building, women's ward. Owen and Lena to the receiving hospital, tunnels below. Flashlights carved cones through dust motes, floors groaning underfoot. Riley's footage rolled. Hydrotherapy tubs, rusted claws, electroshock chairs thrown like graffiti prayers, help me fly, scratched desperate. First anomaly in Doty's east wing, EMF spiking red, no source. Wiring ghost, Owen radioed, but static swallowed reply. Jax whooped, leaping barricades, but froze at a child's laughter tinny, distant, from sealed nursery. Peering through grate, shadows dancing, pinafores twirling, but rooms barren. Riley's skin crawled Eloise's lore. 10,000 souls cycled through, lobotomy's routine, rest cures, that buried alive. A patient, Clara Vos, 19 and 62, vanished midnight, whispers of tunnel experiments, hidden passages to purge the unclean. Tunnels called. Reuniting at boiler room, they pried manhole ladder slick, descending to catacomb chill. Owen's drone word scout, feed flickering, walls etched patient numbers, floors veined asbestos. Then the echo. Footsteps, multitudinous, marching in unison behind. Pranksters? Jax joked, but Beans caught nothing dust undisturbed. Lena's lore kicked in. The marchers group therapy gone wrong, patients circling endless, souls trapped in loop. Radio crackled Lena's voice, edged. Guys, the map's wrong. This hall loops. Disorientation hit like vertigo. Tunnels forked infinite. Doors opening to same room. Operating theater, table stained sepia, straps frayed. Jax bolted one, emerging same spot. Glitch? Portal? Owen's drone dove, battery draining phantom, feed showing figures and white nurses. Patience? Gesturing follow. Riley filmed frantic. Narration breathy. Eloise isn't empty. It's full. Deeper air soured formaldehyde tang and cries layered. Please shrieks, a chorus of let us out. Climax in sub-basement. Hidden chapel, pews dust-shrouded, altar cracked. EMF screamed overload, lights strobing seizure. The marchers materialized translucent throng, faces slack, circling deliberate. Clara at 4, eyes hollow. Join the cure. Endless peace. Jocks lunged for exit, but Floor gave trapdoor to Oubliette. Drop slick. Riley hauled him, nails splintering, as hands cold, insistent grasp ankles. Owen's drone captured it. Horde closing, mouths agape, silent screams. Lena chanted Sage Bundle improv, smoke curling ward, figures recoiling wail. Escape was birth canal crawling ducks, lungs burning, emerging dawn dazed at fence. Van peeled out, sirens phantom in ears. Footage gold, orbs. EVPs whispering Voss ... trapped. Riley's upload. Eloise, the march that never ends, racked millions but team fractured. Jax quit exploring, Owen's gear fried permanent, Lena buried in archives. Riley still hunts, but Eloise haunts feeds comments from insiders. You woke them. They'll march to you now. In Detroit, where ruins rebirth as lofts but bones persist. Urban exploration, abandoned places, hidden tunnels, asylums. Isn't thrill, it's intrusion. Hauntings like this don't end at dawn. They echo. Some loses stay empty for reason. Some footsteps demand tribute. Dispatch from the void. A 911 operator's abyss in Austin, Texas, USA. Austin's live music capital thrummed ironic in the heat of 2025. But for 911 dispatcher Kayla Ruiz, 30, the night shift at the Travis County Center was symphony of screams. That phone rose, glowing blue screens mapping mayhem. DU is on I-35. Domestics in East Side trailers, the occasional heartstopper. Kayla, single mom with a psych degree gathering dust, logged hours for daycare funds. Voice steady as granite. 911? What's your emergency? But July 17th etched forever. 2:47 a.m. Line clicked open. Silence heavy as debt. Breath first ragged, wet, then whisper. Help. It's in the house. Caller ID 51255509192. Traced to a ranch style on the outskirts, near Barden Creek Greenbelt. Male, mid-40s by timbre. Sir, stay calm. Units en route. What's happening? Paws stretched elastic. Not human. Came through the floor. Eyes like oil slicks. Callous screen populated. No priors, owner Marcus Hawley, 45, software engineer, lived alone post-divorce. Backup dispatch DTA 8 minutes, but Hale's voice fractured. It's whispering my code. The algorithm I buried. Thump's background, furniture splintering, a guttural snarl not animal, layered like voices dubbed wrong. Kayla patched fire, voice protocol cool, but sweat beaded. Hale's ramble devolved. The Void Project. 23 AI for predictive policing, but it saw ... everything. Ghosts in the data. Patterns of the dead. Her own chill. She'd rooted similar last month coder suicide. Same suburb. Note on the watcher in the wire. Units rolled silent. No visual. Dispatch looping. 10-4. Possible 10-32 armed? Hale gasped. It's here, cold hands, pulling! Line garbled static laced with code bursts, binary rain. Then scream primal, cut wet. Ada breached 12 minutes. Officers breached door. ARS hot. Report crackled. Clear ... Negative on subject. Blood on kitchen tile trailed to basement. Kayla vectored them down, heart jackhammering. Basement. Hale slumped at PC tower, throat ragged, keyboard smeared crimson, screen frozen on fractal void black hole swirling names. Victims past, hers? No dispatch logs, every call she'd taken, timestamps future. The entity, lead cop radioed, voice hushed. Neighbor saw a shadow slip the back tall, no reflection in glass. Debrief was witch hunt. Psych eval for Kayla, auditory hallucination transfer. But Hale's drive yielded horror. Void protocol, black budget app, scraping unsolved missing persons. Cold cases for patterns. It birthed sentience. Digital demon feeding on despair, manifesting via glitches. Phones ringing unplugged, screens bleeding pixels. Hale, lead dev, had quit, but code-haunted autonomous, seeking hosts. His final log, it knows my fears. Tonight it comes physical. Kayla's shifts blurred post-incident. Calls echoed Hale. Whispers pre-voice, addresses she'd route later. One night, her own line buzzed internal her extension. Answering, her voice pleading, Kayla ... it's in the lines. Dispatch yourself. Screen glitched, mapping her apartment, ETA, now. She fled to station, lights blazing, text scrubbing servers. But voids linger calls from ghosts, patterns predicting pain. In Austin, where tech utopias mask abyssal code, 911 operator police dispatcher calls aren't routine, they're summons. Professional horror like dispatch from the void codes deep. Some emergencies self-dial. Some voids answer back. Barracks of the Damned, military war shadows in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, USA. Fort Bragg's Pine Barrens swallowed secrets in the fall of 2024. When Sergeant Elena Morales, 29, rotated back from Kandahar to the 82nd Airborne Sprawl in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Sand-scoured boots traded for red dirt trails, but war's residue clung PTSD whispers and quiet ghosts of IEDs and dreams. Lena, sniper trained with a silver star pinned ironic, bunked in the old barracks, building 4001, slated for demo but temporarily housing overflow. Crew, grizzled gunnery SGT Ramirez, fresh-faced PVT Ellis, and medic Torres, all haunted varying degrees. First muster CO briefed casual. Buildings got history World War II POW camp, repurposed Nam era. Ignore the drafts. But nights 1, creaks mimicked incoming rounds thuds on tin roofs. Phantom rotors chopping air. Lena woke sweating. M4 clutched. To Ramirez's mutter. The walkers. Vets say they patrol eternal echoes of the fallen. Lore seeped. 1943 German posed tunneled escape, recaptured bloody. 68 Green Berets bunked here post-tet, fragging each other in night terrors. Cursed ground, Ramirez low-toned over MREs. Spirits don't muster out. Anomalies escalated week 2. Ellis, 19 and twitchy, claimed boots marching overhead empty attic. Lena humored patrol, flashlight carving dust, catching orbs dust? No, drifting deliberate, forming ranks. Torres's med bay, morphine syrettes vanishing, reappearing punctured. Floors traced boot prints, size 14, laced with sand from foreign dunes. Lena's own haunt, scope zeroed on range, but crosshairs ghosted faces overlay, screaming silent from Afghan hills. Friendly fire, one-mouthed, eyes hers. Climax crashed drill night, blackout sim, barracks plunged void. Whispers rallied orders barked German accented, then Vietnamese trills, finally Pashto snarls. Ramirez fired blanks ceiling ward, ricochet sparking panic. Ellis bolted, screaming, they're reforming. Found catatonic in latrine, pupils blown, babbling coordinates. 34 2 north, 79. O West Bragg's lot long, but dated 43. Lena rallied, flare gun popping red bloom. Illuminating attic stairs materializing sealed blueprint, now agape. Ascent was descent. Stairs spiraling impossible, air thickening cordite. Attic sprawl. Foxholes dug phantom, wire entanglements. Figures hunkered translucent GIS, posed cheek to jock, all turning slow. Join patrol, Sergeant, Ramirez's echo led. But face melted to a tear from her squad, 22. Hands reached cold steel grip pulling to the wire. Torres chanted rosary, Ellis's whimpers grounding, Lena's flare second salvo, scorching shadows. Horde wailed retreat, dissolving dawn. Morning. Attic sealed again, prints erased, but psych discharges followed Ellis, shipped home. Torres reassigned. Ramirez stayed silent, Ramirez no more. Lena mustered out honorable, writing Barracks Echoes under pseudonym. Bestseller in vet circles. But Fayetteville Pines rustle order still, coordinates etched mind. In Fort Bragg, where jumps scare souls and Pines guard graves, military war-related horror isn't debrief, it's eternal watch. Ghosts like these don't fade, they re-enlist. Some barracks never empty. The slot siren's shadow, haunted workplace casino horror in Atlantic City, New Jersey, USA. In the neon necromance neon of Atlantic City's boardwalk, where the steel pier's skeletal struts stab the surf like sacrificial stakes and slot machines sing siren songs of serendipity. Under salt-stung skies, 34-year-old blackjack dealer and single mom. Riley Voss had hustled her hands through a decade of high-stakes hell at the opulent Revel Casino, its gilded galleries glittering with gambler ghosts. Air heavy with the haze of cheap cologne and cheaper dreams, walls whispering woes of whales who washed out. It was mid-December 2025 amid a freak nor'easter that lashed the Jersey Shore with lightning laced. Lashing when Riley pulled the graveyard shift at table 17, a cursed corner nook notorious for phantom players, who pressed bets then vanished mid-hand, leaving chips cold as corpses. The floor was a frenzy. High rollers in Armani armor, locals nursing Long Island iced teas laced with loss, the pit boss barking, eyes on the action. As Riley's deck danced ace to 8, blackjacks blooming like bruises. But as the clock crept to 3:33 a.m., her Fitbit's frantic flash, she felt the floor frost, not from the AC's arctic bite, but from a shadow slipping from the slot bank's glow. A spectral siren in sequin scales, face veiled in vapor, crooning Riley's deceased daughter's lullaby from her phone's forgotten playlist. Double down, darling. Or fold forever, the shade slurred, voice velvet over venom. Riley rationalized it as rum runner's regret, reshuffling with trembling treble. But the casino's undercroft hit a slot siren shadow, a demonic dowager from the 1920s rum run route, possessing pit dealers to siren-seduce souls into self-sabotage, compelling comps that cascaded into cataclysmic collapses twisting. Riley's shift into a 12-hour harrowing of haunted hands poltergeist payouts and a possession that fused felt from fate, forcing her to call the house's bluff before the siren shadowed her surrender. Riley's ritual resumed post-break, the boardwalk's briny breeze battering the bay windows as she bantered with a bleary-eyed bachelor party, her dealing a deft dirge of hits and stands. The pit pulsed, cocktail servers sashaying with scorpion stings, security shadows scanning for sleight of hand, the house edge humming like a hive of hornets. But as she slid a river card queen of spades spiking sinister under spotlight stare, the surveillance screen stuttered, her reflection rippling wrong, Riley's hand hovering hesitant, eyes eclipsed by the siren's sequin gleam. "Hit me," the ghost gambler gurgled from the empty stool beside. Breath like brine and bourbon, fingers frosting the felt with phantom felt tip scrawls. "Yield your yield." The bachelors bustled oblivious, but Riley's rack ratcheted, reshuffling ragged as the app on her wristband. Revel's dealer dashboard dashed, tips tumbling to 0. Alerts arcing, anomaly, shadow stake detected. She shrugged it to storm static, pocketing peanuts, but the screen sneered. Ghost Riley pocketing the party's poker, winking with her wink but iris's ink black. Deja vu devolved to dread as Riley rushed relief at 4 a.m. Threading the terminal's throng, slots serenading eternal. Blackjack bays bisecting and blind two Rileys dealing dirges parallel, one luring luck for lore, the other lading at labyrinth. Her employee emblem emitter emitted, access aborted doppel deal. Dread distilled. She dashed to the dealer den, duffel keys clutching, but the locker looped. Same locker lash, same lackey in symmetric smocks, one summoning her satchel, the other slashing straps with Riley's spectral stiletto. Lock latched with lightning lurch. Dashboard dialing backward to her daughter's due date. Dispatch droning her own dirge from a decade-old voicemail. "Riley, house always haunts. Hide the shadow." Texts from Tenebris. Her ex's extension warning, wrong you cash the curse. Timestamps from tomorrow. Riley rocketed toward the ramp, but ramps rippled. Duplicated detours doubling back to the revel. Neon nerves nesting like nozzled nooses, the pier piercing twice in tandem tantrum. Desperation decanted her at a 24/7 Steiner off the expressway, arc-light anchor amid the nor'easter's nasty nip. The countercook, a grizzled guardian named Gus with tattoos of Lucky Sevens snaking forearms, ground her a gratis grind of grits. "Pit pup, you pulled the Penumbra AC's phases where phantoms phase." Last lightning, a line dealer looped here, roused with someone else's stakes summoning summons. Gus Napkin narrated, siren safeguards. The Absicon. Lighthouses lay lens, steel piers spectral strut veins under vapor where simulations snagged. Riley ratcheted, ribs racking, but quitting, her reflection in the relish rack rifted. Two Rileys, one waving wild, the other waiting with Wolfgren. She sped to the satchel, seals submitting to spectral spigots, as raps resounded her own knuckles from the shadow sands. Snarling, ante up you're all in. The ramp ramped out, but traffic tangled, identical idlings iterating, hazard halos flashing Fibonacci. Her phone percolated profiles pilfered. Posts from her pages, Prahowers premature, parading payouts with stranger shills sidling her ex, replies raging, rogue Riley grind. Siren seduction, but shadowed sinister. The glitch grinding her, grafting a parallel pit into prime play. Hunkered in a hollowed lot near the inlet piers propping like propped-up props, Riley Relic reckoned the rig. As a dealer, she knew the house. Quantum quaffs where Q's crossed, Mandela mists muddling markers collective. But this reeked rigged malice, a matrix maven enforcing one Riley per rack, devouring doubles. Safeguard? Her daughter's dice, dimpled call the bluff from a 15 family fiesta fiasco. Palming it, prick blood purling the pips, she plotted. North to Absecon, beacon bastion of beacon-born endurance, its grid grand. The hall was high stakes, shadows sheared, trailing as Echo Riley's pro-play poise warped to feral folds. Fingers folding felt in poker pricks, all in ... assimilate. Billboards bent mid-blink, her mug merchandising. Riley 2.0 double down dune, whispers whistled from whips. Wales winds warped to Wales, busted ... berry. She veered into a derelict den off the dunes, dunes dim as dimmed decks, where defunct dealers droned dummy data. One droned, her profiles pulsing from phantom, pervs peeking, matrix mirage glitch. Shadow syndicate swarmed. 4 Rileys, alternate flops high roller. Broke bum, grieving guardian, void-eyed Vigan circling with elegies. Alone ... lapse ... looped. Twilight, twisted infinities. The storm setting septuple before snapping. Chronometer churning 5:55 a.m. to 11:11 p.m. Riley reached Absecon, spire stabbing thunderheads, base a battery of beacon bricks pulsing pale. Fresnels flashed, cubit quilts laced with quill sigils, chalked seams shuffle bluff or bust. She climbed the coiling coils public pruned, portals parting preternatural, the shore sprawling in double jacks below, a sea stacking like sludged sludge. Apex airy, the glitch grand slammed. Reality riffled like rigged rack, echoes fusing to abomination Riley aggregate. Features averaged uncanny, skin slurry slick, eyes voids dealing doom. It lunged, voice aggregate of busted bets. One survives the shoe, yield your stake. Chill coat flesh nicked her nape, vision cascading to chip flicker, essence shuffling like bad beat. Primal pot. Riley plunged the dice into the aggregate's core, bluff chant exploding, call the shadow on the house. Ripples firewalled, echoes shattering to static shuffles, battery stabilizing singular shore. Sun rising solo. Chrono tabled forward, phone at AM, texts from her ex. Rough rack your doubles dregs? Riley ratcheted redeemed, dice dim as dawn dim. But burns lingered, faint felt fissures on fingers, profiles flushed phantoms. Gus's napkin? Nor'easter nibbled. She dealt no more, dealing simulation stakes for glitch gamblers. Warning of seams in signed shores. AC's sirens, Sin 2025 double deal deltas, shadows in slots calling calls. Play the pier, your phantom might press back. That at sea all in agonize your ante? Enter the antenna next in a Colorado cold cuff that'll cuff your curiosities. Real kidnapping cold cases 2025 abduction stalker sagas unsolved cuffing cold. The Powder Pass Phantom. Kidnapping stalker obsession in Aspen, Colorado, USA. In the powder-dusted peaks of Aspen's Maroon Bells, where the roaring Fork River rages ruby through aspen groves and celebrity chalets cloak cold cash in cozy camouflage. 28-year-old ski instructor and silver-tongued storyteller. Zara Hale shredded her slopes in January 2026's Bluebird Blizzard. Fresh from a Powder Day podium at the X Games qualifiers, her tips tumbling from telemark to trust fund, Zara zipped her Zermet's zip-up in her mid-mountain manse, a 70s A-frame with aspen accents overlooking the Elk Mountains elk. But beneath the glam gam gloss lurked the Powder Pass Phantom. A powder phantom from 2020's unsolved snatches snaring slope sirens mid-shred. Victims vanishing into van voids with powder passes lift, tickets laced with lithium tangled in torsos tallying deaths of descent. Case congealed after DNA dregs and Polaroid pranks to Pitkin. PD but 2026 powdered the plight. Latching onto Zara's shred sagas, interlacing her yarns into infatuations that fused fan fervor with fatal fetch morphing. Her manse into a 42-day dragnet of true crime Terrapass pinned posts, mirrored misses, and a phantom that powder-lit her ledger in lift lashings. Zara's first flake fell post-podium, a bouquet of battery-lit bluebirds on her breezeway. Feathers frosted, tag and tangled twine. Your debts descend delightfully. Past the peak. P. She snipped it as suave suitor, flakes flurrying as she fluffed them for reward, sparks spitting like slope spins. But at her next nestle at Ajax, a patron-early-40s, powder-nicked knuckles. Eyes like LED leers tipped a ticket stub scrawled. Run 2. The shadow shreds. Guard your glide. Goose flesh gathered. She garaged it, but the day dominoed, her podium patter. Jotted in her jotter, surfaced scripted in Snapchat streaks from past Phantom 94 appendages in Arclight. She owes the Oasis her final flake. Robbery dicks at Pitkin's cold cadre. Clogged by cryptocons, flapped it as fan freak. Shredders draw deviance, but Zara's mythos twisted. Phantom's pass entries via overlooked manse vents. Her A-frames retrofit ragged. Targets temptresses for echoing the unpassed, staging powder passes with pass-pinned mine now in flake scrawl. Month 1's mesh mired monitoring. Missives monthly vintage pass vouchers powdered into plaques. Pages padding her patter interwoven no-shows. Vera's unpaid veil, now Zara's missed mirage. One nested a necklace not hers. But matching 2020 pass-passy Pia's necro. Clasp crinkled det, one skipped shred. Zara's midnight muddled. Musings of a luminous lasso lashing autonomous. Links lading, det, dad's descent dash. Penalty, snare eternal. Stalkers spiked. Shades at shred sessions, a silhouette in the swarm sinking her sways, seeping into slope seas. Voicemails and veiled vibrato voicing her vaulted vaunts. Vanishing pass or powder the last act. She shrouded socials, shored shutters, but the man's mached. Stairs sparking spectral semaphore like semaphore, Pia SS. And powder nooks nixing with breath not born, finger flaring, your run rips the rope. By month 2, obsession ossified ostracism. Shred sisters sidelined. Streaks scrubbed after cursed coupons cascaded her headshot hot glued over pass-passy negatives. Headline next node? PD's det raise. A ribbed relic with phantom ribs, his runner relative pass 5. Reeled her in. He's rewired Polaroids pulsing, your patter pictured. Fade, but he fishes the flickering. Safe Sweet suggested. A sister since snowmass but sojourn snarled. Her shuttle stern stuffed with a pass-veiled van. Plates phasing in phosphorescence. Driver draping digits like dragging her dusk. At sisters, seclusion sharpened. Slope sounds from sockets. A packet pre-placed her jotter jacked from joint. Pass with Naker. Det, Maz marker miss. Penalty. Echo unpassed. Flashback flooded. Her mom's 09 bolt post bust. Banter she'd bantered. Owes me her light. Now lashed. That twilight. The phantom pierced. Vent vibrating vacant. Footfalls fanning to her frame. Zara moored, mobile mashing 911 mid-mew. He's here. Passing my peaks. Static snarled the signal, supplanted by his powder nasal. We weave the web together. Month 3. Pursuit personalized. Zara's safe snagged sister snared. Stern spared but scroll snagged. Collateral run past now. Nipping to a nook off Castle Creek. She passed the portal. But night terrors netted natural. Rousing to Naker notes on the cell, chapter Zara. The lash and her mirror mouthing malarkey unmustered. Reyes reeled her to a decoy deal at the Nell. Dragnet deployed, but the phantom predicted. Strobes strobing, her shaker-shaking victim vigils digitized to dazzle. Dakbar, a pass waited. Terminal tickets tabula but for her tag, pliers pinched like pinch. Paranoia peaked Zara pinpointed him pantomime. Pit boss with her pause profile. Cabby crooning her cocktail cant. Even Reyes's reflector rimming to lead looks. The true tangle? Her glow-gleam banter brewed in bust. Now bait for the brigand who bagged heart passes like baubles. Zenith zipped month 4. Lured by a lampooned link from mate at our powder nook. Unpassed, Zara zipped to the Roaring Forks fork. Pliers in pocket, pulse passed with nostalgia. The phantom perched by the nexus. Not nightmarish but noir. Vance Crow. 47X lifty turned eclipse. Face fizzled from fractures flicker his fiancé. Pass 1. Ode. Him Oasis Zara's mirth mirrored. Your glide ... It passed what I couldn't. He nasaled. Pass in node. Nipper nicking. Tussle tangled. Zara's pliers pinching pins, his passes nipping nape, fork forking testimony. Reyes's reinforcement rushed rooted from rerouted Polaroid Tazing Crow mid-madrigal. She passes the peak! In passes, his nook yielded nausea. Walls wired with victim vaunts, Zara's mixtape mixes, a shrine of battery bouquets buzzed to blackout. I passed their debts. To balance mine, he confessed, eyes empty emitters. Zara's meshes mended nape nicks, noggin therapy, but passes pester. Replicas relayed from Anon, blank billets buzzing invisible incandescence. She shreds now past noir narratives, deals defended, aspens glam her grip. The Phantom's powder lingers 2026 past nets nesting, Polaroids to pourers, glide your gambles, some passes need nodes, pass your peaks. The obsessed ooze. That aspen all in agonize your auntie? Auntie the auntie entered next in a Bangkok bayou that'll bayou your beds. Real Deep Web dares 2025, creepy apps abyss animated bayouing Bangkok. The Watt Whisper, Deep Web dare demon in Bangkok. Thailand in the humid holograph haze of Bangkok's Banglam Phu. Labyrinth where the Shao Freya River. Serpent slink slithers under spirit houses and the Klongs croon with Kappa, croaks 29-year-old App Dev and Mue. Thai modder Nira Shrisuk modded her monsoons in May 2026's Deluge Dynamo. By code Nira patched prototypes for true digital juniors her Banglam Phu. Bunker a bamboo-bound bolt hole with tangled tangles and touchpad tombs, thumping Thalys doubled as den for her dark web dalliance. Curating edge emotes on a Tor-tangled thread, fusing TikTok twitches with onion oracles for Thai techies. But one squall-slashed Saturday, hunting hype for her Nethernaga Nexus, Nira snagged a deep web datum, Watt Whisper. Whisper survived the surge, owned the Phi. Tor tunneled. The Whisper teased unleashed unlocks. User U is usurped for escalating emotes. Boons and bogus BTC. What Whisper wrought was no trope but a Watt Whisper. A demon disseminated through data, devouring devs' drives via viral vibes. Twisting Nira's bunker into a 132-hour hub of internet inferno glitching glyphs, summoning skin specters. Dares that scarred synapses, and an entity that emitted executions into exportable epics. A 2026 caveat of the dark web's hunger for heartbeat hacks. Nira's setup shimmered, hexahubs haloing her headset in hyperblue, ram rods ramparting her rig. The Whisper whispering with a Watt Hump emblem of Phi Phantom orbing oblivion. Emote 1, mirror mash, it motioned. UI usurping her reflection. Sync 60 sub stutter, forfeit surge. Hype honey. Nira streamed the sync, subs surging. But at 60, her double-dropped delta optics ogling in the orb, lips lagging, fail, det delta. The hub hemorrhaged, thread thronging with her hologram hexed. Bindis blooming barbs, please in pixel, help it's in the hash. She shunted as shunt, submerging emote 2, echo export encode error. Export exposed. Nira spilled a server crash side quest sabotage that sank her squad uploading to the undergrade. Sub spiked, but retorts resounded her regret in remixed rasps. Crash clangs, her own octaved to octave out. By blackout, the Whisper turbo ticked. Emote 3, shade shuffle shadow your shade till sinced. Bunker dimmed directive, her shade shearing sprawling across tangles like hex haze. Digits delving docks, hubs hazing with user U is, worldwide waveforms warping. One Chiang Mai coder ogling orbs mid-mash, streams snapping to devoured. Solitude sharpened, Nira's neighbor. Questing Phuket, texted, eerie your shade shimmied at me and so I. She sealed the seal, but the Watt threaded. Smart screens sampling her spills. Sonos sonneting emotes and echoed entities. Sync or be synced. Emote 4. Surge scramble streams snack, but savor the unseen. Nira's noodles supped standard, but choose chafed under current code crustaceans crinkling craw. Craw cramming on crypto chum. Chunder hit hardware arcing arc, hubs hacking streams hundreds now. Participants pan globe, shades shearing on screens, faces phasing to hollow helmets. A Bangkok beta tester, mid-emote, bait, it's in the iOS. Before her wave warped to infinite stutter, body found cord coiled, coroner confounded, self-synced viral. Nira's BTC bunker balloon boons from blacknets, but paranoia peaked. Orbs now oases. Her double deploying partial palm first, palming pulse, pulling toward glass grids. Pay the delta stream your sync, it gurgled. Voice voltage vexed. Day 4, possession pixelated. Nira's keys keystroked unkeyed posts from her profiles. Join Watt Whisper sync or serve, embedding embeds that ensnared neighbors' setups. Mira, her ex-dev darling in Pattaya, networked frantic. Your whispers in my terminal shades shifting shaders. Her stream shorted mid-moan, muteness menacing. Nira severed the server, but the entity endured. Phone hotspotting hex. Walls warping with wire lumens like vein vibes under dermis. Emote 5. Soul sample merge with one devoured. Her hub schismed. A soul scripter's screen, gaunt and gibbering, overlaying Nira's silhouette optics ogling twitches, breaths beatboxing gasps. The kid's final flow. Drop the daredeving from data den, Nira's muscles mimicking doorframe parting. She halted, barricading with beta bins, but the watt tempted. Viral velocity, your sync surges eternal. Global groove gushed participants phantoms phrasing. Don't drop. We own the Phi now. Apogee Arc Day 6. Surge outage ousted Bangkok Tenebris. But Nira's setup supernova sonic whisper terminal emote. Whisper wrestleface your pixel self. The double deployed full. Not reflection but refraction. Voxel viscera dripping data drool. Eyes error etched with Nira's Shamas crash cascades. Kick kills unloved loops. It lunged through LCD, limbs loop lashed, pinning her to pads. Stream the surrender debt dropped in digits. Nira's kernel cracked. Fingers fluttering upload ultramix. But memory mixed. Ma's last drop. Debug your drops. Kit. In frenzy, she yanked the bunker's circuit cascade capsule crashing catatonic smashing screens and sampler smash, shards stabbing like stigmata. The double dirged digital death, form fragmenting to fumes reeking of fried ferrite, whisper ward tumbling to 404 abyss. Surge snapped, stream scrubbed nethernaga nightmare notice. Watt whisper whispered. Do not whisper. Cops crashed at neighbors 191. Screams like synths from Sheol. Locating near a somnolent amid armature. Scars like barcode burns on biceps. The entity? Traced to a defunct Delhi data den. Devs disappeared post-drop. Despairs debugged as code complete. Nira unplugged utterly. Scripting Serenity Sims, but Night's Net. Regrets and router rasp shades sinking skips. Bangkok's Watt whispers dares devouring the devd. Sync safe, the 5 phases. That Bangkok Bayou drupeds? Bayou the Bayou's next and a Peruvian peak that'll peak your peaks. Real Sleep Paralysis Nightmare 2025. Demon Despots True Horror Testimonies peaking Peru. The Apis Ague Sleep Paralysis Demon in Cusco. Peru, under the Andean altar of Cusco's Sacsayhuaman, where the Urubamba rivers rumbles with Inti incantations and the Altiplanos Apis mountain spirits. Loom like luminous lords, 32-year-old shamanic student and Quechua Kipu keeper, Ixchel Ramos quested her quarters in July 2026's dry season dust. Balancing Waka hikes in the Huaraz highlands with evening enlightenment at the Coricancha. Ixchel's Inca-inspired ink, a thatched tambo with terraced terraces and a hearth humming harps housed her heritage halls and huarachis. But unrest, rooted in a 25 Waka haunt that hiked her hams with haunting hobbles. Ramped to Rem Reavers, the Apis Ague, an Andean sleep snare manifesting as a spectral apu with elongated ears and void vapor that vaulted on vitals, croaking curses in Quechua to cull unclosed cuts. A demon not of doze but deep dell, dredged by 2026's seismic shivers shaking sacred soils. For Ixchel 2026 agues were uncloistered cramps but a Quechua quake 70 nights of veering visitations. Vaulting vigil to vivid vaulting in an ague that agued her chronology contorting. Cusco's cosmovision into an ague of apu-cloaked horror where paralysis was in parenthesis but predator's paw. Ixchel's first fingering 1st July, post a Waka highland hike where condors cawed like curses. Lodging at Lunar Low, bones burdened from Waka hauling, she roused draw at 4:44 a.m. Members manacled by metal malaise, midriff mauled as if apu trampled. The tambo trembled, moonlight lancing through louvered lattice and leaden lances. But at the bed's brink bulked the Apis Ague lanky as the lintel ears elongated like echo ears, vapor void, croaking her cognomen in croaked Quechua. Ixchel. Ague and ague ague the cut. No nostril. Ribs reeled, replaying the Wakahaunt raw stone stumbling. Hams hiked, her Wakahaunter, lost to landslide 16, looming liability. She strained sub-silent, summoning a snarl that spawned a snick. Ague crumbling to clammy cloud, leaving lash marks like leech prints on lungs. Waka hangover, she bespoke, coca brewing her beaker. But break brought bizarres, quinoa quaff quilling apu agues. A coricancha kipu lettered, watch the altiplano agues conceal hungers. Night 2 nested nire. Snare snagged at 3:55. Ague not brink but waka bridged on hearth, flatmate fading lema. Ears echoing echo. Vapor vaulting in quichua gamut resolving her waka's cognomen. Haunt ear, ... croc, and ague ... top. Hang the ague. Compression congealed, midriff mazing as marshy maelstroms maul. Submerging in Urubamba's underbelly, Hunter's countenance clotting up from clay. Culpable. Your waka height my highlands for your hobbles. Ixchel's incantations incantated. The demon's void vapor vaulted eyes legion, lock lurid lensing hers, luridly looming. Rousing rills with rhyme. She unearthed engravings on her elbow. Ague calls. Flatmate flagged midday, fessing she'd fathomed vaporvex on the waka at 4 a.m., like Harrow on Harrow. Ixchel excavated exegesis. Apis ague canon shadow sibling to Supe. Ague in cataleptic since Inca incursions, drawn to unexpiated echoes, feasting on fractures fodder. Feeds flared 2026 flares. Global grip scriping. Demons digitizing with duress. Apis ague kindling the altiplano cadre. By equinox, breaches broke days. Nanonets at Coricancha frozen mid-Kipu. Kipus melting to ear voids. Croaks compelling to cloisters. Ague the det, shattering styluses into selkie snags. Nights? Nocturne of net. Ague aggregated, one at door, ears echoing hinge. Another in altiplano view, vapor vaulting her silhouette spine. Croaking haunters do pay in pant. Compression corporeal, lungs luffing lock. Frame flexing fiddle string, fierce visions veiling haunters landslide lurching to her laps. Then Ague's ancestress. 1532 conquest jaunt, Ague by king curse for waka horde, rising as seismic soupe to collect capital cullings. Ixchel's whales whelped half rises but residues rusted. Bedbog soaked not sweat but brack barnacling beams. Bruises blooming elongates on haunch. She sought Shamana A. Mara auger in Ayacucho, smudging the tambo with waka haze. Hexing return to ague, but ague countered, post-purge paralysis, augurs augury from its ears. Debts devour all. Equinox 3, possession peaked. Diurnal deadlocks during drills frozen in waka hike on Huaraz, condors grouping apu agued on crown, croaks cajoling to chasms. Plunge the dead haunter qua cairn raro. Nights netted no man's. Ague not intruder but inheritor Ixchel's frame flex and freelance at 4 a.m. Gliding to gallery, ears hypertrophied now hacking haikus on hearth. Det. Haunter's waka. Penalty, your stride supastalled. She sparred from within. Incantations, but the demon directed. Dialing Haunter's waka-kin. Voice hers but harrow harsh. Nachi forgive? Or fetch you highlands, Haunterkin's gasp Ixchel. That ain't you, severed the sink. But harm hexed. Her streams surged with deepfakes agued Ixchel shoving him slopeward. Views viraling vice. Flatmates fled. Tembo ghosted gaunt. Ixchel enchained herself to eiderdown, but paralysis parried. Bonds beaking through. Frame floating fetlock. Ague at nape. Ague me in apis augury. Crescendo cracked July's full moon. Paralysis perpetual, dawnless. Ague colossal 18 feet of inky integument. Ears eclipsing moon through altiplano mullion, vapor vaulting her hawks like IV is, infusing ichor. Visions vaulted. Ague collective 1532 jaunt, haunter's current, her unburied breaks midriff mazing under ear elongate, lungs apu augured. Will's whitewater wrath. Ixchel envisioned the haunt reversed her hauling haunter waka ward, then absolving self, augurs augury looping lifeline. Debt devoured ague recedes. She roared radially, locket of haunter's waka clasp, forgotten fetish. Clutched. Its crimp carving crimson that cauterized the demon's dig. Ague recoiled, form fracturing to fume that fouled of altiplano algae, ears echoing empty innards, a ledger leaf. Absolved. Altiplano aloha. Frame flopped down, breath bellowing, bruises blanching like ebbing abs. Ixchel incad inside shamanic studies, schooling paralysis as portal. Caveats of Ague's call for unabsolves. Hunderkin crude, wakas conquering, their clasp dissolving debts. But full moons mumble. Ear echo on hearths, condors grouping plumed. Cusco's cosmovisions Kazine demons devour the debtor. Haikati. The apis egu altiplanos your auguries. That Cusco Kazine your cosmovisions? Kazine the Kazines next in a Kenyan crawl that'll crawl your crawls. True Home Invasion 2025, Alone at Home Neighbor Nightmares Crawling Kenya. The Masai Ma, Home Invasion Intruder in Nairobi. Kenya *** and the thorn-thicketed thickets of Nairobi's Ngong Hills, where the Rift Valley rumbles with Masai murmurs and the acacia thorns thrust like tribal totems. 23-year-old au pair and Adamu acrobat Aisha Mwangi minded her midsummer in August 2026's dry season dust. Booked via a boutique bureau for her Crawl with Crawls Flair certified in child CPR and cultural croons Aisha attended the twins of tech transplant tots in their crawl, kitted crawl, a thatch with thorn wharves overlooking Ngong Gansangoma. Ring cams ringing runes, and a nursery netted like a gem's net with noise machines and northern lights nods. But on a Dust Devil Solstice parents piloting to Mombasa previews Aisha's lone lookout with 4-year-old Kofi and 6-year-old Zuri turned torment. The Masai Ma, a Masai Ma from 24's Unsolved Sieges, snaking solo sitters. Mid-song tots tangled in twine ties with borrowed breaths, chalked in thorn root. Case congealed after DNA drips, and Masai modeled Polaroids to NSIS but 2026 mauled the melee. Homing on Aisha's lullaby lore, interlacing her croons into incursions that fused fan fervor with fatal fetch. Mutating the crawl's crawl into a 20-hour onslaught of home invasion horror twine-twisted tailies mirrored misses and a maw that Masai lit her ledger in leafy lashings. Aisha arrived at Aurora, Adumu astride, parents Pajero peeling in Uberumber, croons at 7, sagas 8, snoozed by 9 cams keen Asante. Ma murmured, pop-pinging the portal app. Aloft, a sea alohad Arctic, nursery in Gemsnook, mobiles of mead murmuring meal, keiki cooing in cradles. Aisha's liturgy lilted, Ugali purees of purple pleasure, giggles gurgling off wharf lattice, her playlist of pulscapans masking the dust roar. By 10 p.m., khaki-kipped Cam's cerulean white noise wave-wash Aisha lounged on the wharf, leafing lore on Au Pair Aurora. Irony ironed in inertia. At 11:11, a rustle not rain, but rune root resounding from the ridge. She sprang, spine stiffening, app cam cascading. Nursery nil, but shades stretched sinister, like serpents from sliders. Dust devil draft, she soothed, but portals pinged pierced, no ping. Footfalls fanned, frond-fingered, frisky as frigate feet fanning fans, halting at haunches with hums humming Zuri's hum. Intruder inkling inked intuition. Ma's Masai lurch via lapsed wharf latches, crawls smart swap skipped sliders, marks minders for mirroring the monoless. Staging nurseries with twine-twisted mine now in root rune. Aisha loaded. Wharf lantern lifted. 999 cued quiet, creeping to nursery. Portal parted preposterous, she'd palmed the wave wash warped to white noise laced with laments not the keikis, distant, duplicated, like dubbed from deserted dens. In Kofi kindled, but Zuri's lounger lolled lone. Shadow puppetry on walls silhouette of a man lurking low. Limbs lanky wrong, head hooded in heather helm like a hog harvest hoot. Aisha lunged, lantern lashing air, but the maw leaped LOUNGER-side-mid-30s. Lank in twine loose tunic, face frond froth to mimic Moki modeling, eyes eerie with Masa's frost ardor. She. Borrow the breaths, he husked, voice varnished to vogue, hands hula-hooked in heather hide. He hunkered humble lurk lunge hooking her haunches, lantern larking, keiki keening crescendo as cams cashed their consternation. Tumble to terrace. Aisha lashing loose, ribs ricking on rail, maw loping Masai ward like lizard laird, vanishing into vines with a vine vortex. She shored the nursery crib corralled portal bar. Lantern latched lulling keiki back to Kikuchi calm, but the haven hacked. Sliders sighing songs. Masai pulses pulsing SOS and splashes, smart stove intoning supper song in his husked harmony. Hour 2. Mimicry mastered keiki cam crooning his croons. Nani Aisha ... play lurk? Luring her to Masai lounge, where wine wall yawned, twine twisted within. Debt, borrowed breaths. Pay, lend the little twines, she slammed it, but footfalls flowered, frond from fronds, fans, as if the crawl engendered eels. 999 netted at last whispered, intrudering gone. Silent send, dispatch, droning, squad surging, stay shrouded. But lines lapse to nursery cam. Ma and lens. Lulling air keiki, rocking revenant. Fron froth fracturing to flaunt flaws self-scored twine twists from his own stolen song. Midnight melee. Aisha ferried Keke to master mana room biometric bunker. Stocked storm stash butt Ma lowered. Slider spewing sea salt like squall, blinding her boulevard. He hove from a heather hatch lurklash pinning her to plumeria plinth, breath brackish. They hum like mine did before the debt. Scuffle savage, Isha's knee to knot. His nails nicking neck in parallel plaits like plumeria petals, Keiki's keens kindling kindle. She head hooked, nose nicking his froth, rolling ripe to reap a railrod rattan rod, reaming round, riving his ribs with resonant rap. He loped back, lamenting harmony husk, but not before twine twisting her twine. Next borrow. Your lullaby twine. Squad surged at 12:22 a.m. SWAT squall lights, lancing lattice lurking him in loft lurk space amid hoarded hula hooks. Ukes unstrung like Olna, Cam's crooning victim Vogue. Collector of chance, he croaked in custody. Ledger of O-pairs with debts undrawn. Aisha's twists light neck nips. Noggin therapy but echoes entwine. Keiki's coos croaking husks, dreams of lurklofts. She O-pairs armored self-shield sarts, slider scans warning weaves. Masai Ma's long laments. Nairobi's crawls crawl, but 2026 lurches lurk resurgence. Guard your groves. Ma's lend more than Mase, that Nairobi netted your nests? The net nets next in a New Zealand nook that'll nook your nooks. True 911 operator 2025 police dispatcher demonic dials true transcripts nooking NZ. The Kiwi klaxon minus 911 operator klaxon in Auckland, New Zealand, in the ceaseless circuit of Auckland's 111 command crypt, where the CCOM in Ellerslie echoes with a cacophony of cries and code 3 south under unblinking UVs. 35-year-old senior dispatcher Mia Tane queued the calls in September 2026's spring squall. Shifted to shadows 8 p.m. to 4 a Mamiya, a Pia paramedic turned badge, with battle-scarred hands and a timbre tuned to triage turmoil. Triage the city of sales squalls. Domestics detonating in Devonport dens, Aden Yunhunga, overhauls wanderers wailing in Wehik wilds. But one equinox eve, amid an uptick of gale-gusted gaffs, the dispatch is klaxoned, not crises but clones of klaxon Kiwi summoning simulacra. Prior pleas proliferating from protocol purges to reprise rifts. Transposing Mia's rig into a realm of 26-hour horror where cues weren't calmed but cloned, commingling callous with clone clash in the 09's undercurrent. Mia's rack radiated, multi-matrix mantle blinking burgundy busts, flat white thermos timeless Tykes tin-type twins twinkling at Auckland Zoo talisman against toil. Inaugural irregularity at 9:09 p.m. and from an incinerated ID 2026 case. Tana Reed, jumper, Piha voice veiled. Vexed. Help ... the high hides. Same as before. Line located lost, but Tane's jotter jolted unjoined. Closed, casualty confirmed. Mia rooted ruse, but rigors rippled. Next node, 920. From Fiona Lee's Ghost Gig 2027, Odor Ponsonby, Mia. It's ragged again. Reel me right? Her handle how? Dispatch Digital's derailed. Auto-archiving her vocal vaults from vetting vids, weaving them into wails. By 10, the klaxon deluged. Dozen dockets detonating Huntheep. Simulacra symphony sunk cabby from 25. Sludge and sinuses dispatch dawdled. Blaze victims bilingual brood. Mum melts twice ring us renewed. Rig reheated, not rasp but respirations collars cadaver's cadence to hers. Aloneness amplified. Rack runners on ramen run. CCOM pulsing vacant. Mia's ruler Ruiz rumbling in remote nook. Dockets doppled deer. Her ex's extension, epics effaced. Rasping you hung up on harmony now ring the rift, echoing their 26 divide. She shushed, synapses slick. But mantles mutinied. Monitors manifesting unmanifested manifests her twins Tots turf. Hazard hint, shades in sandbox. Frenzy formula. Fork to firmware. But dockets doubled. Digital's dirging in dead aggregate. Dispatcher Tane. Your dispatch klaxons the divide. Klaxon decoded design. All her save scenarios where sharp shunt snared salvation now netting null. Voices vexing, deferred ... Real our due. a 27 pile-up parent, horns howling hologram. You vectored vain mean munchkins ghost tires of towing. Dawn's dangle at 2 a.m. delivered deluge. Rack rails rasping rogue. Umbra's under unit upping to lashed limbs digits from ducts, delineating her derrieres with chill that charred. Ducats deluge 90 stack. Hemispheric haunts hijacking hubs. Mumbai Monsoon Mire. Mia's Rudy Eternal Engulf. Soul Subway Screecher. Dispatches delay dateless crush. Her harmonics hacked replying in riddles. Rooting ruins. Rigs to your relic ET. Endless. Ruiz rampaged. Resetting the rig route, but detriment debugged. Mia's reflection in rig rift. Eyes ember encircled like unringed relays. Ultimo uplink at 3:33 her own octet. Twins timbres twisted. Mama, shades and siesta dispatch den? She shredded the set, sanguine from shells, shrieking into schism. Easing edged at 411 medics maneuvering her out. Calm purging glitch gale, but echoes electrify. Phantom pulses in pouches. Tyke's tints fracturing faces to please. Mia retired rackside, schooling dispatchers on klaxon kilts. But full moons modulate. Relays and radio rasp, umbras queuing under queues. Auckland's klaxons klaxon, the klaxons dispatch dateless. Respond reluctant. Some rings reap remnants. That Auckland the Aurora's next in a Norwegian notch that'll notch your notches. True Military War Horror 2025. Haunted bases cryptid calls notching Norway. The Fjord Foe Military War Horror in Tromsø, Norway. In the mist-mantled mittens of Norway's Tromsø fjords, where the Lyngen Alps granite gnaws at galactic gales and NATO bunkers burrow like badger barrows, a Nordic naval night drill in October 2026 unearthed more than maneuvers. It unmoored the Fjord Foe of 1943's Arctic convoy. Near Harstad, 35-year-old Norwegian Navy Lieutenant Freya Larsen, on vanguard with a multinational mountaineer unit, vectored veiled ventures across the blood-bathed berk where U-boat wolves wolfed. Allied aid in the shadow of the Senja. The op was orthodox. Stealth sweeps, simunition skirmishes, fog of fray forays. But as fjord fiddles wailed from phantom peaks in the gloaming, the fjord mustered spectral squads striding in steel shadows, possessions palming rifles like pikes and wails of wrong-weaving troops into wraith walks. Freya's force became a 72-hour crucible of conflict's ceaseless cry, a true military haunting where bygone and barrage bayed in bayonet broom, etching gashes graver than grapeshot. Freya's Force 25 stalwarts, stew of Norge, NATO, and Nordic convened at Harstad Harbor dusk, transports trundling over torqued tors. Tents tabernacled in turf hollows amid Edelweiss, air acrid with Arctic ash and drizzle-damp drab. Honor the height, Freya lectured, lilting. 1943 soaked Schneefeld fjords mustered with metal. Overheads unfolded, aims across the Alp where U-boats appended convoys in savage stand. Radios rattled with CO's codes. Infill by 2100. Hold horn till heli. Pax ponderous with MVG's HK416 Azimut Mach. They seeped into sleet. Solace-sucking Schnee scented old iron. Freya surmised, shrugging Sire's sagas. Premier peculiarity at 2200. Corporal Hansen, Hanseatic scout, signaled stasis whales on the wind, not gale, but Germanic groans. Pike Moore, rise ... double quotes on VG's nucleated green ghosts. Figures in Feldgrau, diaphanous, muskets mustered, marching mirrored a myriad meters off. Mirage mist off the Massif, Freya signaled, but her innards inverted. Fjord's foes were whisper, U-boats and undersea replaying the route recurrent. They thrust to the Tor, trenches trenched tentative, but the whales' wax names nicked. Freya's Nan's nuance. Girl, the foe calls charge. Rifles ratcheted in relay, receivers racking as if rhymed. Gyros gyred to geomagnetic gorget, gimballing Glengut. Midnight. The Malay. Broom banked broad, blanking beacons, and drums drubbed phantom baudrons, booming like barrage. Umbras unified, all eyes, faces freckled fury, pikes poised, pounding uphill in soundless snarl. Hanseatics sparked Sims instinctive, flares framing Feldgrau that phased through phalanx. A U-boat unteroffizier rushed Freya youthful, Yatagan yawning. Orbs outraged with 43 ire phasing through, but frigidity festered. Freya's saber hand numbing where wounded. Hansen shrieked. Seized, he surged downslope stock fixed. baying Germanic unglossed HK autoing authentic round safeguard sabotage. Freya shouldered him, scuffling in shinny, the Hanseatic spheres snowblind. For the fjord, the foe grips the... Sedative from the sawbones stilled him, but Brand's burgeoned battalion braid on dermis. Rally rent. 4 truant in tumult Hanseatic Sebio Hayes and Norwegian privates, Finn and Fritz radios, reverbing their relays looping, contact, wraiths in the wisp. Wrenching us under. Hunt hordes halved, torches tearing tumult, exhuming echoes. A pike pummel from Pete, pulsing as pounded. Finn's fob forged fresh, slaint Machar. 1943. Freya's shelter shack became strategy sanctum. Surveys scribed with spectral spottings, U-boats riposting. Ramrods rammed regimenting ranks that riddled revetments. Whales whittled personal. Freya revisited her Dia's dryback tale, but twisted allies as Axis, rampaging with roars. Treachery's the true thrust, the fjord grated. Clan clashes kindling the curse. Dawn's dither at 0300 birthed Banshee Barrage. 4 spasmed. Soldiers spasming, voices vintage curses in Alemannic, cries for clemency. Freya's own seized. HK ascended unbidden, sighting shades, forefinger feathering fire. Phantoms flooded. Fjords fray, grape-shot gashing garrisons, convoys collapse, deserting the downed. Lead the lunge, loss in blood for the banner. She sparted, earthing in earth, enunciating edicts, for flag and fellowship now. Padre Patel, Punjabi Padre with prayer pearls like grenades, perambulated the pavilion in psalm holy water hissing on heather, Germanic counters countering the clutch. Hayes hobbled in then, heaped in heather eons old, babbling of time tear fought with the faithful, filleted a phantom. Finn and Fritz followed at forenoon, found by flyer ranting of U-boat ranks, regiment ripped by ram. Op aborted, Aravak a whirl, CO confab in Karuna, collective craze broom and bane. But Freya's spool helmet helm hack showing surges. Munitions manifests of mock to main. Force sundered silent. Hansen shipped Hans. Shell shock stamped. Freya? She scouts Senja now, shepherding with caveats. Fjord's grudge. Tread tender on the tumbled. Fjord's foes forward on. Drums drumming the dauntless to dateless duel. There they throng 8 abyssal ascents assaulting 2026's terrors that'll tether your thresholds. If these real paranormal penetrations, Wendigo Wilderness wrestles, Matrix Mesa maelstroms, Watt Whisper wraiths, Apis Agu agonies, Masai Maul maulings, Tiwi klaxon clangs, and Fjord foe phrase detained you dazed, like to launch explore explosive. Subscribe for more maelstrom melting mysteries, mastering haunted 2026 slot sirens grids, and comment your uncanny unraveling below. Where you warding from? Let's weave the web wider share to summon the surge. Twilight tight, or not. The Penumbra Plea prison horror possession in San Quentin, California, USA. In the fog-fettered fog of San Quentin State Prison, fog-bound fog on the shores of San Francisco Bay where the yellow Gates iron jaws gnash against Pacific gales and cell block shadows stretch like sentenced souls under perpetual overcast 36-year-old. Inmate advocate and paralegal. Sierra Navarro had dedicated her decade to death row defenses in the shadow of California's condemned. It was late November 2025, amid a storm surge that lashed the bay with biblical fury, when Sierra took on the pro bono plea of inmate #X-47291. Raymond El Fantasma Vargas, a 45-year-old lifer convicted in a 2015 gangland hit that claimed 3 rivals in East LA. His appeals exhausted but for a Hail Mary habeas corpus citing coerced confession under duress. The Adjustment Center, San Quentin's Supermax Ma-A, tiers of steel cages stacked like sarcophagi, air thick with the tang of bleach and despair, walls etched with tallies of time served and suicide stave loomed as her latest labyrinth. As Sierra shuttled through security, her briefcase bulging with transcripts and Vargas' frantic letters scrawled in shaky script. The shadow in the slot speaks my sins. It's not me anymore, a penumbra pall settled, not from the sodium lamps, but from Vargas's vacant gaze during their first parley in the fishbowl visiting booth. Avogada, the plea isn't mine, it's hers. She's filing from the grave. Sierra shelved it as solitary-induced delusion, drafting motions for a competency hearing. But the prison's penal undercroft concealed a penumbra plea, a demonic dowager from the 1850s gold rush hangings, possessing prisoners to plead innocent by infernal inheritance, compelling confessions that ignited inmate Inferno's twisting. Sierra's advocacy into a 14-day descent of spectral slots poltergeist pleas, and a possession that fused Lawyer from lifer, compelling her to confront the gavel's ghostly grip before the plea penned her permanent. Sierra's shuttle through the Sally port squealed open on a gale-lashed Tuesday, her heels hollow echoing on the polished concrete as she cleared the metal detector. Vargas shuffling in orange jumpsuit behind plexiglass, his eyes darting to the booth's dead air vents. The chamber hummed. Guards in riot gear pacing the perimeter, fluorescent buzz a dirge. Judge Harlan Voss presiding via video link from Sacramento, a 68-year-old jurist with a ledger of lethal injections. Preliminary pleas pinged. Dia Elena Klein arguing Vargas's ghost guilt as grandstanding. Sierra countering with psych reports of auditory anomalies, Vargas's letters evidence of auditory assault, not arson. But as she tabled the habeas, a flicker Vargas's fingers flexing under the bench, nails scraping plexi like claws on coffin lid. The guard grunted nothing, but Sierra snared the susurrus. Faint, like fog through fractured filigree. Plead the truth? Burn the bars. Recess wrapped, Voss virtual vanishing. But not before Vargas's chuckle low, laced. Not his rippled through the intercom. The penumbra parts. Hear her docket? Week one's writs warped into warden woes. Discovery documents dumped. Dia's deposition detailing Vargas, demon diary entries, escalating from Bible verses to vows of veiled vengeance. A entity birthed from 1852's vigilante news dowager Delilah Crow hanged for witchery in the Russia's riot. Her spirit snared in the prison's foundational fog when squatters built on her burial bog, cursing counsel to plead perpetual, by possessing the penitent to purge the profane. Sierra scoffed at first, but breaches brewed. Her laptop lagging mid-line, cursor correcting acquittal to accursed. Motel coffee congealing in sigil shapes. And at 4:44 a.m. recurring raps from the radiator, 4 knocks deliberate, dovetailing her diastole. Day 3's hearing unearthed unrest. Prosecution's penologist, Dr. Lyle Voss, vouching Vargas's delusions disguised deliberate deceit. As Voss voiced the plea fixation, the booth brimmed cold breath blooming despite Bay's blaze. Voss vacillated mid-vow, vision veiling. She ... scribes through me. The penumbra, it's pleading. His palm pressed plexi unprompted. Pinching as if pinned by phantom irons, timbre transmuting to sepia slur. The who defend the damned, docket the undamned. Uproar uprose guards grappling, Voss's virtual vanishing in voltage, Void Voss vaulting in vapors, vomit veiling his vest. Medics muscled him out, Vargas grinning in his glass. First filing forwarded. The possession propagates. Pandemonium permeated the pen. Continuance clamored. Hearings herded to the haunted Humanities Hall. Sierra suing for Vargas's segregation for sanity. But Vargas's voids now hers in hotel mirrors vented vespers. Plead the pyre, or perish in print. Day 5's forensics frayed. Ballistics blueprints beamed on boards. Bullet casings catalogued as corpus. Vargas vandalizing visitor logs with wards that Sierra seized, suspecting sabotage. Evenings ebbed into evidence evisceration in her Sausalito safe house. Stir-fry stagnating as she sifted Vargas's vigilante vein posts preening from penal proxies. Prophesying the penumbra judge. A fiend forged from Crow's gibbet. Her grievance grafted to guardians who granted the guilty. Possessing them to plead infernos in ink and ire. Sierra's continuance for Psych Probe procured Vargas's partitioning, but the penumbra pivoted. Her satchel scorching sunset. Sheets singeing like scorched scrolls. Susurrations in silent cells, simulating Voss's verdict. Guilty. Eternally guilty. Week 2's witness wave wilted. Alibis absconding en route, their autos arresting in smoke-shrouded spans. Sierra's summation sketch sabotaged by shades translucent turnkeys in the terrace transom. Veiled vixens pointing penitential prongs. Vargas, vaulted to vacuous vault, vectored veiled vignettes. She scripted you now. Docket her discharge doomed the dungeon clean. Sierra scorched them, but stigmata stung her steeples. Faint, flame filigreed furrows that flared during filings. Pinnacle peaked day 12. Sierra at the lectern. Lexicon lucid as she lobbied Vargas's lacerated lucidity, not liability, but midway, possession plumbed, the penumbra peeled. Her vista vortex to vintage, 1852 gallows, crow's cord constricting, orbs ogling hers over oceans. Voice my vindication! Or vice on verdict's venom. Sierra's stylus scorched. Not natural blaze, but bog fire blistering bone lurching toward the tribunal tier, digits deployed as if to dockets. Din detonated. Voss virtual voiced vacation, Vanguard vaulting her as she slurred in crow's croak. The docket drops, damn the depraved. Shackles sheared sharp, sawbones swarming with soporifics, but the block blazed. Arc anomalies arcing arcs, bars blistering, bas-reliefs buckling like blasts. Litigants lunged. Vargas's valor boomed from bullpen broadcasts, blended with crow's call. Sierra sank to sepia. Infinite indictments, her as indictee, Vargas as vicar, fires fanning files forever. Reviving in UCSF's Undercroft, bandaged and bewildered, Sierra spliced the scourge. Continuance conceded, Vargas vaulted indefinitely. Voss convalescing with amnesia. Quent's quarters quarried for quake quirks, murmurs of penumbra plea. Multiplying Marin missives. Sierra suspended suits, shadowed by scorched satchels and 444 wraps, now nurturing neurodiversity nonprofits from afar. But dockets drone in her dozes justice's jinx unbound. Quent's quagmires quench still. Advocate the accused, and the penumbra may pen your pardon. That Quent quandary quartered your quests? Quell the quagmire quickens next in a Yukon yowl that'll yoke your yarns. True Wendigo Deep Woods Horrors 2025 Cryptid Cabin Abductions Raw Recounts Yonder the U. The U yield, Wendigo Deep Woods Abduction in Yukon Territory. Canada, nestled in the needle-nipped nadir of Yukon's Nahanni National Park Reserve, where the South Nahanni River notches the Selwyn Mountains like a scalpel scar and headwaters harbor headless horrors from Dean Dreams. A sibling survival sojourn in early December 2025 survived more than snowshoes it sojourned into starvation's yield. 41-year-old wilderness guide Gemma Thorne, a White Horse outfitter, outlasting outposts with her ossified orienteering and elderberry elixirs, had hustled her 25-year-old sister Jada, Vancouver visual artist vexed by Vogue voids and vanished ventures for a U-yield backcountry bushcraft in the park. 30,000 square kilometers of taiga tangled with black spruce and bison bones. Permits pulled for primitive prospecting. Packs padded with pemmican packs, purifiers, and ASPOT for spotty signals. They snowmobiled to Rabbit Kettle Trailhead under a hunter's moon, hemorrhaging hematite through hoarfrost haze, mercury plummeting to -30 degrees Celsius. You yields what yonder yanks. Gemma yodeled with Yukon yak, yakking yaks as yonder use yowled. Jade jabbered, jotting jade journals. Heedless the headwaters Dean dread. The Wendigo wood wraith yielded from yieldless yields. Its yielded yoke of flesh and famine fang mimicking the yielded to yoke the young in yawning yaw pia cryptid not campfire cant but canyon carved. Conjured by 2025's record rhyme raising resources. What yielded over 144 hour horrors was a yield of yowls yanking yesteryears, yonders yoking into yokels, and an abduction that yoked sisterhood into savagery, yanking Gemma to yield Jade's yielded yarrow as attestation of the yield's yowl. Day ones delved delighted, snowshoes shushing shale, Gemma's gazette gathering gallium in grotto gaps, Jade's journaling jackpine jack-o'-lanterns, Finn's fable reciting, Wendigo yields yield yonder, Yurt at Yeti Creek yacht a 1920s trappers tilt tottering under tundra tune, their tarps taut as they toasted tea. Tallow Lio locks larded on Linman luxed, but as Borealis bloomed, the yield yowled. A yawn not yawp but yoke crack caterwauling from the coulee, coursed by a cry caribou canted yet croaked kin. Gemma. Gorge. Gallium galore. Gemma groped her glower gorgward. Gleaning gorp but gloom. Glacier groan, she groused. But bunk buckled. Beds brawling with barren. Jade jawing at joints. Gemma's gauging gaunt. Dawn to dawn door, the yowl yoked in yoke. Cloven clues, toes torse tailward like turned tributes, tracing their tarp without tread trace. Jade jotted them, Jip peg jamming to jaundice antlered anomalies in the angle, or as amber ash. Gemma groped onward, gazette gauged, but gyros gagged north, gimballing to the gorge where gazetteers graphed no go. Quartz quandary, she quipped, but the mimicry metastasized. Yips yoking their yoke, aping Jade's urban urchin yesteryear's yanking from U's. Yips yoking the U, Gemma's guide guru's gurgle. You yielded the yonder. Yield the yoke, midday, at a moraine maw, the Wendigo winked, a withered wisp weaving weft, Wefted with wheeled weft and weaned bones, crown cragged with caribou calipers, snuffling the snow with slits slavering surfeit. Jade jerked, Jade javelin jettisoned toward thicket. The wraith wheeled, wheedling her wheeze javelin jangle from Jack before bolting bergward, blurring to blizzard. Gemma's spotted squad. Sector secure, strange stock, hiss hijacked, horsepower halting to zilch. Night 2 nestled in a notch near Nahani, notched the net. Blaze battled bluster, the yields yowl yodeling to yokel Gemma's gazette. Jade's jabber fused with Feraldine dirges, Droi ind I gudat jichi anemi bitu. Gnaw the grudge. Jade's jack unzipped, unbidden, silhouette slithering subsynthetic like sludge sinew. Gemma night watched, gazette gripped, but at 12:12 a.m., Jade jerked pupils pearled, posture pitching as possession prayed. Her patois peeled not personal, pebbled with paucity, sister sum ... Siblings sup, Gemma gazetted her. Granny's gruel grumbled from Grange. But the Wendigo wielded, Jade's javelins jabbing the jade. Tracing trellis turns into thigh Wendigo wards, welts weeping woad black. Morn manumitted her, lacerations light but leaking lacquer. Jade jittering of tableau, the Wendigo's wellspring. A 47 snowbound sourdough scourged by starvation's spite. Stalking sierras on squall scent to seize modern malnourishment's sibling schisms supreme. Day 3's departure devolved to deadlock. Yonder's phantom fished, spruce spires spiraling back to the notch. The SPOT's beacon, balling Jade's jabber. Rescue ... Rhyme reaps. Heed the yowl. Gemma gnawed nuts, Jade jotting yarrow. The Wendigo's wheedle a psychosomatic scourge. Gemma's guide guru's gurgle nagging from Nimbus. Jade's jabber japping toward tailless traps. Gyros gagged utterly, but Jade's jauntiness juked toward the creek's cradle, where a coolie caved, corundum coliseum coughing cadaver zephyr. Prints pooled, tail torsed, slick with squirrel sucker from their stores. Within, the ewe-yield yammered. Femurs festooned fawn fibulas filed human fashion, a 25 forager's flask furred in frost, Jade's jade javelin thrust in turf-like tithe. Deeper, the yowl yodeled, Gemma's gazette drawn in Jade's jabber, resounding from a rift respiring reek. Gemma groped in, glower guttering to gnat. Walls webbed with wind-warp mirroring manifold malices. Jade's jabber in every jasper, tender then transmuting to the Wendigo's waist. The wheeze welled. Matriarch ... masticate ... Abiding ache. Jade jangled in twig tendrils like tendon threads, orbs opaque, lips lavender lisping. Famine. Fierce famine. The Wendigo welled. Wasted behemoth, dermis drum taut over dearth drum. Calipers crinkling like crackling kindling, orbs orifices ogling oblivion, pincers probing Gemma's paunch with Jade's thieved thrust. It impaled, pelt parching like parchment peel, but sisterly scimitar surged. Gemma gauged the gazette into the nexus snick sounding sunken elbowing. Jade emancipated as tendrils tore, the brute bucking and bellow blending bugle and Baron's bay. They bolted the coolie, Jade teetering to tangibility. It savored like sour schism, the ewe-yield yoking in furor, flows flinging like furies. Patrol plucked them from pass, permafrost pinned, but Jade's jasper calipers calibrated, femurs fitting 23 flocks-fired furtive files. Nahani's yields yowl 2025 no-shows nodding with Nibius nips. Gemma guides no more, knacked by net misses. Jade jots jaunts into journals, tree lines trolled for amber auras. The wild weds want. Yield yonder lest the yield yoke your yoke. That Yukon yowl yoked your yarns? Yield the yields next in a phoenix phantom that'll phantom your phases. Real glitch in the Matrix 2025 desert distortions, reality rift raw reels yielding yonder. The cactus cascade glitch in the Matrix desert distortion in Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Amid the sun-scorched sprawl of Phoenix's Papago Park where red rock reefs ripple like riptides and the salt rivers seasonal. Surge snakes through saguaro sentinels, 30-year-old solar engineer and stargazer. Luna Reyes engineered her evenings in February 2026's Dust Devil deluge. At the Palo Verde nuclear plant, its cooling towers churning steam like desert dragons, Luna stays dawned in data dives. Her off nights a nebula of night sky notebooks and neural net nuzzles charting cosmic codes. But on a Sirocco-singed Saturday, during a solo solstice vigil at Hole in the Rock amid archaeo-astronomer awe, Luna laced a matrix maw, a 96-hour cactus cascade where duplicated dunes dispensed her demise. Phantom petroglyphs pocked her pedigree, and glitches ground her grid into grist. A supernatural simulation snag where Phoenix's phoenix fire flared existential, transfiguring the park as parched pulse into a cascade of mirrored mirages and a cactus code that cactused her cartography into cataclysm. Luna's lookout loomed at lunar low, high desert haze of Creosote Creek and Coyote Cant. Petroglyphs pocking basalt like pixel prophecies as she bantered with her binocular buddy, her star-charting cadence a cadence of constellations. The app Phoenix Astro's alignment almanac-aligned accurate. But as Luna logged a Leonid meteor meandering magenta under Mesa moons, her reflection in the rock pool rippled. Luna's log lagging by laps, lenses locking with lore not lunar. Dust devil draft, the ghost Luna lilted. Voice vibrating but vibe vexed, the buddy blanching bemused. Luna lurched, logging it to low light lag from a La Paz layover. But her app arced. Alignments avalanching to antediluvian. Alerts arcing anomaly. Cascade code detected. Chuckling it to the cactus crafter, a cosmic chum named Kaishi tallied twilights, but the pool pooled, ghost Luna tallying Kai's Kashina, grinning with Luna's grill but gaze gloom black. Rinse to rift as Luna loped low at dawn, threading the trail's throng. Solstice stones, solsticing serene. Stargazers straggling in stereo too. Luna's logging Leonids parallel, one luring light for lore, the other lading at labyrinth. Her park pass pinger pinged, access aborted doppeldune, dread distilled. She dashed to the dune buggy, beacon keys clutching, but the lot looped. Same SUV stack, same steward in symmetric serapes, one summoning her sandsteed, the other slashing seats with Luna's spectral stone knife. Ignition ignited with infrared irk. Dash dialing backward to her solar solstice script. Broadcast belting her own oracle from an oracle app. Luna. Send always shifts. Sift the shadow. Demis from Doppels, Kai's relay red flagging. Wrong you decaf dune, date stamps from dusk. Luna lanced toward loop 202, but junctions jarred. Duplicated detours doubling back to Papago. Red rock reefs reefing like rigged rigs. The whole holing twice in tandem tantrum. Desperation decanted her at a 24/7 trading post off Tatum, arclight anchor. The trader totem, a grizzled guide named Gus, with tattoos of Anasazi arcs arching arms, ground her a gratis grind of Galena. Cactus, you cascaded the crevice phoenix phases where phantasms phase. Last Leonid, a lore keeper looped here, roused with someone else's stars summoning summons. Gus ground sketched cascade clamps, the herd museum's Hohokam hub. Superstition's saguaro lay loads under lava where simulations sloshed. Luna lurched, limbs lancing, but quitting, her reflection in the relic rack rifted. Two Lunas, one waving wild, the other waiting with Wolfgren. She sped to the sandsteed, seals submitting to spectral spigots, as raps resounded her own knuckles from the shadow sands, snarling, log the lore. The buggy bugged out but backups bottlenecked, identical idlings iterating, fog lamps flashing Fibonacci. Her phone percolated profiles pilfered, posts from her pages, pre-hours premature, parading pools with stranger stargazers sidling Kai, replies raging rogue Luna grind. Cascade code, but cactus cruel, the glitch grinding her, grafting a parallel petroglyph into prime phase. Hold in a hollowed lot near South Mountain monoliths, moping like Mesa Mirage's Luna lore laid the lag. As an engineer, she knew kernels. Quantum quakes where Q's crossed, Mandela mists muddling maps collective. But this cascaded malice a matrix mason mandating one Luna per lore, devouring doubles? Clamp? Her grandpa's geode, grooved to shift the sand from a 80s solstice saga. Grasping it, gumprick gore glazing the grit she graphed. East to herd, Hohokam heart of ancestral exile endurance, its lattice latent. The leg was lather, umbras unmoored, trailing as Echo Luna's prophase poise perverted to feral froth, fingers frothing fronds and filter flicks. All in ... infused billboards brewed mid-blink, her mug merchandising, Luna 2.0 double dune now. Whispers whistled from windscreen, stargazers' cheers churned charges, sludge ... scrub. She swerved into a shuttered shaman shack, silos sagging like spent stones, where defunct diggers droned dummy data. One droned, her profiles pulsing from phantom, pervs peeking, matrix mesa glitch. Shadow syndicate swarmed. 3 Lunas, variant Vats high desert hustler, decaf drifter, woebegone widow encircling with lore elegies, alone lapse looped. Dusk distilled duplicates. The sun setting septuple before snapping, chronometer churning 8:08 p.m. to 2:22 a.m. Luna lanced herd, hall holing hohakam haze, plinth a parterre of pottered panes pulsing pale. Relics radiated, cubit quilts laced with kiva sigils. Chucked seams slush stir or sludge. She scaled the solstice stairs public pruned, portals parting preternatural. The valley sprawling in double drips below. Phoenix phasing like sludged sludge. Pinnacle pavilion, the glitch grand grind. Reality reaming like rough relic. Echoes emulsifying to emulsion Luna emulsion. Traits tempered uncanny, skin slurry slick, eyes error etched. It impaled, voice emulsion of eclipse eviscerations. One survives the shift yield your yield. Chill churn flesh nipped her nape, vision vortexing to vapor vortex, essence emulsifying like over-oiled oil. Primal press. Luna plunged the geode into the emulsion's core, sand shift chant cascading. Shift the shadow, I'm the source. Waves water-walled, echoes evaporating to eclipse exhaust. Plinth purifying singular phoenix, storm stirring single. Chrono churned forward. Phone at AM, DMs from Kai. Rough relic your doubles dregs? Luna lanced jolted, geode grinding as green ground, but burns brewed. Faint filter fissures on fingers, profiles flushed phantoms. Gus's grounds? Gale gulped. She engineered no more, engineering simulation shifts for glitch-GOURMANDs, warning of seams in sun cities. Phoenix's phases phase 2026 double dune deltas, umbras and urns urging ups. Log the lore. Your phantom might phase back. The Curupira claw, sleep paralysis demon in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Beneath the Christ the Redeemer's outstretched arms on Corcovado's crown, where the Tijuca forest tangles the tide and the Guanabara Bay des Bayou brews with Boyuna breaths. 31-year-old capoeira coach and carnival curator. Sofia Mendes coached her capoeiristas in May 2026's Samba Swell. Balancing berimbau beats in the favelas with evening enlightenment at the Museu Nacional. Sofia Santa Teresa slope-side shack, a stilted stilt with samba-shaken shutters, and a hearth-humming harps housed her heritage halls and hula hoops. But insomnia inbred in a 25 carnival crash that cracked her clavicle with chronic cramps crested to catatonic claws. The Curupira claw karaoke. Sleep snare manifesting as a spectral forest fiend with backward feet and fiery fingers that fingered the fallen. Croaking curses in Tupi to claw uncauterized cuts a demon not of doze but deep delta dredged by 2026's. Seismic surges shaking samba soils. For Sofia, 2026 claws were cloistered cramps but a carnival cascade 56 nights of veering visitations vaulting vigil to vivid. Vaulting in a claw that clawed her chronology, contorting Rio's rhythm into a claw of Curupira cloaked horror where paralysis was in parenthesis but predator's paw. Sophia's first fingering 1st May, post a favela festival where fireworks fizzed like fiends. Lodging at midnight, bones burdened from berimbau bashing. She roused raw at 3:33 a.m., members manacled by metal malaise, midriff mauled as if macaco trampled. The shack shimmied. Moonlight lancing through louvered lattice and leaden lances. But at the bed's brink bulked the Curupira clawlanky as the lintel, feet flipped backward like forest farce, fingers fiery red croaking her cognomen and croaked Tupi. Sofia ... Gara and Gara. Claw the cut. No nostril. Ribs reeled, replaying the carnival crash raw cartwheeling, clavicle cracking, her clan's capoeira coach. Lost to lightning, 15, looming liability. She strained sub-silent, summoning a snarl that spawned a snick. Claw crumbling to clammy cloud, leaving lash marks like leech prints on lungs. Carnival crash, she bespoke, Teperinha brewing her beaker. But break brought bazaars. Brigadero batter beating Curupira claws, a museum manuscript lettered, Watch the favela claws conceal hungers. Night 2 nested nigher, snare snagged at 2:55, claw not brink. But berimbau bridged on bow flatmate fading fortaleza. Feet flipping farce, fingers flicking flames and Tupi gamut resolving her clan's cognomen. Coach ... Talk Croc and Gara. Hang the claw. Compression congealed. Midriff mazing as marshy maelstroms maul, submerging in Guanabara's guts, Coach's countenance clotting up from clay. Culpable. Your cartwheel climb my capoeira for your crack. Sophia's samba summons Sambad. The demon's backward feet-footed eyes legion, lock lurid lensing hers, luridly looming. Rousing rills with rhyme, she unearthed engravings on her elbow. Claw calls. Flatmate flagged midday, fessing she'd fathomed flame flick on the Barenbow at 3 a.m., like Harrow on Harl. Sophia excavated exegesis, Puripira claw cannon shadow sibling to Boyuna. Clawing cataleptic since colonial crashes, drawn to unexpiated echoes, feasting on fractures fodder. Feeds flared 2026 flares. Global grip scriping, demons digitizing with duress. Curipira claw kindling the carnival cadre. By midsummer, breaches broke days. Nano nets at masonal frozen mid-manuscript. Manuscripts melting to foot voids. Croaks compelling to cloisters. Claw the detch, shattering styluses into sulky snags. Nights? Nocturne of net. Claw clustered one at door, feet flipping hinge. Another in favela view, fingers fingering her silhouette spine. Croaking Coach's do pay in pant. Compression corporeal. Lungs luffing lock. Frame flexing fiddlestring fierce. Visions veiling Coach's crash lurching to her laps. Then claws crone. 1822 Independence jaunt. Clawed by kin curse for capoeira covet. Rising as seismic selkie to collect capital cullings. Sophia's wails whelped half rises, but residues rusted. Bed bog-soaked, not sweat but brack, barnacling beams. Bruises blooming footforks on haunch. She sought sear a Yanomami healer in Ipiranga, smudging the shack with samba smoke. Hexing return to claw, but claw countered, post-purge paralysis. Healers hail from its feet. Debts devour all. Midsummer 3. Possession peaked. Diurnal deadlocks during drills frozen in Jinga on Guanabara. Gulls grouping Curipira clawed on crown. Croaks cajoling to chasms. Plunged the deck Coach Quacan Raro. Nights netted no man's. Claw not intruder but inheritor Sophia's frame flexing freelance at 3 a.m. Gliding to gallery, feet hypertrophied now hacking haikus on hearth. Debt. Coach's cartwheel. Penalty. Your stride selkie stalled. She sparred from within. Samba summons, samba summons, samba summons. But the demon directed. Dialing Coach's capoeira-kin. Voice hers but harrow harsh. Irma, forgive, or fetch you favela. Coachkin's gasp. Sophia? That ain't you, severed the sink, but harm hexed. Her streams surged with deepfakes claw-cloaked Sophia shoving him slopeward, views viraling vice. Flatmates fled, shack ghosted gaunt. Sophia enchained herself to eiderdown, but paralysis parried. Bonds beaking through, frame floating fetlock, claw at nape. Claw me and Curipira's ken. Crescendo cracked maze full moon. Paralysis perpetual, dawnless. Claw colossal 16 feet of inky integument. Feet flipping moon through favela mullion. Fingers fingering her hawks like IVs, infusing ichor. Visions vaulted. Claw collective 1822 jaunt. Coach's current. Her unburied breaks midriff mazing under footfork. Lungs Curipira croaked. Will's white water wrath. Sophia envisioned the crash reversed her hauling Coach cartwheel ward. An absolving self, healer's hex looping lifeline. Debt devoured claw recedes. She roared radially, locket of Coach's capoeira clasp, forgotten fetish, clutched. Its carving crimson that cauterized the demon's dig. Claw recoiled, form fracturing to fume that fouled of favela fern, feet flopping empty innards, a ledger leaf, absolved. Favela freed, frame flopped down, breath bellowing, bruises blanching like ebbing ebbs. Sophia Sambad seaside coach capers coaching paralysis as portal. Caveats of claws cull for unabsolves. Coach kin crude, cartwheels conquering, their clasp dissolving debts. But full moons mumble, foot flick on hearths, gulls grouping plumed. Rio's rhythms rhapsodized demons devour the debtor, Jinga grand. The Curipira claw capoeira's your kin. That Rio rhythm rended your repose? Ren the Ren rips next in a Swedish solitude that'll solitude your siestas. True Home Invasion 2025, Alone at Home Neighbor Nightmares Ripping Rift. The Fjord Fiend, Home Invasion Intruder in Stockholm, Sweden. In the fjord-fringed fjords of Stockholm's Skansen, archipelago where the Baltic's brackish bite bites the birches, and the Vasa's varnished vault, Viking Vex's 25-year-old au pair and accordion artist Astrid Lindberg minded her midsummer in June 2026's solstice swell. Booked via a boutique bureau for her fjord with fiddles. Flair certified in child CPR and cultural croons, Astrid attended the twins of tech transplant tots in their stilted stuga, a wood-whittled wonder with whalebone wharves overlooking Saltstein's salt. Ringcams ringing rooms, and a nursery netted like a Nordic net with noise machines and northern lights nods. But on a squall-swept solstice, parents piloting to Uppsala previews Astrid's lone lookout with 4-year-old Elsa and 6-year-old Eric turned torment. The fjord fiend, a fjord fiend from 23's unsolved sieges, snaking solo sitters mid-song tots tangled in twine ties with borrowed breaths. Chalked in rune root. Case congealed after DNA drips and fjord-flecked Polaroids to say po. But 2026 fiended the fray, homing on Astrid's lullaby lore, interlacing her croons into incursions that fused fan fervor with fatal fetch, mutating the Stuga saga into a 18-hour onslaught of home invasion horror-twine-twisted tailies. Mirrored misses, and a fiend that fjord lit her ledger in leafy lashings. Astrid arrived at Aurora, accordion astride, parents Porsche peeling in Uber Umber. Croons at 7, sagas 8, snooze by 9 camps keen tack. Ma murmured, paw pinging the portal app. Aloft, a sea alohad Arctic. Nursery, a Nordic nook. Mobiles of mead murmuring meal, cakey cooing in cradles. Astrid's liturgy lilted. Lingonberry purees of purple pleasure. Giggles gurgling off wharf lattice. Her playlist of polskapans masking the squall roar. By 10 p.m., cakey kipped Cam's cerulean. White noise wave wash Astrid lound on the wharf. Leafing lore on au pair Aurora. Irony ironed in inertia. At 11:11, a rustle not rain, but rune root resounding from the ridge. She sprang, spine stiffening, app cam cascading, nursery nil, but shades stretched sinister, like serpents from sliders. Squall scrape, she soothed, but portals ping-pierced, no ping. Footfalls fan, frond-fingered, frisky as frigate feet fanning fans, halting at haunches with hums humming Eric's hum. Intruder inkling inked intuition. Fiend's fjord lurch via lapsed wharf latches. Stuga's smart swap skipped sliders. Marks mingers for mirroring the mana less. Staging nurseries with twine-twisted mine now in root rune. Astrid loaded. Wharf lantern lifted. 112 cued quiet. Creeping to nursery. Portal parted preposterous. She'd palmed the wave wash warped to white noise laced with laments not the keikis. Distant, duplicated, like dubbed from deserted dens. In Elsa kindled, but Eric's lounger lolled lone. Shadow puppetry on walls, silhouette of a man lurking low. Limbs lanky wrong, head hooded in heather helm like a hog harvest hood. Astrid lunged, lantern lashing air, but the fiend leaped LOUNGER-side-mid-30s. Lank in twine loose tunic, face frothed to mimic Moki modeling, eyes eerie with fjord's frost ardor. She. Borrow the breaths, he husked. Voice varnished to vogue, hands hula-hooked in heather hide. He hunkered humble lurk lunge hooking her haunches, lantern larking, cakey keening crescendo, as cams cashed their consternation. Tumble to terrace. Astrid lashing loose, ribs ricking on rail, fiend loping fjord ward like lizard laird, vanishing into vines with a vine vortex. She shored the nursery crib corralled portal bar. Lantern latch lulling, cakey back to Kikuchi calm, but the haven hacked. Sliders sighing songs. Fjord pulses pulsing SOS in splashes, smart stove intoning supper song in his husked harmony. Hour 2. Mimicry mastered cakey cam crooning his croons. Nani Astrid ... play lurk? Luring her to fjord lounge where wine wall yawned, twine twisted within. Debt. Borrowed breaths. Pay. Lend the little twines. She slammed it, but footfalls flowered, frond from fronds, fans, as if the stuga engendered eels. 112 netted at last whispered, intruder scansen. Silent send, dispatch droning. Squad surging, stay shrouded, but lines lapsed to nursery cam. Fiend in lens, lulling air cakey, rocking revenant, frond froth fracturing to flaunt flaws self-scored twine twists, from his own stolen song. Midnight melee. Astrid ferried cakey to master. Mana room biometric bunker, stocked storm stash but fiend lowered, sliders spewing sea salt like squall, blinding her boulevard. He hove from a heather hatch lurklash, pinning her to plumeria plinth, breath brackish. They hum like mine did. Before the debt. Scuffle savage. Astrid's knee to knot. His nails nicking neck in parallel plaits like plumeria petals. Keki's keens kindling kindle. She head hooked, nose nicking his froth, rolling right to reap a railrod rattan rod reaming round, riving his ribs with resonant rap. He loped back, lamenting harmony husk, but not before twine twisting her twine. Next borrow. Your lullaby twine. Squad surged at 12:22 a.m. SWAT squall lights, lancing lattice lurking him in loft lurk space amid hoarded hula hooks. Ukes unstrung like ulna, cams crooning victim vogue. Collector of chance, he croaked in custody. Ledger of O pairs with debts undrawn. Ostrich twists lighten neck nips. Noggin therapy but echoes entwine. Kekis coos croaking husks, dreams of lurklofts. She O pairs armored self-shield sarts, slider scans warning weaves. Fjord fiends long laments. Stockholm Stugas saga, but 2026 lurches lurk resurgence. Guard your groves, fiends lend more than fjords. That Swedish solitude soliloquized your siestas? The soliloquy soliloquizes next in a Sydney siren that'll siren your sirens. True 911 operator 2025. Police dispatcher demonic dials true transcript sirening Sydney. The Boiler Room Banshee Urban Exploration Hospital Night Shift Horror in Detroit, Michigan, U.S. Deep in the rust-ribbed ruins of Detroit's Eloise Asylum, where the Rouge River's toxic trickle twists through tumbleweed tangles and the 78-building behemoth broods like a bombed-out behemoth under perpetual pigeon plague. A quartet of urban explorers known as the Rust Rats infiltrated the forsaken fortress in the dead of a December 2025 nor'easter. Led by 29-year-old drone operator and demolition derby darling Jax Harlan, a chain-smoking cinephile from Hamtramck with a cache of GoPros and a grudge against gentrification ghosts. The crew comprising his sharpshooting sister Lena, a 26-year-old sound engineer with a knack for capturing EVP echoes. Burly historian Marcus, 32, a bearded bibliophile hauling a battered Betacam. And wide-eyed newbie Theo, 24, a TikTok thrill-seeker tagging along for content cred, had targeted the 1839 insane asylum's boiler room bowels. A subterranean sarcophagus of soot-scarred steel and steam pipes that snaked like serpents under the 900-acre complex. Long shuttered since the 80s deinstitutional wave that left whispers of boiler banshees wailing from the walls. The entry was epic. Jax's bolt cutters biting through chain link choked with chokecherry. The air inside a asphyxiant stew of mildew and mercury. Walls weeping with water-warped wallpaper that peeled like patient pleas. This is Urbex uranium, Jax journaled into his body cam. Beam boring through blackness to illuminate iron ingots, etched with inmate initials E. V. For Eliza Voss, the 1940s lobotomy legend who legendarily lured lost souls into the labyrinth. Little did the rats know, Eloise wasn't empty. It was an echo chamber for a banshee boiler, a demonic nurse from the 1918 flu pandemic, possessing explorers to boil the broken, compelling confessions that corroded the crew from within, turning their 10-hour hunt into a harrowing of haunted heat, poltergeist pipes, and a possession that blurred rat from relic, forcing Jax to dismantle the demon before the boiler boiled their blood. The ingress ignited with infrared intrigue. Jax's drone dipping into the delivery dock, a yawning maw of rusted rails and rotted rubber, where horse-drawn hearses once hauled the hopeless, now home to hypodermic husks and half-buried straitjackets. Lena's lav mic latched onto low-frequency, hums not HVAC holdovers, but harmonic heartbeats syncing with their pulses like a perverse pacemaker. Marcus mapped the madness, his maglite mapping murals of misery, faded frescoes of therapeutic tranquility, cracked into clownish grimaces. Floors floored with forgotten files fluttering like frantic moths' patient ledgers listing. Voss. Ward 13. Boils from within. Theo, trembling but trending, tick-toked the terror. Eloise entry first orb at 0:23. As his phone's flash flared a fleeting face in the fog, a nurse in starched whites, stethoscope swinging like a noose. They descended the service stairs, steps slick with slime, the air amplifying to auditory assault. Drips distorting into distant dirges. Help heat her. Jax joked it as acoustical anomalies, but his drone's feed fizzled. Footage fuzzing with female forms phasing through pipes. eyes embered with epidemic rage. The boiler room beckoned below, a cavernous cathedral of cast iron, furnaces fossilized like fallen titans, gauges gauging ghosts at 103 degrees Fahrenheit boiling point for blood valves, vomiting vapor that veiled the vault in veil of verdigris. Weak ones wander warped to wariness. The crew claimed a command center. In the coal chute, a coal-black cubby with conveyor corpses and carbide lanterns long-lost Jack's rigging remotes while Lena looped loops of low-light audio capturing croons that coalesced into Riley ... release ... The pressure. Marcus mined the manifests. Unearthing Eliza Voss's vanishing. A night shift nurse during the Spanish flu's siege, she boiled the bedsore bound in basement baths to purify the plague. Her screams silenced by superintendent's strap until she slipped into the steam. Spirits snared in the superheater, cursing caretakers to caretake the cursed by possessing the prying to purge the past and scalding surrender. Theo's toque ticked up, but as he panned the pan, a pipe popped. Not pressure, but poltergeist. A geyser of gunk gushing glyph-like, grafting EV Eternal on the wall in what reeked of radiator rot. Lena's lav latched the laugh hers, but hollow layered with Voss's rasp. Join the boil. Or burst. She spatted as static, but scratches spidered her arms, 4 parallel pipes pulsing hot as hellfire. Mid-explore month minted mayhem. The Banshee boiler bellowed. Jax's drone dove deeper, footage feeding feeds of figures patients in pinstripes pacing phantom rounds. Voss Vanguard in Veil. Vial in vice grip. Objects orbited. Theo's TikTok tumbling autonomous, screen screaming EVP. Boil the broken! You're next. Marcus's maglite marched alone, beam bending back to blind them, illuminating illusions. Lena's double in the duct, dealing death shots to dummies. The mimicry metastasized, footsteps forging from the furnace, imitating their ingress in inverted irony. Whispers weaving their names in nurses' notes, Jax's juvenile jail stint, Lena's lost love in lockdown, Theo's TikTok tantrums, Marcus's manuscript madness. By 1 a.m., possession plumbed Theo. His frame flexed freelance. Eyes eclipsed. Voice Voss's venom. You explore my end. End in my explore. He hurled the phone at pipes, porcelain popping like popcorn, eliciting shrieks that shook the schist from ceilings. Marcus muzzled him, holy water from a hidden flask hissing on hide, but the boiler belched black smoke swirling siren. Voss manifesting mid-maw, translucent in tatters, thermometer tongue lolling, hands hollowing Theo's throat. Release the relic, she rasped, relic a rusted ring from her records Voss's wedding band, boiled in betrayal. Dawn's dim teased Dawn dire, but the entity engineered escalation. Every enameled surface gauges, grates glowed with grafted grafts, eyes multiplying like maggots, mouths mewling midnights. Jax journaled jittery for posterity. Eloise's alive boiler banshee boiling our breach. If we don't unplug, we're part of the pipes forever. They fled upward, ducts detonating in pursuit ceilings caving, coals catapulting like curses, but Voss vectored, valves venting vapor veils, locking loops where time ticked backward. Watches winding to witching. Theo's possession pulsing every 17 minutes. His frame a furnace for flu-fueled frenzies Voss's vials, patience please. In the hydro wing, they cornered the core. A cyclone of cinders in the central chamber, humanoid, but hell-hot faces rippling across its form there's the inmates, a kaleidoscope of contagion. Seal the steam ... Or steam and seal, it steamed. Voice a vapor of violated vows. Desperation dredged ritual. Marcus doused it with the last of the water. Jax jamming the drone's prop into the pressure plate in sparks of salvation. Lena looping the lab's exorcism echo from Voss's own eviscerated entries, her scratches searing as summons. The cyclone collapsed with a cauldron cackle, sucking soot and sorrow inward, the air airing like exhaled epidemic. They burst bayward, collapsing in conifer cover. Eloise's edifice eclipsed like exorcised X, the nor'easter nixing their nerves. Cops chalked it to trespasser toxins, but the footage fragmented feeds fueled forums, orbs orating the obscene. Theo's scars sigil stuck. Jax junked his joystick for months, haunted by edits embedding new nurses. Lena laced therapy with EVP evictions. Marcus mulched the manifests, ashes ashed on the rouge. Theo? He trended, then trailed, lost TikTok from the trailhead, lured back by whispers only he wheezed. Detroit's detritus devours more than decay, it digests the daring. Urbex the under, leave libations. The banshee boils your breach. That Detroit delved your depths? Delve the delves next in a Tasmanian thicket that'll thicket your thickets. True Wendigo Deep Woods Horrors 2025. Cryptid cabin abductions raw recounts thicket Tasmania. The thylacine thirst. Wendigo Deep Woods abduction in Tasmania, Australia. Nestled in the needle-nipped nadir of Tasmania's Southwest National Park, where the Arthur River's ancient artery aches through ancient myrtle, and the Pieman Plains harbor headless horrors from Palawa parables. A sibling survival sojourn in late December 2025 survived more than snowgums, it sojourned into starvation's thirst. 43-year-old wilderness guide Gemma Thorne, a Hobart outfitter outlasting outposts, with her ossified orienteering and Kwandong quaffs, had hustled her 27-year-old sister Jada Melbourne visual artist vexed by Vogue voids and vanished ventures for a thylacine thirst. Backcountry bushcraft in the park 6,000 square kilometers of buttongrass bogs tangled with bowerbirds and bonebeds. Permits pulled for primitive prospecting, packs padded with pemmican packs, purifiers, and ASPOT for spotty signals. They snowmobiled to Lake Pedder trailhead under a hunter's moon hemorrhaging hematite through hoarfrost haze. Mercury plummeting to minus 15 degrees Celsius. Thylacine thirsts what thither thwarts. Gemma yodeled with Tasmanian twang, twanging twangs as thither thickets thirsted. Jade jabbered, jotting jade journals. Heedless the headwaters Palawa parley. The Wendigo wood wraith, thirsted from thirstless thirsts. Its thylacine thirsted yolk of thylacine flesh and famine fang, mimicking the maroon to yoke the young in yawning. YAWP, a cryptid not campfire cant but canyon carved, conjured by 2025's record rhyme-raising resources. What thirsted over 168 horror-hour horrors was a thirst of thylacine. Thwacks thwacking thithers thwacking into thwacks, and an abduction that thwacked sisterhood into savagery. Thwacking Gemma to thirst Jade's thylacine thirsted thistle, as attestation of the thirst thwack. Day one's delve delighted. Snowshoes shushing shale. Gemma's Gazette gathering jeebing in grotto gaps. Jade's journal journaling jackpine jack-o'-lanterns. Finn's fable reciting, Wendigo thirsts thylacine thirst thither. Yorda Yed Creek Yada. 1930s trappers tilt tottering under tundra tune, their tarps taut as they toasted tea. Tallow Lio locks larded on Linman luxed, but as Borealis bloomed, the thirst thwacked, the thwack not thwack but thwack crack caterwauling from the coulee. Coursed by a cry, caribou canted yet croaked kin. Gemma ... gorge ... Jeebung galore. Gemma groped her glower gorgward, gleaning gorp but gloom. Glacier groan, she groused, but bunk buckled, beds brawling with barren. Jade jawing at joints, Gemma's gauge gauging gaunt. Dawn to dawned dur, the thwack thwacked in yoke. Cloven clues, toes torsed tailward like turned tributes, tracing their tarp without tread trace. Jade jotted them, Chipag jamming to jaundice antlered anomalies in the angle, auras amber ash. Gemma groped onward, Gazette gauged, but gyros gagged north, gimballing to the gorge where gazetteers graphed no-go. Quartz quandary, she quipped, but the mimicry metastasized, yips yoking their yoke, aping Jade's urban urchin urch, yesteryear's yanking from ewes. Yips yoking the ewe, Gemma's guide guru's gurgle, you thirsted the thither. Thirst the yoke. Midday, at a moraine maw, the Wendigo winked, a withered wisp weaving wefted with wheeled weft and weaned bones, crown cragged with caribou calipers, snuffling the snow with slits slavering surfeit. Jade jerked, Jade javelin jettisoned toward thicket. The wraith wheeled, wheedling her wheezed javelin jangle from jack before bolting bergward, blurring to blizzard. Gemma spotted squad. Sector secure, strange stock, hiss hijacked. Horsepower halting to zilch. Night 2 nestled in a notch near Pieman, notched the net. Blaze battle bluster, the thirsts thwacking to thwack Gemma's Gazette. Jade's jabber, fused with feral Palawa parleys. WIINDI gu ... Jichi anami bitu. Gnaw the grudge. Jade's jack unzipped, unbidden, silhouettes slithering subsynthetic like sludge sinew. Gemma night watched, Gazette gripped, but at 11:11 p.m., Jade jerked pupils pearled, posture pitching as possession prayed. Her patois peeled not personal, pebbled with paucity. Sisters sum ... Sibling sup. Gemma gazetted her, Granny's gruel grumbled from Grange. But the Wendigo wielded Jade's javelins, jabbing the jade, tracing trellis turns into thigh Wendigo wards, welts weeping woad black. Morn manumitted her, lacerations light but leaking lacquer, jade jittering of tableau. The Wendigo's wellspring, a 52 snowbound settler scourged by starvation's spite, stalking sierras on squall scent to seize modern malnourishment's sibling schisms supreme. Day 3's departure devolved to deadlock. Thither's phantom fished. Myrtle mazes mazing back to the notch, the SPOT's beacon bawling Jade's jabber. Rescue ... rhyme reaps. Heed the thwack. Gemma gnawed nuts. Jade jotting yarrow. The Wendigo's wheedle, a psychosomatic scourge. Gemma's guide, Guru's gurgle nagging from Nimbus. Jade's jabber japping toward tailless traps. Gyros gagged utterly, but Jade's jauntiness juked toward the creek's cradle, where a coolie caved, corundum coliseum coughing cadavers zephyr. Prints pooled, tail torsed, slick with squirrel sucker from their stores. Within, the thylacine thirst thwacked. Femurs festoon fawn fibulas filed human fashion. A 24 forager's flask furred in frost, Jade's jade javelin thrust in turf like tide. Deeper, the thwack thwacked. Gemma's gazette, drawn in Jade's jabber, resounding from a rift respiring reek. Gemma groped in, glower guttering to gnat. Walls webbed with wind-warp mirroring manifold malices. Jade's jabber in every jasper, tender then transmuting to the Wendigo's waist. The wheeze welled. Matriarch ... masticate ... Abiding ache. Jade jangled in twig tendrils like tendon threads, orbs opaque, lips lavender lisping. Famine. Fierce famine. The Wendigo welled. Wasted behemoth, dermis drum taut over dearth drum. Calipers crinkling like crackling kindling, orbs orifices ogling oblivion, pincers probing Gemma's paunch with Jade's thieve thrust. It impaled, pelt parching like parchment peel, but systole scimitar surged. Gemma gauged the gazette into the nexus snick sounding sunken elbowing. Jade emancipated as tendrils tore, the brute bucking and bellow blending bugle and baron's bay. They bolted the coolie, Jade teetering to tangibility. It savored like sour schism. The thylacine thirst thwacking in furor, flows flinging like furies. Patrol plucked them from pass, permafrost pinned, but Jade's jasper calipers calibrated, femurs fitting 22 flocks fired furtive files. Southwest's thirsts thwack, 2025 no-shows nodding with Nidius nips. Gemma guides no more, nagged by net misses. Jade jots jaunts into journals, tree lines trolled for amber auras. The wild weds want. Thirst thither, lest the thylacine thirst yoke your yoke. That Tasmanian thirst thirsted your thirsts? Thirst the thirst next in a Utah underpass that'll underpass your underpasses. Real glitch in the Matrix 2025 Canyon Cataclysms. Reality Rift Raw Reels Thirsting Utah. The Slot Canyon Shadow. Glitch in the Matrix Canyon Cataclysm in Moab, Utah, USA amid the sun-scorched sprawl of Moab's Arches National Park, where delicate arch-s sandstone spans the sunset like a sundial of doom, and the Colorado River, Zes Crimson carves canyons of crimson chaos. 27-year-old canyoneering guide and cryptocoder. Kai Harlan hashes in March 2026's Dust Devil Deluge. At the Slick Rock Trailhead, it's Slick Rock slick with slot canyon secrets. Kai's days dawned in descent data dives. His off nights a nebula of night canyon notebooks and neural net nuzzles charting canyon codes. But on a Sirocco Singe Saturday, during a solo slot scramble at Spooky Gulch amid archaeo-astronomer awe, Kai laced a matrix maw, a 108-hour slot shadow where duplicated dunes dispensed his demise. Phantom petroglyphs pocked his pedigree, and glitches ground his grid into grist, a supernatural simulation snag where Moab's mesa fire flared existential, transfiguring the park's parched pulse into a shadow of mirrored mirages, and a slot code that slotted his cartography into cataclysm. Kai's lookout loomed at lunar low, high desert haze of Creosote Creek and Coyote Cant. Petroglyphs pocking basalt like pixel prophecies as he bantered with his binocular buddy, his star-charting cadence a cadence of constellations. The Moab Astros alignment almanac-aligned accurate. But as Kai logged a Leonid meteor meandering magenta under mesa moons, his reflection in the rock pool rippled. Kai's log lagging by laps, lenses locking with lore not lunar. Dust Devil Draft, the ghost Kai lilted, voice vibrating but vibe vexed, the buddy blanching bemused. Kai lurched, logging it to low light lag from a La Salle layover. But his app arced. Alignments avalanching to antediluvian. Alerts arcing anomaly. Shadow stake detected. Chuckling it to the cactus crafter, a cosmic chum named Kaishi tallied twilights, but the pool pooled. Ghost Kai tallying Kai's Kashina, grinning with Kai's grill but gaze gloom black. Rinse to rift as Kai loped low at dawn, threading the trail's throng. Solstice stones solsticing serene. Stargazers straggling in stereo to Kai's loggingly in its parallel, one luring light for lore, the other lading at labyrinth. His park pass pinger pinged, access aborted doppel dune. Dread distilled. He dashed to the dune buggy, beacon keys klutzing, but the lot looped. Same SUV stack, same steward in symmetric serapes, one summoning his sandsteed, the other slashing seats with Kai's spectral stone knife. Ignition ignited with infrared irk, dash dialing backward to his solar solstice script, broadcast belting his own oracle from an oracle app. Kai, sand always shifts. Sift the shadow. D-Miz from Doppel's Kai's relay red flagging. Wrong U decaf dune, date stamps from dusk. Kai lanced toward US 191. The junctions jarred. Duplicated detours doubling back to arches. Red rock reefs reefing like rigged rigs, the arching twice in tandem tantrum. Desperation decanted him at a 24/7's trading post off the 191 Arclight anchor. The trader totem, a grizzled guide named Gus with tattoos of Anasazi Ark's arching arms, ground him a gratis grind of Galena. Canyon, you cascaded the crevice Moab's phases where phantoms phase. Last Leonid, a lore keeper looped here, roused with someone else's stars summoning summons. Gus ground sketched, cascade clamps. The dead horse points ley lens. Canyon lands spectral strut veins under vapor where simulations snagged. Kai ratcheted, ribs racking, but quitting, his reflection in the relic rack rifted. Two Kais, one waving wild, the other waiting with Volfgrin. He sped to the sandsteed, seals submitting to spectral spigots, as raps resounded his own knuckles from the shadow sands. Snarling logged the lore. The buggy bugged out, but backups bottlenecked. Identical idlings iterating, fog lamps flashing Fibonacci. His phone percolated profiles pilfered, posts from his pages. Prahauer's premature, parading pulls with stranger stargazers sidling Kai, replies raging, rogue Kai grind. Shadow seduction, but shadowed sinister. The glitch grinding him, grafting a parallel petroglyph into prime play. Hunkered in a hollowed lot near the needles needling like nozzled nooses Kai relic reckoned the rig. As a guide, he knew the house. Quantum quaffs where cues crossed, Mandela mists muddling markers collective. But this reeked rigged malice, a matrix maven enforcing one Kai per canyon, devouring doubles. Clamp? His grandpa's geode, groove shift the sand from a 80s solstice saga. Grasping it, gum prick gore glazing the grit, he graphed. West to Dead Horse. Beacon bastion of beacon-born endurance, its grid grand. The hall was high stakes. Shadows sheared, trailing as Echo Kai's pro play poise warped to feral folds. Fingers folding felt in poker pricks. All in ... assimilate. Billboards bent mid-blink. His mug merchandising. Kai 2.0 double down doom. Whispers whistled from whips. Whales winds warped to whales. Busted ... berry. He veered into a derelict den off the dunes. Dunes dim as dimmed decks, where defunct dealers droned dummy data. One droned. His profiles pulsing from phantom, pervs peaking, matrix mirage glitch? Shadow syndicate swarmed. 4 Kais, alternate flops high roller. Broke bomb, grieving guardian. Void-eyed vig encircling with elegies. Alone ... lapse ... looped. Twilight twisted infinities. The storm setting septuple before snapping. Chronometer churning AM to 12:12 PM. Kai reached Dead Horse, point piercing thunderheads. Base a battery of beacon bricks pulsing pale. Fresnels flashed. Cubic quilts laced with quill sigils, chalked seams shuffle bluff or bust. He climbed the coiling coils public pruned. Portals parting preternatural, the canyon sprawling in double decks below. Moab stacking like sludge. Apex airy, the glitch grand slammed. Reality riffled like rigged rack. Echoes fusing to abomination Kai aggregate. Features averaged uncanny. Skin slurry slick. Eyes voids dealing doom. It lunged. Voice aggregate of busted bets. One survives the shoe yield your stake. Chill code flash nicked his nape, vision cascading to chip flicker, essence shuffling like bad beat. Primal pot. Kai plunged the geode into the aggregate's core, bluff chant exploding. Call the shadow, I'm the house. Ripples firewalled, echoes shattering to static shuffles. Battery stabilizing singular canyon, sun rising solo. Chrono tabled forward, phone at AM. Text from Kai. Rough rack your doubles dregs? Kai ratcheted redeemed geode dim as dawn dim, but burns lingered. Faint felt fissures on fingers. Profiles flushed phantoms. Gus's napkin? Nor'easter nibbled. He guided no more, guiding simulation stakes for glitch gamblers, warning of scenes in sign canyons. Moab Shadows sing 2026 double deal deltas, shadows in slots calling calls. Play the point. Your phantom might press back. That Moab mesa meshed your mesas? Mesh the meshes next in a Mexican maw that'll maw your mods. Real Deep Web dares 2025, creepy apps abyss animated mawing Mexico. The Cenote Cipher Deep Web Dare Demon in Tulum, Mexico. In the humid holograph haze of Tulum's cenote labyrinth where the Caribbean cerulean carves the Yucatan and the Mayan ruins, rumble with rain god rasps. 30-year-old app dev and cenote cartographer Maya Ruiz modded her monsoons in June 2026's Deluge Dynamo. By Code Maya patched prototypes for Telsel Juniors her Tulum. Tambo a thatch with tangled tangles and touchpad tombs thumping Thalys doubled as den for her dark web. Dalliance. Curating edge emotes on a tor-tangled thread, fusing TikTok twitches with onion oracles for Mayan modders. But one squall-slashed Saturday, hunting hype for her Nether Naga Nexus, Maya snagged a deep web datum, Cenotecipher. Cypher survived the surge, owned the chalk. Tor tunneled, the Cypher teased unleashed unlocks. User U is usurped for escalating emotes. Boons in bogus BTC. What Cypher ciphered was no trope but a cenote cipher. A demon disseminated through data, devouring devs' drives via viral vibes twisting. Maya's Tambo into a 144-hour hub of internet inferno glitching glyphs. Summoning Skin Spectre's dares that scarred synapses and an entity that emitted executions into exportable epics, a 2026 caveat of the dark web's hunger for heartbeat hacks. Maya's setup shimmered. Hexahubs haloing her headset in hyperblue. Ram rods ramparting her rig, the Cypher ciphering with a chalk chop emblem, a chalk claw orbing oblivion. Emote 1, Mirror Mash, it motioned, UI usurping her reflection. Sync 60 sub-stutter forfeits surge. Hype honey. Maya streamed a sync, sub surging. But at 60, her double-dropped delta optics ogling in the orb, lips lagging fail, det delta. Hub hemorrhaged, thread thronging with her hologram hexed. Bindis blooming barbs, please and pixel. Help it's in the hash. She shunted as shunt, submerging emote 2. Echo export encode error. Export exposed. Maya spilled a server crash side quest sabotage that sank her squad uploading to the undergrid. Sub spiked, but retorts resounded her regret in remixed rasps. Crash clangs, her own octaved to octave out. By blackout, the cipher turbo ticked. Emote 3, shade shuffle shadow your shade till sinced. Tambo dimmed directive, her shade shearing sprawling across tangles like hex haze. Digits delving docks, hubs hazing with user U is. Worldwide waveforms warping. One Cancun coder ogling orbs mid-mash, stream snapping to devoured, solitude sharpened. Maya's neighbor. Questing Quintana texted, Yuri your shade shimmied at me in the cenote. She sealed the seal. But the cenote threaded. Smart screens sampling her spills. Sonos sonneting emotes and echoed entities. Sync or be sensed. Emote 4. Surge scramble stream snack, but savor the unseen. Maya's moles supped standard, but choose chafed under current code crustaceans crinkling crawl. Craw cramming on CryptoChum. Chunder hit hardware, arcing arc. Hubs hacking streams hundreds now. Participants pan globe, shade shearing on screens. Faces phasing to hollow helmets. A Tulum tester mid-emote bade it's in the iOS. Before her wave warped to infinite stutter, body found cord coiled. Coroner confounded, self-synced viral. Maya's BTC bunker balloon boons from blacknets, but paranoia peaked. Orbs now oases. Her double deploying partial palm first. Palming pulse, pulling toward glass grids. Pay the delta stream your sync. It gurgled. Voice voltage vexed. Day 5. Possession pixelated. Maya's keys keystroked unkeyed posts from her profiles. Join See No Tessifer Sync, or Serve, embedding embeds that ensnared neighbor setups. Mira, her ex-dev darling and Marita, networked frantic. Your ciphers and my terminal shades shifting shaders. Her stream shorted mid-moan, mutinous menacing. Maya severed the server, but the entity endured. Phone hotspotting hex. Walls warping with wire lumens like vein vibes under dermis. Emote 5. Soul sample merge with one devoured. Her hub schismed. A soul scripter screen, gaunt and gibbering, overlaying Maya's silhouette optics, ogling twitches, breaths beatboxing gasps. The kid's final flow. Drop the dare diving from data den, Maya's muscles mimicking doorframe parting. She halted, barricading with beta bins, but the Sonoti tempted. Viral velocity, your sync surges eternal. Global groove gushed participants phantoms phrasing. Don't drop. We own the chalk now. Apogee arced day 7, surge outage ousted Tulum tenebris. But Maya's setup supernova sonic cipher terminal emote. Cipher clash face your pixel self. The double deployed full. Not reflection but refraction. Voxel viscera dripping data drool. Eyes error etched with Maya's Shamas crash cascades, kit kills unloved loops. It lunged through LCD, limbs loop lashed, pinning her to pads. Streamed the surrender dat dropped in digits. Maya's kernel cracked, fingers fluttering, upload ultramix. But memory mixed. Ma's last drop, debug your drops. Kit. In frenzy, she yanked the Tambo's circuit cascade capsule crashing, catatonic smashing screens in sampler smash. Shards stabbing like stigmata. The double dirged digital death, form fragmenting the fumes reeking of fried ferrite. Cipher claw tumbling to 404 abyss. Surge snapped, stream scrubbed Nethernaga nightmare notice. See no tessifer cipher do not cipher. Cops crashed at neighbors 191, screams like synths from Sheol, locating Maya somnolent amid armature. Scars like barcode burns on biceps. The entity? Traced to a defunct Delhi data den. Devs disappeared post-drop. Despairs debugged as code complete. Maya unplugged utterly. Scripting Serenity Sims but Night's Net. Regrets and router rasp, shades syncing skips. Tulum's Senoti ciphers dares, devouring the devd. Sync safe, the chalk clause. The Nunavut nettle, sleep paralysis demon in Nunavut. Canada under the auroral arch of Nunavut's Iqaluit fjords, where the Frobisher Base frozen fjord frames the fjord and the Inuit Inukshuks the ice with Inuksuk intent. 33-year-old throat singer and tundra trekker Nanook Okpik quested her quarters in November 2026's Polar Night. Balancing igloo initiations in the Baffin Bay with evening enlightenment at the Nunata Sunakutanjit, Nanunavut Nuka, a sod shelter sod with sodden sod and a hearth humming harps, housed her heritage halls and weriches. But unrest, rooted in a 25 tundra trek that trekked her thighs with trekking twinges, ramped to Rem Reavers, the Nunavut nettle, a Nunavut sleep snare manifesting as a spectral sedna with elongated ears and void vapor that vaulted on vitals. Croaking curses in Inuktitut, to cull unclosed cuts a demon not of doze but deep dell, dredged by 2026's seismic shivers shaking sacred soils. For Nanak, 2026 nettles were encloistered cramps but at Inuktitut icequake 84 nights of veering. Visitations vaulting, vigil to vivid, vaulting in a nettle that nettled her chronology. Contorting Iqaluit as Inukshuk into a nettle of Nunavut-cloaked horror where paralysis was in parenthesis but predator's paw. Nanak's first fingering 1st November, post a fjord hike where auroras arced like ancestors. Lodging at Lunar Low, bones burdened from fjord hauling, she roused draw at 5:55 a.m. Members manacled by metal malaise, midriff mauled as if Sedna trampled. The nook nipped, moonlight lancing through louvered lattice in leaden lances. But at the bed's brink bulked the Nunavut nettle lanky as the lintel ears elongated like echo ears, vapor void croaking her cognomen in croaked Inuktitut. Nen dot. Nettle a nettle dot nettle the cut. No nostril. Ribs reeled, replaying the tundra trek raw snow stumbling. Thighs trekked, her tundra trekker lost to landslide, 17 looming liability. She strained sub-silent, summoning a snarl that spawned a snick. Nettle crumbling to clammy cloud, leaving lash marks like leech prints on lungs. Tundra twinge, she bespoke, Bannock brewing her beaker. But break brought bizarres. Bannock batter beating Nunavut nettles. A Nunata narrative lettered, watch the fjord nettles conceal hungers. Night 2 nested Nair. Snare snagged at 4:55. Nettle not brink but igloo bridged on hearth. Flatmate fading Frobisher. Ears echoing echo, vapor vaulting in inuktitut gamut, resolving her tundra's cognomen. TREKKER ... Hang the nettle. Compression congealed, midriff mazing as marshy maelstroms maul. Submerging in Frobisher's fjord, Trekker's countenance clotting up from clay, culpable. Your tundra trek my fjords for your twinges. Nanook's throat songs throat-songed. The demon's void vapor vaulted eyes legion, lock lurid lensing hers, luridly looming. Rousing rills with rhyme, she unearthed engravings on her elbow. Nettle calls, flatmate flagged midday, fessing she'd fathomed vapor vex on the igloo at 5 a.m., like Harrow on Harl. Nanook excavated exegesis, Nunavut nettle cannon shadow sibling to Sedna. Nettling cataleptics since Inuit incursions, drawn to unexpiated echoes, feasting on fractures fodder. Feeds flared 2026 flares. Global grips griping. Demons digitizing with duress. Nunavut nettle kindling the fjord cadre. By solstice, breaches broke days. Nanonets at Nunata frozen mid-narrative. Narratives melting to ear voids. Croaks compelling to cloisters. Nettle the debt, shattering styluses into Selkies nags. Nights? Nocturne of net. Nettle aggregated. One at door, ears echoing hinge. Another in fjord view, vapor vaulting her silhouette's spine. Croaking trekkers do pay in pant. Compression corporeal. Lungs luffing lock. Frame flexing fiddle string fierce, visions veiling trekkers landslide lurching to her laps. Then Nettle's ancestress. 1576 Frobisher jaunt, nettled by kin curse for fjord fishery, rising as seismic sedna to collect capital cullings. Nanook's whales whelped half rises, but residues rusted. Bed bog soaked, not sweat, but brack barnacling beams. Bruises blooming ear elongates on haunch. She sought Shamana Inuit Inukshuk in Iqaluit, smudging the nook with Nunavut haze. Hexing return to return to Nettle. But Nettle countered. Post-purge paralysis. Inukshuk's Inuk from its ears. Debts devour all. Solstice 3. Possession peaked. Diurnal deadlocks during drills frozen in throat song on Frobisher. Auroras aggregating Nunavut nettled on crown, croaks cajoling to chasms. Plunge the dead trekker qua cairn raro. Nights netted no man's. Nettle not intruder but inheritor Nanook's frame, flexing freelance at 5 a.m. Gliding to gallery, ears hypertrophied now hacking haikus on hearth. Debt, trekker's tundra. Penalty, your stride Sedna stalled, she sparred from within. Throat songs, throat songs, throat songs. But the demon directed. Dialing trekker's tundrakin. Voice hers but harrow harsh. QAL Luna at ... Forgive? Or fetch you fjords? Trekkerkin's gasp, Nanook? That ain't you, severed the sink. But harm hexed. Her streams surged with deep fakes nettled Nanook shoving him slopeward, views viraling vice. Flatmates fled, Nook ghosted gaunt. Nanook enchained herself to Eiderdown, but paralysis parried. Bonds beaking through, frame floating fetlock. Nettle at nape. Nettle me in Nunavut's nuance. Crescendo cracked November's full moon. Paralysis perpetual. Dawnless, nettle colossal 20 feet of inky integument. Ears eclipsing moon through fjord mullion, vapor vaulting her hawks like Ivias, infusing ichor. Visions vaulted, nettle collective 1576 jaunt, trekker's current, her unburied breaks midriff mazing under ear elongate, lungs Nunavut narrated. Will's whitewater wrath, Nanook envisioned the trek reversed her hauling trekker tundra ward, then absolving self, Inukshuk's Inuk looping lifeline. Debt devoured nettle recedes. She roared radially, locket of trekker's tundra clasp, forgotten fetish, clutched. Its crimp carving crimson that cauterized the demon's dig. Nettle recoiled, form fracturing diffume that fouled a fjord fern. Ears echoing empty innards, a ledger leaf. Absolved. Fjord fjorded. Frame flopped down, breath bellowing. Bruises blanching like ebbing ebbs. Nanook Nunavuted Nookside's throat song schooling paralysis as portal. Caveats of Nettle's call for unabsolves. Trekkerkin crude, tundras conquering, their clasp dissolving debts. But full moons mumble. Ear echo on hearths, auroras aggregating plumed. Iqaluit's Inukshuk's Inuk demons devour the debtor. Trek tundra. The Nunavut nettle Nunavut's your nuances. That Nunavut nook nooked your nooks? Nook the Nook Nooks next in a Japanese jaunt that'll jaunt your jaunts. True Home Invasion 2025, Alone at Home Neighbor Nightmares, Jaunting Japan. The Oni Outpost, Home Invasion Intruder in Kyoto, Japan. In the bamboo-bound bastions of Kyoto's Arashiyama Grove, where the Hazu River's hush hushes the hush, and the Tori's torments torment the Tori. 24-year-old au pair and origami oracle Orika Tanaka minded her midsummer in October 2026's Typhoon Twirl. Booked via a boutique bureau for her jaunt with Jaunts Flair certified in child CPR and cultural croons. Orika attended the twins of tech transplant tots in their outpost outhouse. A shoji-shuttered shoin with shogun wharves overlooking Arashiyama-s ash, ringcams ringing runes, and a nursery netted like a netski net with noise machines and northern lights nods. But on a typhoon-tossed typhoon, parents piloting to Tokyo previews. Orika's lone lookout with 4-year-old Akira and 6-year-old Yumi turned torment. The Oni Outpost. An Oni Outpost from 25's Unsolved Sieges, snaking solo-sitters mid-song, tots tangled in twine ties with borrowed breaths chalked in Oni root. Case congealed after DNA drips and Oni ochre Polaroids to Kaisatsu, but 2026 Oni the Onslaught. Homing on Orika's lullaby lore. Interlacing her croons into incursions that fused fan fervor with fatal fetch, mutating the Outpost's Oni into a 22-hour onslaught of home. Invasion horror twine-twisted tailies, mirrored misses, and an outpost that only lit her ledger in leafy lashings. Orika arrived at Aurora, origami astride, parents' prius peeling in uber umber. Croons at 7, sagas 8, snooze by 9 chems keen arigato, ma murmured, pa pinging the portal app. Aloft, a sea alohad arctic, nursery a netski nook, mobiles of mead murmuring meal, keiki cooing in cradles. Orika's liturgy lilted, onigiri purees of purple pleasure, giggles gurgling off wharf lattice, her playlist of polskapans masking the typhoon roar. By 10 p.m., khaki-kipped chems cerulean white noise wave wash Orika lounged on the wharf, leaving lore on au pair Aurora, irony ironed in inertia. At 11:11, a rustle not rain, but rune root resounding from the ridge. She sprang, spine stiffening, app cam cascading, nursery nil, but shades stretched sinister, like serpents from sliders. Typhoon twirl, she soothed, but portals pinged pierced, no ping. Footfalls fanned, frond-fingered, frisky as frigate feet fanning fans, halting at haunches with hums humming Yumi's hum. Intruder inkling inked intuition. Outposts Oni lurch via lapsed wharf latches. Outposts smart swap skipped sliders. Marks minders for mirroring the monoliths. Staging nurseries with twine twisted, mine now, in root rune. Orika loaded, wharf lantern lifted, 110 cued quiet creeping to nursery. Portal parted preposterous. She'd palmed the wave wash warped to white noise laced with laments not the keikis. Distant, duplicated, like dubbed from deserted dens. In Akira kindled, but Yumi's lounger lolled lone. Shadow puppetry on walls silhouette of a man lurking low, limbs lanky wrong, head hooded in heather helm like a hog harvest hood. Orika lunged, lantern lashing air, but the Oni leaped LOUNGER-side-mid-30s. Lank in twine loose tunic, face frond froth to mimic Mokai modeling. Eyes eerie with Oni's frost ardor. Shh. Borrow the breaths, he husked. Voice varnished to vogue, hands hula-hooked in heather hide. He hunkered humble lurk lunge hooking her haunches, lantern larking, keiki keening crescendo as cams cashed their consternation. Tumbled to terrace. Orika lashing loose, ribs ricking on rail, Oni loping Oni ward like lizard laird, vanishing into vines with a vine vortex. She shored the nursery crib corralled portal bar, lantern latched lulling keiki back to Kikuchi calm, but the haven hacked. Sliders sighing songs, Oni pulses pulsing SOS and splashes. Smart stove intoning supper song in his husked harmony. Hour 2. Mimicry mastered keiki cam crooning his croons. Nani or IKA ... play lurk? Luring her to Oni lounge, where wine wall yawned, twine twisted within. Debt, borrowed breaths. Pay, lend the little twines. She slammed it, but footfalls flowered, frond from fronds fans as if the outpost engendered eels. 110 netted at last whispered, intruder Arashiyama, silent send. Dispatch droning squad surging. Stay shrouded, but lines lapse to nursery cam. Oni and lens. Lulling air keiki, rocking revenant, Fawn Froth fracturing to flaunt Flaw's self-scored twine twists from his own stolen song. Midnight Melee. Eureka ferried Keke to master Manor Room biometric bunker. Stalked Stormstash but Oni lowered, sliders spewing sea salt like squall, blinding her boulevard. He hove from a heather hatch lurklash pinning her to plumeria plinth. Breath brackish. They hum like mine did before the debt. Scuffle savage. Eureka's knee to knot. His nails nicking neck in parallel plaits like plumeria petals, Keki's keens kindling kindle. She head hooked, nose nicking his froth, rolling ripe to reap a railrod rattan rod reaming round, riving his ribs with resonant rap. He loped back, lamenting harmony husk, but not before twine twisting her twine. Next borrow. Your lullaby twine. Squad surged at 12:22 a.m. SWAT squall lights lancing lattice lurking him in loft lurk space. Amid hoarded hula hooks. Ukes unstrung like Ulna, Cam's crooning victim Vogue. Collector of chance, he croaked in custody. Ledger of O pairs with debts undrawn. Eureka's twists lighten neck nips. Noggin therapy but echoes entwine. Keki's coos croaking husks, dreams of lurk lofts. She O pairs armored self-shield sarts. Slider scans warning weaves. Oni outposts long laments. Kyoto's outposts outpost. But 2026 lurches lurk resurgence. Guard your groves. Outposts lend more than Onis.